on, but they did not, and it is another about say 11 seconds the aircraft would go on to make an impact. So that is hardly a time for any engine to recover. So coming to idle power and thereafter number one engine, number two engine is a process of relight. That means the pilot action, which was 100% correct, was to recycle the switch. The switch position in the report is showing to the run position. Okay, that means the cycling has been done, and that is probably what has been recorded. Okay, so here it is a very clear-cut case that both the engines shut down without the input of pilots. What is really confusing in the AIP report is talking about fuel switches move. That I don't think is right way to interpret. At 0842, the fuel switch cut off. There are two things that you must understand. There is a switch which is on or off. When it is on, then the fuel is coming into the engine. That is the position of the valve. And there is a physical lever which is fuel control switch, which is moved up and down, right? So it says that the fuel control switch, fuel control valve shut down, or fuel control switch moving up and down. Switch cannot move up and down on its own. It is the fuel shut-off valve that would close due to the signal given from the switch. So in this report, what is not clear and what is talking about is fuel control switch move to off position. No, fuel control switch cannot move to off position on its own ever. It is a physical movement of a switch which is to be pushed into a place at on, and it has to be pushed out of that place to off. This switch has no auto movement, but the resultant of this particular action, which is controlling the fuel shut-off valve, that shut-off valve got switched off. So what AIB is probably not very clear in giving the input, and probably they don't have the input, that fuel shut-off valve closed. Did it close because of a signal which came from wherever of the whatever part of the aircraft, whether it was from the switch or from on its own? Okay, the fuel shut-off valve closed. So we don't hear the word fuel shut-off valve position in this particular report. It will take some time. But one thing is for sure, that the engines cut off or failed without the pilot input. It is further corroborated by the CVR in which pilot says, I didn't do it. And it is further corroborated with the fact that the switch position continues to be in the run position.
So you are indicating, correct me if I'm wrong, you are indicating that you cannot do this this is not on an auto mode, there has to be some sort of a manual intervention. What are you really suggesting? Are you suggesting that the cutoff has happened from the pilot end? If that is the case, the pilot here is clearly making a mention of the fact that they haven't done so. So that means there is something to it. The pilots are clearly saying this. So there is no, that angle of it, of a manual intervention and a change may not have happened from the pilot.
All right. So what I'm saying is, the AIP report is not clear. It's not at all clear because they're saying fuel switch moved. Fuel switch cannot move automatically. So it is fuel shut-off valve, which is the valve which can move automatically. But the switch out there, okay, like you have an electric switch which is on your panel, right? That switch is in the on position, and you have a bulb. The bulb goes off. It can go off when I push the switch off, or it can go off because there was a power failure, right? So the bulb going off cannot be spoken as if the switch was put off. Here the AIP report is saying that the fuel switch was from run to cut off. Run means it is on and cut off means it is off. Okay. Under no circumstances the switch can be moved from run to off by any automatic machine.
In that case, Niranjan, Harsha is just responding right now. Harsha is saying that there is some indication of, as far as the fuel locking feature is concerned. Harsha, what's the fuel locking feature that you were basically responding to?
First thing, Shawan, that our experts will also agree that this fuel locking feature is not very old feature. In the year 2018, SAIB, which is the Special Airworthiness Information Bulletin in 2018, gave the report regarding the potential disengagement of the locking feature. So this fuel switch has the locking feature. So as our experts were pointing out, 1 or 1.5 minutes is needed to reboot it. We were explaining this yesterday as well, talking amongst ourselves, that the reboot is needed, and the time reboot was not there. And Air India didn't do any inspection of the fuel system because they didn't detect any issue pertaining to the fuel control switch since 2023, because there was no problem in other Boeings where this locking feature was installed. Therefore no inspection was done by Air India. There was no inspection done. Whether there could be a problem with the valve, there could be a problem with the locking
because
feature.
I believe a lot of our viewers are going to tune in. They're tuning in right now. Harsha, a lot of our viewers who are tuning in right now, the full report is out, ladies and gentlemen. Here on Republic TV, we're going to decode every bit of this particular report. We have the best of aviation experts joining us in a short while from us, helping us decode each of it. We are also going to put out the ramifications of this particular report, which has been put out right now. How exactly are the stakeholders really responding? Boeing has already responded to this report that has been put out around 1:30. Yeah, Air India has also put out a statement. So while we still do not know what really happened that day, what led to this particular crash, apart from the fact that there is an engine failure confirmation really coming in, the conversation between pilot 1 and pilot 2, those details in a short while from now. We're going to take you through every detail of this 15-page report that has been accessed.
We'll take a short break.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
As the war scorches and U.S. weapons start arriving again, the Kremlin is sending a message: we're still open to peace. But here's the twist. Is President Zelensky finally being cornered into deciding if he really wants to blink at all? Russia's war on Ukraine has raged for more than 3 years. But now, Moscow claims it's still waiting for Ukraine to restart peace talks, a third round of direct...
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मिर्च।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
The reason we've launched the Nationalist Collective is because we believe it is time now for a group of ideologically driven Indians to drive the destiny of our country. For far too long, people who have had interests inimical to national interest have held sway. We need to put nationalism first, nation first. The Nationalist Collective is a very clear and sharp movement, presents the spirit of a new India which stands by what is right, does what is right, and raises its voice for what is right. Remember, this country is safe only if it is in the hands of nationalists. This country will grow only if nation first becomes our principal motto, where the only ism that matters is nationalism. Join the Nationalist Collective. It is going to be the largest non-political movement in this country.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
As the war scorches and U.S. weapons start arriving again, the Kremlin is sending a message: we're still open to peace. But here's the twist. Is President Zelensky finally being cornered into deciding if he really wants to blink at all? Russia's war on Ukraine has raged for more than 3 years. But now, Moscow claims it's...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us on the special breaking news broadcast as we get you every detail of the Air India crash report. It's a 15-page preliminary report, and we here at Republic TV have been breaking down the details since 1:30 a.m. Shaban?
Well, little after midnight, Niranjan, is when the AAIB has put out its 15-page report. What led to the tragic crash, leading to the death of over 260 people. Ladies and gentlemen, while one aspect is very clear, that there was an engine failure, but what led to it? That clarity hasn't really come in from this report. Questions also emerge at this point in time as to with regard to the timing of the report being put out at around 1:30 this morning. No clarity really coming on that front. Let's go to quickly take you through each of the details that we have from the 15-page report here at Republic TV. We're going to decode the 15-page report. Point number one, the big breaking news now coming in from the report. The report says both the engines shut down mid-air within seconds after takeoff. Fuel cut-off switches moved from run to cut-off one after another in just 1 second. The report revealed that the fuel supply to the engines was cut off. Niranjan, question number one that we are asking. Is it now clear that this was a dual engine failure? Is that what the report really indicates?
Shaban, dual engine failure, and that big mystery around the fuel engine cut-off. Right, the fuel switch cut off. Now, that is where many of our experts this morning also asking questions, because this is something that was flagged in the year 2018. And let's show this. Let's show this. Shaban, why don't you also come here, Shaban? And let's show our viewers what this report indicates, right? One of the key aspects, ladies and gentlemen, is 15-page preliminary report. And it's clear from even the exchange between the two pilots as detailed in the 15-page report. This is what was recovered from the debris, from the crash site. This is the thrust levers. You can see it's written here, thrust levers, fuel control. These two switches that you are seeing here, the fuel control switches, were in the cutoff position. You will see here, Shaban. Shaban, come up here. Shaban, come up here. This is the fuel control switch. And if you can zoom in a little bit, the fuel control switch, according to this report that we have in our hands, was in a cutoff position, which meant that the fuel didn't reach the engines. Yeah, Shaban?
The question that I have...
Let's go back to that picture, please. That picture is critical. Let's go back to that picture.
I'm not very sure about this, and perhaps our aviation experts can come in. And Niranjan, you've also gone through the report. Help me understand that. Can this happen manually? Can this be from run to cutoff? So cutoff means what? Just to help our viewers understand. So which means when you have the aircraft running, that there's a fuel that goes to the engine. When the fuel is actually going to the engine, it's on the run mode. If it is cut off, which means that the fuel is not going to the engine. As per this report, engine number 1 was not receiving the fuel. And that's when a question or an exchange that happens between the pilot. Is that true?
Very interesting exchange. According to this report, Pilot 1 asks the second pilot, did you cut off? He says, why did you cut off? Let's go back to that first picture. That's the whole story. Let's go back to the first picture. This is the full story today. He asks the first pilot, why did you cut off? And the second pilot says, I did not cut off anything. Now, this is the exchange as recovered from the black box. The black box has the conversation between the pilots, between the aircraft and the ATC. So all of that has been recorded. And in that conversation, one aspect becomes clear. The pilot, according to this report, is heard asking, why did you cut off? And the second pilot is heard saying, I did not cut off anything. Now, these are the exact words, word to word, and this is what was recovered from the debris. Now, the report indicates that the switch, you see those two switches here, these are the exact same switches, the fuel control switches here. They claim this was in a cut-off position. Now, our aviation experts joining us on the broadcast this morning, Shravan, saying that it is not possible to cut off the fuel. It has to be done manually. It can't be done automatically. Now, if it has to be done manually, and if neither of the pilots did it,
can I ask you one more question? It's like an electric circuit. So if there is a sudden high voltage, high voltage electric transmission taking place, you would have a circuit which breaks it, preventing from an problem with this, with any of the appliances. Now, put that very logic here. Is there any way that perhaps if there was some other thing that was malfunctioning, which is why it goes into a cutoff mode or a safety valve? Because there was a mention of a safety, the kind of a valve that was in. So is there a possibility that perhaps there was another mechanical error leading to this valve, to a point where the fuel does not go to the engine? So is there any mechanism in place?
I think we'll go across to our experts and ask that question, Shravan, because even they are saying that this AAIB report is not very clear. Now, one aspect pointed out in this report, and this is a breaking news update. Let's get you the breaking news updates first up. If you're watching this broadcast, we have the full 15-page report. 2 or 3 aspects become very clear. This morning, the AAIB in its preliminary 15-page report has said both engines failed. Point number 1. Point number 2, it mentions that the fuel control switch, it can either be in a run position when the plane is taking off and in operation, or it can be cut off, which means you're cutting off the fuel.
Right.
It's as simple as that, and it was in a cut-off position.
So they make a mention of this in the report, and they say this, that the moment this actually happened, and in fact, they have detailed out the very moment after the takeoff, and perhaps we're going to put out the video, which will actually help us to understand.
And we can speak over the video. Shravan will speak over the video.
We're going to just put out
32 seconds. 32 seconds. If we can play the video, full frame, Shravan.
It's extremely important. Can we just go? So this is the time when they are still inside the perimeter of the airport wall. But remember, the ascent does not really take place the way it should have, which means the levers were already operating. It was an idle mode. But that's the very point when the first message comes in of the engine not respond. Partial recovery takes place. Engine 2 does not really respond, and the crash, that's when it happens. So exactly 32 seconds is all that it is airborne. And 0.9 nautical miles is when the crash actually takes place. So all is not well, even the moment when the takeoff is taking place. So it's not like it was airborne and that's when things are actually rapidly declined, but it was the very moment that you see this takeoff actually taking, place. And this is what they say. The crew of the flight basically begin their conversation. The aircraft achieved maximum recorded airspeed of 180 nautical miles. Now, this is about 8:08 UTC, and immediately thereafter. So immediately after takeoff is when engine 1 and engine 2 fuel cutoff switches transition from run to cutoff position. So this is the point we are talking about. One after another, within a time gap of just 1 second, engine N1 and N2 began to decrease from the takeoff values as the fuel supply to the engines was out. Now, this is the time when the RAT is actually deployed, which indicates that they are now basically going into some sort of an emergency backup, but that really also does not help for the kind of thrust that it needs to perhaps take on with their flight. The CCTV footage is where it shows that the rat was getting deployed during the initial climb immediately after the lift off. So immediately within a couple of seconds after the takeoff is when the engines are not operating, and that's when rat is basically deployed. They're looking for an emergency backup. Then there is an attempt that is made for an engine recovery. Engine 1 recovers for a few seconds, engine 2 does not, and the crash takes place.
And this complete failure is what this report has indicated. But at the same time, this report very interestingly makes a mention in the final conclusion that at this stage of the investigation, there is no recommended action to B7878 or the GE NX-1B engine operators and manufacturers. Now, there was a Mayday that was declared. We have the full timeline. The Mayday call was transmitted a little after 8:09. That's the UTC timing, according to the translated copy that we have from the black box, the conversation that was exchanged between both the pilots. Now, what is very curious, very curious, and we have our experts joining us on the broadcast. There are many exchanges. All is well for about almost 24 minutes. There are at least 9 exchanges. And at 1:37 p.m., 33 seconds, aircraft is cleared for takeoff for runway. And at 1:39:05, exactly 92 seconds later, a Mayday call is made. Now, what changed rapidly in those last few seconds? Let's go across to our experts joining us on the broadcast. Captain Randhawa, he's a former Boeing pilot, aviation expert, president of Federation of India Pilots, and I also have Devesh Agarwal, who's an aviation expert, joining us on the broadcast this morning. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us. Captain Randhawa, first up, to you, sir, another expert who was on our show a few minutes back mentioned that this fuel control cutoff has to be a manual intervention. It cannot be, triggered otherwise. But this report says there was also a conversation between both pilots. One asks the other, why did you cut off? The other says, I did not do anything, indicating perhaps that, at least prima facie, that there was no intervention on their end when the plane was already on the tarmac. What do you make of the details that you're getting in, Captain Randhawa, this morning?
You see, first and foremost thing, I would like to tell you that the fuel control switches, firstly, they're gated and they have guards on the side. The second part is that the switch, the fuel control switch, has to be pulled out and then put it to run. Similarly, if it has to be cut off, it has to be pulled up and then put it down to shut off. Now, this switch cannot be operated externally. It has to be done internally by a human interface. Point number 1. Point number 2, they have found the throttles to be in idle position. And the fuel control switches, as per the report, are to run. Now, this aircraft, first and foremost thing, few things are very clear, that the acceleration was normal. It was 5 tons below the limit of the aircraft. It had a V1 speed of 153 knots, and within 2 seconds it reached 155, which is the rotation speed. Aircraft rotated. It was not overweight at all. Temperatures were high, external temperatures 43, and they were on reduced thrust takeoff. So acceleration was normal, and aircraft unsticks and gets airborne at rotation speed. Now, after the aircraft gets airborne, I reiterate that there is a micro switch in the landing gear. When it extends, when it leaves the ground, the landing gear, it extends, the compression is off. That is the time the aircraft transits from ground mode to air mode. Now, within 4 seconds, after liftoff, these switches have been recycled, which is very intriguing. That how did it happen? It is too early a stage.
But Captain Randhawa, it leads to that kind of speculation when almost every expert is basically indicating that there is a manual intervention. Why would a pilot actually move from run to cut off when you have pilot number 2 basically?
Until unless both the engines are flamed out.
So this is
that
a
response. That is the only
condition.
The
are you saying that from run to cutoff? Are you saying from run to cutoff? This is after the engines were basically not responding. Is that correct?
Maybe because the DFDR can only actually tell you that what actually happened moment the aircraft lifted off. Those 4 seconds.
What is it that we don't? From this report, what are the unanswered questions right now, Captain Randhawa? Because you have flown.
Unanswered questions are moment the aircraft has lifted off. Were the engines running after the liftoff, or they were not running? Point number 1. It is not clear from the report. Now, if there is no action by the pilot and the switches have moved to cut off and run, I do not know how it is possible. It is not at all possible that without a human interface, that thing can happen. Now, both pilots, the CVR transcript says that they have not done it. Now, this is a contrary to what actually happens in the cockpit.
Okay.
I haven't heard of today a single case where the fuel control switches have moved automatically to run and cut off.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Yes,
sir. Go ahead. Sorry, make your point.
So the point is, within 4 seconds, what has transpired that the pilots have done it.
That's a very important.
Because the actions by the pilot in case of a twin engine, both engine flame out, is to cut off the switches and run to ensure that the EEC, the engine electronic engine control, is reset, and one engine has started picking up. The second one is still in the decelerating mode. So when this action has been done, then the one engine has started picking up. So it is not clear from the report and from the DFDR, which they will, in due course, they will be analyzing the DFDR in detail and corroborating with the other evidences available. Because this is very crucial, that what happened moment the aircraft lifted off till 4 seconds, when they found that the switches have been recycled.
Yeah.
That's an important question.
So you say it's the mystery of 4 seconds? Is the mystery of 4 seconds that's not answered in this particular report? Because one thing is clear, that the engines, because this report says that the engines were not operating, because immediately after the takeoff, the kind of thrust that it needs, it wasn't getting. It also makes a mention of the fact that there was a partial recovery of engine 1, but engine 2 did not recover. So it's very clear that the engines were not operating.
Yes. Why were they not operating?
Yeah.
So that is
that's the breaking.
So I think that's the breaking news now coming in. Thank you. Captain Randhawa, you're helping us to understand. So it's a fluid situation right now. Ladies and gentlemen, we are very clear from this report, Niranjan, the engines were not operating. Yeah. But this report makes no mention of why the engines were not really operating.
Exactly. Now, another interesting point, and I'll take this question to Mr. Agarwal, also on the broadcast and aviation expert. Let's get the breaking news update. Now, the breaking news update here is, Mr. Agarwal, that investigation has also found that both thrust levers were in a near idle position during the climb, indicating that the engines were not producing significant thrust, an unexpected situation, given the aircraft was still ascending. So, is it safe to say all these indications are of a complete technical failure, perhaps at this stage? Mr. Agarwal.
Hi, good morning, gentlemen. I am reading the report now. Please allow me to just encapsulate a few things. Multiple things have happened in a matter of literally 15 seconds.
Yeah.
As exactly what Captain Randhawa said, there are sensors in the 787 landing gear, which the moment you leave the ground, it says yes in the air mode. So you see that it says very clearly at 39 seconds, I'm not going to go into the UTC time, which is Universal Time Coordinated, essentially original GMT, so to speak. This is basically 1:38 in the afternoon and 39 seconds. At 39 seconds, the aircraft has lifted off. At just 3 seconds after that, engine 1 fuel cutoff switch transitioned from run to cutoff. And one gap later, that means 4 seconds, engine 2 fuel cutoff transitioned. And the engine slowly started spooling down. The video also the photograph there in the report shows the ram air turbine was deployed almost immediately.
Yeah.
So it says the ram air turbine was deployed at 47 seconds. That means now we are 5 seconds after the fuel switches have transitioned. And again, the engine 1 fuel cutoff switch transitioned from cutoff back to run another 5 seconds later at 52 seconds. The APU, which is the auxiliary power unit, which is a third kind of mini engine to provide electrical power, fires up or begins firing up at 54 seconds, 2 seconds later. 4 seconds after that, 4 seconds after the fuel switch of engine 1, the cutoff switch was transitioned, engine 2's fuel switch is transitioned to run. Now, these are memory items where if there is a dual engine failure, the pilots will recycle the switches from run to cutoff and cutoff back to run. And just incidentally, run is in is the up position, cutoff is in the down position, and you can see in the AAIB report, it says both the switches were in a run condition. It also, when it comes to the engine throttle, it says the engine throttle levers were in an idle position, but the DFDR has recorded that engines were producing, means the engine throttle, actually the engine control was at full power. So it could be possible that the throttles, were moved back during the impact. Now, the fact is that exactly what Captain Randhawa said, these are switches that require to be physically pulled out and then transitioned and then pushed back in. And there are guards on both sides of the throttle quadrant to prevent, many times pilots wear a long sleeve shirt and they, the cuff may get caught on the thing. So it is to prevent all these kind of things. Now, why has this happened? Number one, to me, is this is where, as I said, the preliminary report's job is to tell us what happened. It is the final report is going to tell us why it happened. That why part is still not answered. One thing is little concerning to me is that they have put out only one line, or rather 2 lines, saying that the pilots asked each other whether they, anybody had moved the switch, and the answer was no, and that the pilots transmitted a mayday. Please appreciate, we are talking of a grand total of maybe 15 seconds. We say that 30 seconds into the plane already started losing altitude before it had even crossed the airport wall. It has crashed 1.5 kilometers away from the airport. This has happened so fast that one cannot say anything, really. And by the way, in the AAIB report, there is a reference to an FAA SAIB.
Yes, I have that. I
exactly.
have that, sir.
But sir, I also shared with your producers, there is a link to a service bulletin issued by GE, the engine manufacturer, to change a IC in the engine control.
Can you tell me the page number, sir? I have that in front of me. I have the report that you have shared with me on my screen. Can you tell me the page number?
Bulletin issued by GE in 2020, which specifically says that you have to change the MN4 microprocessor in the engine electronic control unit, because the IC uses what is called a ball grid array, which is a kind of a packaging mounting method, which is also used in cell phones. It says that there can be degradation of the ball grid array solder, which is how a chip is mounted onto a motherboard. It says that can be a degradation. Now, this MN4 IC specifically is in the EEC, and it is specifically to the Gen X engine. It was issued in 2020. That is not been referenced in the AAIB report at all.
It is not. It is not. In fact, very interesting, because I have that the GE report that you're talking about on my screen right now. Let me bring in Captain Randhawa as well. Captain Randhawa, in this report, and this is page number 6, I'm going to read from it because somewhere the AAIB report has also given out something here critical. Maybe in the final report they will elaborate on it, the FAA has issued a bulletin on December 17th, 2018 regarding the potential disengagement of the fuel control switch locking feature. They had warned about it in 2018. And they had also said that this was issued based on reports from operators of Model 737 airplanes that the fuel control switches were installed with the locking feature disengaged. The airworthiness concern was not considered an unsafe condition that would warrant airworthiness directive by the FAA. What is interesting is it makes an interesting mention of Air India. As per the information from Air India, the suggested inspections were not carried out as the SAIB was advisory. SAIB said was advisory and not mandatory. So Air India here, according to the preliminary report, also says they did not carry out the suggested inspections by the SAIB because they were an advisory. It was an advisory and not mandatory. The scrutiny of maintenance records revealed that the throttle control module was replaced on VT A and B in 2019 and 2023. Now you're an expert, so you've flown the Boeing. Now when an advisory like this comes in, speaking about potential disengagement of the fuel control switch. Now, is that a warning? Would you consider that a warning?
See, if it was, the bulletin issued was advisory in nature. If it was that serious, then it should have been made mandatory. Now, when it becomes mandatory for the airlines, it becomes compulsory to carry out the modification or the check on the aircraft. Since it was advisory, the airline must have thought that, okay, we'll do some kind of checking on some few aircraft. But nevertheless, this was of a serious nature. I think when the AIB was issued, this should have been made mandatory so that all the aircraft around the world are checked for this, though this thing happened on the 737, not on the 787. The 787, the switches are more modified, I believe, than the 737. So, in my view, cursory checks should have been carried out by the airline, even though it was advisory in nature. But it's not mandatory for any airline to carry out if the circular so demands that it is advisory in nature.
Yeah. Now, very interesting, because I have with me also a report outside of the 15-page report with what Mr. Agarwal said. I have a GE report, GE engine report. I have to take a short break, but I request both you gentlemen to stay with us because in the GE report, it actually talks about the need to replace a microprocessor on the main channel board. This was specifically on engine, fuel and control. Now, there was a warning, there was a bulletin that came out in 2020 asking for certain changes to be made with this locking feature in mind. So I'll take a short break. We'll come back and talk about it.
We've got a little bit more details. We've got a little bit of more details. We're going to on this very point that you have made. Yes. Perhaps after the break, we're going to put out the details of the fuel locking feature and what's the clarity, whether at all there is any clarity as far as this particular feature was the main problem.
You've got some breaking news update?
There are some more details we are getting in.
This is outside of the report?
Yes, it's outside from the report. It's on the fuel locking feature in the Boeing aircraft and how does it really work? And what's this manual intervention? Because now there is a mystery that needs to be looked into. What really happened in that 4 seconds, as our guests were really pointing out? How did this fuel locking feature really affect the flight takeoff? And more importantly, why did the engines really not work? Because there's no answer from this particular report. We're going to get you all the latest details on the other side.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
reason we've launched the Nationalist Collective is because we believe it is time now for a group of ideologically driven Indians to drive the destiny of our country. For far too long, people who have had interests inimical to national interest have held sway. We need to put nationalism first, nation first. The Nationalist Collective is a very clear
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
As the war scorches and U.S. weapons start arriving again, the Kremlin is sending a message: we're still open to peace. But here's the twist. Is President Zelensky finally being cornered into deciding if he really wants to blink at all? Russia's war on Ukraine has raged for more than 3 years. But now, Moscow claims it's
This is Republic Jack Olival Studio. Stay tuned for all the live and breaking news updates. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Let's get started.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
The reason we've launched the Nationalist Collective is because we believe it is time now for a group of ideologically driven Indians to drive the destiny of our country. For far too long, people who have had interests inimical to national interest have held sway. We need to put nationalism first, nation first. The Nationalist Collective is a very clear and sharp movement, presents this.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
Welcome back. We have some breaking news updates coming in. Shravan has just received some more details because the whole focus of this report has now come down to a fuel switch cutoff. Now, what you're seeing on your screen, the two buttons you see there, that's the fuel control console. Fuel control console, you see the run on top, you see the cutoff. Mysteriously, in the case of the AI-171, the fuel switch was in a cutoff position just when the plane had taken off. Just when it had taken off, the fuel switch was in a cutoff position. Now, in the case of Boeing, Shravan has some breaking details on how this functions. He's picked up some more details. Shravan, if you can explain and then go across to our experts on what happened in those critical 4 seconds. Shravan.
As far as the fuel locking feature is concerned, there is a report that you mentioned, that was the FAA's report, the Special Airworthiness Information Bulletin, which made a reference to that potential disengagement of the fuel control switch locking feature. Now, what is this locking feature? I'm going to explain, and then perhaps you can take the breaking news coming in. The fuel locking feature in the Boeing aircraft fuel control switches is not automatic. The key word here is it's not automatic. It requires a manual action by the pilot to unlock before the switch can be moved. These switches are spring-loaded and have built-in brackets or guards to prevent accidental movement. So there is no accidental movement that can happen. So from run to cut off, it's not an accident. Pilots must intentionally lift the lock or guard before moving the switch to the cut-off position. Can I then ask Niranjan, perhaps if you can take this from the experts. When will a pilot do this? Under what circumstances would the pilot really move the switch? Is there a protocol in place? If so, what is it?
Yeah. Shravan, if I can quickly go to the screen now, right? And if we can ask our experts that, because we also have Sumit Sushilan who's joining us on the broadcast, right? Let's go full frame to the pictures. Now, I'll show you something here, Shravan. This is the console, okay, all right? This is the console. This is the switch that is in complete focus right now. This is the switch. This is the fuel control switch. And there are two positions the switch can be in, right? It can be in either run, which means the flight is in movement and in the air, or it can be cut off, which means you're just essentially, it's like this, you cut off the engine.
So this means that when it's in run, there is fuel that is being applied to the engine.
That's correct. Now, what most of our experts have been saying since this morning, and I don't know whether Captain Randhawa and Mr. Agarwal and Dr. Sumita are with us, but if you look at this picture, what you will also see here, because some of them are pilots, they've flown the Boeing. You see this barrier here. There is a barrier. There is a built-in bracket or a guard. There is a built-in bracket or a guard that you will see here. It's like a ring, essentially, which means it can't just go off, or you can't accidentally touch it, and it can't accidentally go to a cutoff position. It cannot go accidentally to a cutoff position because there is a bracket on the sides. There is a bracket or a guard on the side, which means you can't just by mistake cut off. It is manual in the case of the Boeing, but it can't just happen automatically. You have to do it manually, but it couldn't have happened even by accident, because the conversation between the two pilots, as stated in this 15-page report that we are analyzing.
If that's the case, Niranjan, why did the pilot say? Because the cockpit voice recording says one of the pilots is heard asking the other, why did he cut off? The other pilot responded that he did not do so.
He says, I did not do that. So Shravan, if the other had done it, I mean, it would have been recorded, it would have been seen, because they're sitting right next to each other, right? And it is a very, very big deal to cut off fuel. Nobody, and these are not ordinary pilots, these are pilots who had significant amount of flying, experience. Let me tell you about the experience of each of these pilots, Shravan. Captain Sabharwal, 56 years old, had 15,600 flying hours, including more than 8,500 on the Boeing 787. And the first officer, Kundar, 32 years old, had accumulated 3,400 flying hours and had been with Air India since 2017. Now, both were licensed, both were qualified to operate the Boeing 787 aircraft. These are pilots who are experienced, and they would not just have cut off the fuel. So, Sumit, Dr. Sumit, if we can come across to you. Now, obviously, there had to be manual intervention according to what all our experts are saying. And the conversation details that we have in this report says both of them are denying cutting off the fuel. But the pictures also show that the thrust lever was in idle during takeoff, which indicates that the engines were perhaps failing, not getting enough fuel. And the RAT was activated, which also tells you that all of this was kicking in at the same time, just when the plane had taken off. And then you have this fuel control cut off, which means something has drastically gone wrong. One, the fuel switch. Second, the RAT being activated. Point number three, the thrust levers being idle, which all of these, of course, the report is not saying it, but it appears to be complete technical/mechanical failure, isn't it?
Yes, the fuel control switch can't be by mistakenly taken down. Why? Because it have to be pulled up and then have to be taken down. So there's no chance that by mistake any of the captain has touched that button. So the report says that, that both the engines had gone shut down in 2 second gap. The first engine gone off, and after 2 seconds, the fuel control switch gone down. And then they tried to retrieve. There was a conversion. The sound which clearly mentioned it was the Captain Sumesh Sabharwal asking the first officer, "Did you switch off the engine?" And he clearly denied, "No, I didn't." And then they tried to switch it on, but one engine came up, but it took time, and the another engine had failed to start again. So that was a report it's saying, and it's a preliminary report, and they had clearly mentioned in the last point, because they had mentioned 11 points over there. In the 11th point, they had mentioned no action to be taken currently on Boeing 787. The further report is awaited. So it means because normally in this type of report, if any technical error by the manufacturer is mentioned, so the aircraft have to be grounded worldwide. Globally, the aircraft have to be grounded if the technical error is from the aircraft manufacturer side. So now the company, the AAIB itself is saying that wait for the another report which is expected to come after 4 or 5 months.
Yeah, and in this report, and I think Shravan, you can take this question with Mr. Agarwal. He has shared this very explosive report, and in this report, it's a report on engines. It says in the report that there is a need to replace the integrated circuit on the GE engines, specifically when it comes to engine fuel and control. Now, there is a very critical point here. It says a solder ball failure on the integrated circuit on the MCB could initiate a system effect that could result in an LOTC. What is an LOTC? LOTC is loss of thrust control or loss of power control, which appears to be what happened prima facie on the AI-171. You can take that forward with Mr. Agarwal. Shravan.
Mr. Agarwal, because you make a mention of the FAA report also, and the FAA report basically goes into details as far as the locking feature is concerned. And the first important point is with regards to this report, and it says that there is no problem, in fact makes no recommendations as far as the GE engines are being used here. As far as this aircraft is concerned, the Dreamliners are perfectly safe if you simply go by this report. I want to once again ask you, this fuel control switch locking feature, which is now perhaps the bone of contention right now. What really has happened here? Because there is no clarity. If at all there is manual intervention, why would the pilots do it in the first place? Second, if you see the cockpit voice recording, clearly the pilot is saying that why did you do it? The pilot says, I have not done it. So if there is a manual intervention, the pilot is refusing, pilot is saying that I have not done it. What does this really mean?
That's the question I have. See, just to let you, two things. Your colleague mentioned to the GE report. The GE report is more of a mandatory action that this needs to be done. Curiously, the AAIB has not referred to this service bulletin, which was issued in 2020 and reissued in 2021. Whereas they're referring to an advisory report issued in 2018. Now that, if you look at it, that advisory report covers almost all Boeing aircraft, not just the 787. There are various models of switches manufactured by Honeywell, but the 737 pilots reported this. So based on that, the FAA said, hey, this entire series of switches which are mounted on Boeing aircraft, please check them. We advise that you check the locking mechanism. So it is pure, but as Captain Randhawa said, obviously the FAA did not find that issue serious enough to make it mandatory. They only put it out as an advisory. There are various levels of service bulletins that one puts out, whether one is, one is mandatory, one is optional, one is advisory. So obviously this is not that major an issue, but why did this IC replacement thing not get caught up? One. Second, I have been asking my friends, I'm sorry, I'm not so familiar with the 787 throttle quadrant and fuel cutoff switches, but the AAIB report uses the word transitioned. Now, was that switch moved, or is there an electronic movement possible of this switch internally? Because the 787 uses an electronic engine control. So these switches, obviously the mechanical movement has to be translated into some form of electronic command. So is there something behind the scenes? And the memory item for a Boeing 787 pilot is that the moment they experience a dual engine failure, they must recycle the switch to try and relight the engine. And because this uses a full electronic automatic engine control, the moment they transition the switch, the computer itself starts powering back the engine. You need to spin up the engine to a certain speed before you can push fuel into it and ignite it and get the engine going again. In traditional aircraft, in older aircraft, it could take as much as a minute or so, but in the 787, it typically takes about 30 seconds. So, but clearly that was not enough time. You see the total timeline. The fuel switches have transitioned 3 seconds after takeoff, and in a matter of another 20 seconds, or not even 20 seconds, I think, just about 20 seconds, the plane has impacted the ground. This is where the preliminary report has told us what has happened, but it has not told us why it has happened. And that is where the final report, which could take as much as a year to do that. And the reason why there is no immediate action suggested is because, quite obviously, the investigators are not able to put a determinant clause on that why. If there was a clear indication that this has happened, this is a certain technical issue in the aircraft, they would have immediately issued what is called an emergency airworthiness directive, an EAD, which will apply to operators across the world, and they will say immediately do this, this, this.
So can I ask you a question, Mr. Agarwal? If an advisory like this has been issued in 2020, right, whose responsibility is it to take the corrective measures? Because this report that we have, the crash report, also says Air India, it says, as per the information from Air India, suggested inspections were not carried out, as this was merely an advisory and not mandatory. Now, whose responsibility does it become when an engine maker says you have to do this to avoid the LOTC?
Just to clarify, what the FAA issued in 2018 is an SAIB. It is just an advisory. The service bulletin, the GE service bulletin, which was issued in 2020 and 2021, that is a kind of a requirement. And there, the AAIB has not referenced this report, and we do not know if Air India carried out that change. I suspect they would have done the change. Air India is not shall we say, it's not a fly-by-night operator. It's a fairly serious organization, and the engineering skills have always been extremely good. So I would suspect, and I would err on the side of caution and saying that chances of this is something that Air India should answer, that did they take the necessary action on the GE service bulletin? Let's put aside the FAA service bulletin, rather the advisory bulletin. That really is not that critical.
Well, many questions. In fact, this question, this report, Shravan, has ended up raising more questions than answer. The questions that people had on their mind. I mean, I think even you would agree, Mr. Agarwal. Looking at, I think many people expected to understand what really went wrong. But once again, repeating what we know so far in the 15-page report, point number one, there was a switch in the fuel control from run to cutoff. It was cut off. It's not possible. It has to be manually done. And both pilots, according to the conversation in the cockpit and the black box recovered, are denying switching it off. Point number two, there is an RAT that is activated just when the plane is above the tarmac. It's just taken off, and the RAT has already been activated, Mr. Agarwal, which means there is something that has already been triggered immediately after the takeoff. And point number three, the thrust is in idle. The thrust is in idle immediately after takeoff, which also indicates that there was not enough fuel going into the engines. They were not getting enough fuel. So three indications of what went wrong. So, sorry, you want to add to that?
I was going to say the thrust levers were found to be in an idle position, but the report very clearly says that the digital flight recorder shows that the engines were at full power. So that the thrust lever being idle is something that could have happened when the plane impacted the ground and the levers got pushed into an idle position. Yeah. So, but the report very clearly says that the thrust levers were in an idle position, but the flight data recorder has shown that the engines were at full power. So that is for sure.
And how does the RAT kick in, sir? I mean, you see the RAM air turbine.
I agree. There's obviously been a dual engine failure. There has been a dual engine failure. There is no doubt about that. Okay, there is absolutely no doubt about that. Now, as I said, the checklist item
but
is
Mr. Agarwal, do we know, because everyone is asking, one thing is clear that the engines were not operating. This report makes absolutely no mention of the fact that the engines were not operating. In fact, they go ahead and give a clean chit. Here, right at page number 15 of the report, they're saying that they're making no recommended actions as far as the GE engine is concerned. GE engine operators as well as the manufacturers. There is no recommendations made whatsoever. So how are we to actually, really understand or perhaps wrap this around us that if their engines are not operating, those who are investigating today are saying that there is no need for any recommended action. It does not
That's
really
exactly
match
what
up.
I was trying to point out, that a preliminary report only tells us what happened. That part now we know. Now the answer is, why has it happened? That is something.
Is there a need to? But can you tell me if, it's a preliminary report, so we do not need to make any recommended action. Then why is the need to make this statement in the first place?
See,
this statement of at this stage of investigation, there are no recommended actions to B7878 or GE engine operators and manufacturers. If this is a preliminary report that does not give us a better understanding of what led to the crash, then why make this kind of a statement in the place or sneak this point in the investigation report?
It is part of the same protocol of a preliminary report, that there is no obvious glaring technical issue or a performance issue or a procedural issue that can be immediately identified. It doesn't say that I'm giving anybody a clean chit. It says I'm unable to make any immediate recommended actions because we have not been able to determine a conclusive why. That is what this is what the report, that is a standard preliminary report format.
Yeah. Sumit also wants to come in. Yes, Sumit.
Initially, what they are saying, the GE engine, there's no fault on the engine. The detailed report, the preliminary report which mentioned, is clearly mentioned the engine was operational. After when they had taken the parts, they had checked everything, and the GE mentioned found to be fit. You have to understand the entire aircraft are not made by one company. When the Boeings are making the aircraft, there are millions of parts are manufactured and given contract to multiple companies to make these parts. So now the fuel control switch, there is an error on the fuel control switch because there was no supply. That's why the engine was not operational. So now the investigation had to focus on the fuel control switch. Whereas when we are saying they had really given a clean sheet to the crew, there is no medical illness for any of the crew because the report came up even for the postmortem. The crew were completely fit. Even the Air India has suspended 3 rostering staff, seeing might be there is fatigue. But that was also make it very clear the crew were not fatigued. They are operationally fit for this entire aircraft operation. So there is no doubt on the Air India side as well as for the crew side. Now the entire thing is focused for the fuel control switch, and as you are saying, this is got tripped. It can't be go manually. It have to be done. But when there is some error, this switch can go can get tripped. So we have to understand this thing that now the another report which we are expecting, because all the report which came up right now had gone through a simulator test. The AAIB was doing a simulator test from past 1 week. And finally, the report came yesterday at 1 a.m. So this thing already had mocked, tested, a drill was done, and then they came up with this report. So finally, what we are expecting now, the final report to be done within 5 months.
Yeah, this morning, it's very curious, Shravan. You were expecting to get more answers, but as Abhishek also joins us in the studio. Abhishek, good morning.
Morning, Niranjan. Morning, Shravan.
More questions than answers, as even experts are noting this morning, that they were hoping for answers. But many of them saying, we know what happened, we don't know why it happened.
There are definitely some answers, but obviously this is a preliminary report. We have to, of course, tell our viewers that this is an ICAO mandate that when a crash happens, a preliminary report has to come within 30 days. Today marks 30 days. And that's why this report. So obviously there are some answers, but a lot of questions that need to be answered in our mind, in the minds of the people, in the minds of the families, and then of course those would have to be answered.
Just one point. why 1:30 in the morning would the report be put out? That answer does not really come in. I don't see any reason why perhaps at 1:30 in the morning.
Conspiracy theorist.
I'm just asking
I'm telling you.
I'm just asking a question. Why at 1:30 in the morning? Because I'm given to understand that this report was supposed to come in around 7 o'clock in the evening. Later on, there has been some discussion and it has come out around 1:30. We do not know why.
Does that coincide with the time that the markets close in America?
There are global stakeholders here. Let's not forget there are global stakeholders, and the fact of the matter is that. And that's the reason why perhaps the timing of the report.
Because, and we have to discuss, since you raised it, Shravan, the issue of switch, which is the key takeaway from this report, is something which American media was reporting.
Yeah, and that's the switch. Before we take a break, if I can just quickly tell our viewers, Abhishek, this is the switch that you're talking about. And it's all come down, the entire crash has come down to this switch. This is the switch. You will see here, the text here says fuel control. Let's hold. Fuel control, run position, cutoff position. When the plane is taking off, it has to be in the run position. But the report says it was in a cutoff position. Both switches were in a cutoff position, and it's not possible without manual intervention. Manual intervention, there were just two pilots in the cockpit. And both the pilots, according to the black box, did not do it. Pilot 1 asks the pilot 2, why did you cut off? Pilot 2 says, I did not do anything. So if neither of the pilots cut off the fuel switch, who did? Why did that happen? It only can be a manual intervention according to Boeing. We're taking a short break. This is the crux of the 15-page report. Shravan, Abhishek and me will be back with the details, breaking news updates, page by page, after this break.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
MDH की देगी मीरज
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का
MDH की देगी मीरज
The reason we've launched the Nationalist Collective is because we believe it is time now for a group of ideologically driven Indians to drive the destiny of our country. For far too long, people who have had interests inimical to national interest have held sway. We need to
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
As the war scorches and U.S. weapons start arriving again, the Kremlin is sending a message: we're still open to peace. But here's the twist: is President Zelensky finally...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome back. You're watching the live and breaking broadcast here on Republic TV of the 15-page report. This is the Air India 171 crash in Ahmedabad. We've accessed the preliminary report. Shravan and Abhishek joining us in our studios. Shravan and Abhishek, over to you.
Well, a month after the tragic crash that took place in Ahmedabad with over 260 lives that were lost, 30 days exactly after, we have a preliminary report of the investigation that has been carried out. Does it really answer the key question? What led to the crash? The fact of the matter, Abhishek, is that it does not, but it's also important to point out here that this is just the preliminary report. Absolutely. It makes no recommended actions. It only says that there was a dual engine failure. Over the next couple of minutes, we're going to decode this entire report and get in the best of aviation experts to help you understand what really happened in those 32 seconds after the aircraft was airborne.
First up, Shravan, our thoughts again go back to the families who lost their loved ones in that crash. Now, if you look at those moments, Shravan, when we saw the first pictures on 12th of June of the aircraft going down, the first impression was this is actually while landing. Yeah. It was actually takeoff where the engines did not give the thrust. So the first response or reaction in our minds when we were looking at those pictures were that, oh, the engines are not working. They are not giving the required thrust and the lift needed. And that's exactly what the preliminary report says, that there was no thrust and there was no lift, essentially because the engines did not work. Now, why the engines did not work? The report as of now, again, underscoring preliminary report, which is a mandate of the ICAO to be done in 30 days, says that there was some fuel control switch, yes, which malfunctioned. Now, we don't know whether this was a technical malfunction, whether this was a manual malfunction, because that's where the report seems to be maintaining some ambiguity, and that's the matter of conversation. But the fuel control switch, Niranjan, is going to be the focus all day today.
Yeah, Shravan and Abhishek, as you introduce the guests, you can go across to the guests, but for all our viewers joining us on the live breaking broadcast, simply put, this is what the report says, 15 pages. Simply put, one of the primary reasons why the crash happened, it comes down to this switch that you see here. This is what was recovered. These are the thrust levers recovered from the crash site. This is how it looks in a normal plane. If we can just put the picture, it came down to this. The fuel control switch, which is supposed to be in a run position, it's supposed to be on or in a run position, was in the cutoff, was cut off. It cannot be done automatically. It has to be done manually in a Boeing plane. And there is also on the side that you see here, there is a bracket, there is a guard, which means it cannot just happen by mistake. It has to be done manually. It needs manual intervention. But in this case, when the pilots realized that it was in a cutoff position, They asked each other. The first pilot, with over 15,000 hours of flying experience, asked his first officer, "Why did you cut off?" And the first officer said, "No, I did not do anything." So if neither of the pilots did, who then cut off the fuel going into the engines? Shravan and Abhishek, we can go across to our experts. Minu Wadia, one of India's biggest, renowned aviation experts, joining us on the broadcast. Right. We can go across to him.
Right.
Mr. Minu Wadia, I want to first begin by asking you, what do you really make of this entire report? Number one, it says that both engines shut down mid-air. The entire controversy surrounding the fuel lock switch system, many are saying that it could not have happened, that it has to be a manual intervention. What does all of this really point towards?
It's fairly clear, the report is fairly clear, but it's subject to misinterpretation from the so-called experts. Let me clarify right from the time of takeoff. First of all, when the aircraft was prepared for takeoff and it started rolling and open power, the engine developed enough power to gain speed above 180 knots, and it crossed the V1, that is decision no-go speed. So it had enough power to get airborne. The moment it got airborne, the pilots did realize something was wrong drastically, almost immediately. For the simple reason, as soon as any normal aircraft takes off, the first thing the pilot does is the landing gear up. Positive rate of climb, gear up. Now, in this case, the gear lever was up, the actual lever gear had not gone up. So it cannot go up for various defects as is. Also, the rat came on its own. That also has reasons for it to happen. Now, let me focus on the switches that you have been talking about. The actual switches on the aircraft on inspection were found to be on, not off. Also, in any takeoff situation, which is about 5 to 6 seconds after takeoff, no pilot ever is going to touch the fuel shut-off switches at all. Now, did they touch it? Yes, they did. Why and when? I'll explain. First of all, as soon as the pilots realized that they were not getting power, there was something drastically wrong with the engines, they tried to revive the engines. And for that is a procedure laid down. And then that is why they put the switches off and on immediately in 1 second. That should have revived the engine, and did happen. The report says so very clearly that one of the engines, the light up happened as when they put the switch on. But it did not develop enough power. Now, under normal circumstances also, when the engine has no power, for it to revive full power, it takes about 8 seconds for any large engine to get its full power. Here, there was enough time, as long as the power was up, the throttles were up, and the fuel switches were up, that is, they're on. There was no reason for the engines to be shut off. The very fact that the engines were shut off were not because of the pilot's action, but the pilots took action the other way around because the engines had failed and they wanted to revive the engine. That is why they took action in that few seconds that had happened. Now, the most important issue is to find out why has the power failed. Now, this system is very elaborate, and most of these modern aircrafts, fuel injection system is elaborate. And it can either fail, which is not very likely, or by intervention. In other words, the pilot's report, which has come out, has not referred to anything of sabotage. Obviously, they cannot refer to sabotage unless there's a clear indication. But the very fact that the engines had switched off virtually on their own because of fuel starvation, I would not rule out the possibility. It could have happened because of mechanical failures. It could have happened because of some deficiency in the system. Or it is also possible that sabotage angle should be looked into very carefully. So, therefore, to my mind, the pilots have taken the right action at the right time in all possible scenarios, and the aircraft has not crashed because the switches were put off by the pilots. No, it's the other way around.
Mr. Wadia, I mean, are you not still ruling out sabotage, because the report actually does so?
You did not hear me correctly. From the first day, right on the first day, I've said I do not rule out the possibility of sabotage, because The system is so elaborate, the fuel system is so elaborate, it can be manipulated, it can fail, or it can be sabotaged, which is a strong possibility also. And I do not rule it out. I do not say that's exactly what happened, but they should investigate that possibility also.
I just want to bring to you, to your notice, one more aspect, Mr. Wadia, so that you can comment on it. The entire focus of the report now seems to be on the fuel switch, fuel control switch. Niran, you want to get into this?
I mean,
I had a question to him, but maybe you can explain.
you can go ahead. You can ask.
You can explain, then I'll come to the question.
Yeah, so, I mean, we've spoken about the fuel switch. Now, what is very, very curious here, Abhishek and Shawan, is that in this report, there is also a mention. And we had experts this morning joining us live also point out a specific mention in page number 6 of the report. And in page number 6 of the report, I have an FAA issued directive. It's an advisory, right? Now, this has specifically got to do with the fuel control switch. The FAA advisory in 2018, December 17, 2018, was issued regarding a potential disengagement of the fuel control switch locking feature, which means this was spoken about, this was discussed in the past. The advisory was issued based on reports from different operators of 737 model airplanes that fuel control switches were installed with the locking feature disengaged, right? Now, specifically, in this case, the investigators asked Air India, and the information from Air India was that they received, that the information from Air India was that the suggested inspections as per FAA advisory were not carried out, as the SAIB was advisory and not mandatory, which means this was flagged. The fuel control switch issue was flagged in 2018. Now, very interestingly, and I have another report with me, and you can get in the second expert as well, Abhishek and Shawan. And the second report also in 2020.
Can I just add here?
Yeah, you can
a
add.
quick point, because the FAA,
yes,
and Mr. Wadia can also come in, and this is what the FAA had said. They had recommended all owners, operators of the affected airplanes incorporate the following action. Action number 1, inspect the locking feature of the fuel control switch to ensure its engagement. Now, for Boeing model 737, 700, 700C, 800, 900ER series airplanes and Boeing model 737-8 and 9 airplanes delivered within the fuel control switch having replaced the fuel control switch, we request that owners and operators report any failure of the locking feature of the fuel control switch to Boeing. The report should include the date the failure occurred, the fuel control switch. Can I also get in Harsha right now to just quickly get us more details, because now this is the
Mirza Faizan is also joining us.
This is the additional details. No, can we please get the reporter right now up, because this is the breaking news now coming in. The details that this was a recommendation made by the FAA. So did Air India follow this recommendation? When was this recommendation made? And if this recommendation was made by the manufacturers too, what did the airline really do about it? Harsha, what is this recommendation all about? And the fact of the matter is that whether at all Air India did actually adhere to it.
So, Shawan, Republic has got the hands on the SAIB report of 2018. There's the same report which has been mentioned in the preliminary report of the AIB as well. And the recommendation, as you were pointing out, is that whether it was advisory and whether SAIB did the mandatory checkings, but still, the Air India being the operator, it had to do the mandatory inspection of the fuel switch locking system. They had to check it time and again. This is what the recommendation has stated. Inspect the locking feature of the fuel control switch to ensure its engagement, which Air India didn't do, because Air India after 2023 didn't see any throttle in the fuel switch, and that's the reason they didn't inspect. That the report also stated. And also this airworthiness information bulletin is in the Boeing 737 category fleet 8 and 9 and 737 and 700 fleet. It is not in the 787 fleet. That means if the improved locking switch system of the fuel was installed in the Boeing 787-8, that means that inspection should have been done, because it clearly states here replace the fuel control switch with the switch having P/1766AT6143D, which includes an improved locking feature. That means there was an improved locking feature stated in the SAIB report, which we have exclusive in our hand, which clearly states that inspection of the fuel switch was to be done and the new locking feature system was to be replaced with the old was to be replaced with the new one. But in this case, it happened or it didn't happen. That Air India must respond, because the preliminary report directly states that Air India didn't do it. Back to you.
Okay, now, so I want to pick up from where Harsha is leaving, this FAA report of 2018, which Harsha just brought out, Niranjan, and you also mentioned about it. This was more in the nature of an advisory.
Yes.
More in the nature of information.
Correct.
What it does very importantly is that while technically speaking, that fuel control switch needs a manual intervention for the switch, this report flags the possibility of the switch tripping. The switch tripping, right?
Well.
But there is another FAA bulletin, Niranjan, of 2020,
correct,
which is 2 years after this, which is talking about not an advisory, it is a mandate, and it is talking about,
are you talking about the GE report?
The airlines.
The GE report?
Sorry?
The GE report, is that the GE
Not
report?
the GE report. This is another FAA bulletin.
Okay.
This is of 2020. That's mandatory. It is talking about changes that need to be made in a microprocessor chip, which is effectively in the EEC, which is Electronic Engine Control of the Engine Fuel Control Board. Exactly the board, motherboard, on which this fuel control switch is.
Yeah.
And there is a problem with the IC. That's the specific guideline that has come from FAA in 2020. Whether that had been adhered to, addressed, is something that would be matter perhaps of ongoing investigation, but that's an important aspect.
Yeah, I think that mirrors also what the GE had said to operators, saying that they had given an objective to ensure that a few changes are made so that the LOTC, the loss of thrust, is avoided, right? Now, this is a final conversation. Now, before I go across to Mr. Faizan, an aviation expert joining us on the show, this is what the report says. From the 2 black boxes that were recovered, there's something called a golden chassis. The golden chassis was brought to India. The 2 black boxes were analyzed in India, and from the initial analysis of the black box, and it's unprecedented because it's happened for the first time on Indian soil. So anytime there was a crash, initially how it would happen is that the black box would be sent to the OEM based in some Western country, and the black box would be analyzed there. But for the first time, the golden chassis was brought to India. We've analyzed it. And this is some of the conversation mentioned in the 15-page preliminary report. When that switch tripped, the fuel control switch tripped, this was the conversation. When the pilots realized immediately after takeoff, first of all, there are different emergency mechanisms that kicked in. One is the RAT, which had kicked in immediately over the runway when it had just taken off. And secondly, they realized that the fuel switch had cut off. And this is the conversation. Pilot 1 asks his first officer, why did you cut off? And the second pilot says, I did not do anything. I did not do it. Which means the pilots are denying doing it. Did it then trip is the question. Mr. Faizan, does this report eventually boil down to this in your view?
Hi, good morning. Thank you for having me. So, before we jump into that, we have to understand the design philosophy of an aircraft system, how we design an aircraft system. So the aircraft system is designed with a design philosophy. We call it a fail-safe design philosophy. And what do we mean by fail-safe design philosophy? That if the system fails, the aircraft is still safe, right? Now, if we are coming to a conclusion that the switch failed and it tripped, keep this in mind. There are 2 different switches for 2 different engines, the left switch and the right switch, right? Now, let us say one lock of one switch failed. So why did the second one fail, right? Both failed at the same time immediately. And within 1 second, it was in 10 seconds, it was actually the pilot might have turned this on as well. So I am not as of now, in an opinion that the switch lock system failed, and that led to both the switch failing at the same time. This is as rare as both the engines failing at the same time. Now, what could have led to this? First could be, massive electrical failure, right? I mean, switch is actually a physical system, but then it is eventually transferring electronics data, the command data to the actual fuel system, the fuel pumps and stuff like that. If there's a massive failure there, that would have led to the command from both the switch not reaching to the pumps, to the fuel systems, and then the fuel not reaching the engines. The second one could be, there might be a possibility that the system is behaving and it might have received some unauthorized system command. Now, what is unauthorized system command? This could be a typical software glitch when XYZ systems or the situation comes together, do this. So there might be a software glitch as well, right? So this is actually the subject of much detailed investigation, and the preliminary report is just telling us what the investigators found and which direction they are heading their theory towards. So this is my opinion as of this point of time.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Sure, go ahead, Abhishek. Go ahead.
No, you mentioned an unauthorized system command, but even if that happened, Mr. Faizan, is 30 seconds the time from cutoff to the impact? You think 30 seconds was not enough to make amends? Get the aircraft. I'm told that these are the kind of aircraft with the press of a button you can lift them if you know that the system, that the mistake is amended or the issue is sorted.
So we have to understand how the aircraft engines are reignited. There are three ways we reignite an aircraft engine. One is sheer wind power, right? When the aircraft is in the cruise phase and both engine flames out, so the incoming wind rotates the turbine and the pilot attempt to reignite it. So for that, the the velocity of the aircraft need to be more than 250 knots. Here, the maximum velocity of the aircraft was 180 knots, so which could not have been possible. The second was assistant reignite. Assistant reignite is the aircraft reigniting system works with the wind power to assist this. And the third one, which might have happened here, is auto reignite. In auto reignite, the algorithm kicks in and starts taking steps. So in auto reignite, it takes 30 to 90 seconds for the engine to reignite and give the full thrust, which is required for the aircraft to keep the aircraft on air, in air at that point of time. Unfortunately, the pilot in this aircraft got between the engine failure and the crash, they got something close to 20 seconds. So 30 seconds. 20 seconds was not enough time for the aircraft to come to full thrust and reignite and come to the full thrust.
Yeah. We also have Group Captain Anant Mathur joining us on the broadcast this evening. He's a test pilot, former IAF officer with over a decade of experience as captain and trainer in commercial aviation. Minu Vadia, aviation expert, former Air India captain, continues to stay with us. This is a very, very critical broadcast, ladies and gentlemen. We got details of the preliminary report. We accessed it at 1:30 a.m. and we've been breaking down the details. 241 families that want answers to what really happened on board. Among the key takeaways, Group Captain Mathur, if you're there, my question to you is, and then I'll go across to Captain Minu Vadia as well. There was an advisory in 2018, and I also have a service bulletin of the GE NX-1B in 2020, revised in 2021, which specifically spoke about, point number one, loss of thrust control happening, and asked for a few changes to be made across the board to all the airlines that operate on the 7878 series. The specific change that was asked for, also with me in the service bulletin, it said that the service bulletin talks about a condition where a solder ball failure on the integrated circuit on the MCB could initiate a system effect that may result in LOTC, which is loss of thrust control. This is a GE service bulletin given out in the year 2020, revised in 2021. And similarly, the report that I have here with me issued by the AAIB, Abhishek, also speaks about the FAA advisory in 2018, speaking about potential disengagement of the fuel control switch locking feature. And according to the AAIB, which has issued the 15-page preliminary report, Captain Mathur, one of the takeaways is, it says, as per the information from Air India, suggested inspections were not carried out as the SAIB was advisory and not mandatory. Now, from all the indicators here, and of course, like most experts are saying, this report tells you what happened, but not why it happened. What happened is that engines failed. There was no fuel going in. The fuel was cut off. But what next? What can we expect? Because the answers are not here. What can we expect in the next few months? What are you looking forward to hearing from the investigators, sir? Captain Mathur. I think you're on mute, sir. You'll have to unmute yourself. Sir, you're on mute, Captain Mathur. Can I request you to unmute yourself? All right, just lost the line. Captain, Mr. Wadia, do you want to take that question, sir? Mr. Wadia can take that question.
First, certainly. All aircrafts, whether it's Boeing, Airbus, all aircrafts find that this particular switch is so important that it cannot be left just as a normal switch. By accident, if it goes off, that means the engine can be shut off. Therefore, all aircrafts have a fail-safe mechanism to this particular switch. In other words, just by for action, a single action, or by turbulence, that switch will not go off. It has to be by a physical attempt to put the switch off. That means it has a locking mechanism. Different aircrafts, Boeing, Airbus, have different mechanisms, but they all have different mechanisms on this particular switch, which is so important. Therefore, to presume that the switch could have accidentally gone off is not acceptable at all, to start with. Secondly, immediately after a takeoff, it is unimaginable why any pilot in the first few seconds of takeoff, when he has to put the gear up and continue climbing, would even think of touching the switches to put them off. The only reason why I would suggest that they actually did touch them is when after they realized that the engine had flamed out and there was no power in the engines. So what they did, put the switches off and on again. And that is why the report also says that there was initial ignition, that there was initial power which came, but it wasn't sufficient enough for it to gain enough power for it to take off and climb further. So I wouldn't put the cart before the horse. I would not say that the pilots switched off the fuel and that is why the engines failed. No, that's not possible. It is the other way around to start with. Secondly, when you talk of these important fuel switches, the equipment is so elaborate. There are many mechanisms which go into fuel feeding systems, and therefore it is not necessarily that the power could have been switched off only by this particular switch which is in the cockpit. It could be by a design of the aircraft itself. It could have malfunctioned somewhere where the fuel is cut off to the engines. Now, as we have said on the day one of the accident, there is a very possible chance that it could have been sabotage also, though there's no evidence so far that there would be sabotage. But that area has to be gone into and studied as to why would the system, if the system is totally fail-safe and the fuel will keep on coming to the engine, so the engine has to be powered, so why would it fail? So these are the areas which either mechanical failure or even kind of sabotage to be considered very seriously.
So I mean, you still believe that there could be an angle of sabotage that should be investigated, sir?
I have a question on that.
You want to ask him?
Maybe we want to take
I just want to show this picture. I want to show this picture while you go back to Mr. Wadia.
Okay, we don't have to take the break. I will ask a question after you show this.
Okay, so quickly, if I can tell, I want Mr. Wadia you can take that question with him, but I want to show this picture, right? This is the fuel switch, Abhishek. I mean, we've spoken about it. We've shown the picture. This is also attached in the 15-page preliminary report. This is a switch, and it can't just go off in a Boeing 787. It has to be manually operated, which means if you want to switch it from run to cutoff, this is fuel control switch. If you have to switch it from run to cutoff, you've got to just switch it. It has to be done manually. And it can't happen by accident that it goes down, because you see here there is a barrier. There is a bridge or a barrier here which ensures that there is no accident that happens. It can't accidentally go off. It has to, like some experts are saying, trip or something has to really go wrong for it to be in a cut-off position. So if the report is saying that it was cut off, and why are we saying it was cut off? Look at this picture. This will perhaps give you an answer. The same unit is here, and this was the burnt out unit found at the crash site. This is the thrust levers and the fuel control, and the investigators prima facie have found out that the two switches that you saw there are here as well, and they were in a cut-off position. It's not possible that after the crash both cut off, no.
Yeah.
Because all indicators are that they were cut off.
Yeah.
And the pilots are heard discussing, did you cut off? No, I didn't cut off, right? That's what makes, do you think that's what makes a sabotage angle?
That's what my question to Mr. Wadia was actually. Mr. Wadia, now when you say sabotage, the aircraft is cleared for takeoff, the aircraft takes the 180 knots speed which is required for liftoff, it lifts off well, and then something happens. So if you're saying that sabotage is one of the possibility, then obviously the corollary is that sabotage, if it happened after liftoff. Is that right conclusion to draw?
Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. Because nothing happened during the time of takeoff. At the time of V1, the speed was enough for him to continue takeoff, and he did actually take off. But the very fact that he did not even put the gear up, because the gear could not go up actually at that point in time. That is why the gear was left down. And the sabotage angle, I'm not saying it has happened in the cockpit because of the switches. It could be in the system itself, in the engineering, the design of the aircraft. It could have been tampered with, where the fuel can be cut off immediately after takeoff.
So you mean to say that sabotage could have been programmed beforehand, and that it kicked in immediately on liftoff?
Correct. Absolutely right. That's possible.
That takes the whole thing into a very different domain, where you are thinking of a cyber operation to carry out this kind of tinkering with the system, because typically I would assume that the aircraft is offline, it's not on internet grid. So, I mean, how does it work out? That's a very interesting domain we are getting into. Mr. Wadia, I have a couple of more questions to you, but I'm told...
this is a very interesting point, Abhishek. A lot of people asking that question. Maybe we want him to complete that and then we'll take a break. Let's
do that. Let's do that. Okay.
Yeah,
so, Mr. Wadia, help us explain. If that sabotage had to happen, and if it was not a mechanical, manual, post-liftoff sabotage, then in the case of systems of the aircraft which is offline, which is not on an internet grid, how does that sabotage happen?
It doesn't have to be on the internet grid, and it doesn't have to be done by a cyber attack. The aircraft system itself can be programmed by specialists. This aircraft is so complicated, and the fuel system is so complicated by various inputs coming in, and is made fail-safe. However, a person is totally familiar with the system, he can probably manage. Now, how it can be managed, I am not competent to qualify or to comment on it, but it can be it can be manipulated in a way where the fuel immediately after takeoff can be cut off to the engines. And therefore, it is not cut off to one engine, it is cut off to both the engines. If it was a coincidence, it could be one engine. Why both the engines almost at the same time? So that is an angle which needs to be studied. And because the AIB has not referred to sabotage, it is because they have not found any clear evidence to show that there has been sabotage.
Also, Mr. Wadia, in the earlier part of our conversation, you were saying that if the engine has to be rebooted or revived, it takes just 8 seconds once that press of a button happens or the pilot takes that call. Now,
no, it's not a question of 1 second of a button happening. The engines are so large in modern large aircrafts, or Jumbo or the 777, the engines are so large that from the time you start revving up for it to develop full power, approximately 8 seconds are required for it to develop full power. So therefore, even if you started and open power totally on your throttles, you may not get full power immediately. It'll take some time for the power to develop and be available to you.
And the RAT does not take care of this aspect of this control switch? Like the RAT has no way to overrule and take the aircraft up again?
No, RAT has no connection whatsoever. RAT is only a secondary device to give you additional electrical power and hydraulic power. And so, therefore, it has got nothing to do with the engine's fuel system or starting the engines. They're totally disconnected.
All right, so we are getting into a very interesting part of the conversation on what exactly happened in those 10, 15, 20, 39 seconds.
4 seconds.
When the aircraft went down, you know, from the liftoff to the crash, 39 seconds. We have to take a quick short break, coming back on the other side.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
The reason we've launched the Nationalist Collective is because we believe it is time now for a group of ideologically driven Indians to drive the destiny of our country. For far too long, people who have had interests inimical to national interest have held sway. We need to put nationalism first, nation first. The Nationalist Collective is a very clear and sharp movement, presents the spirit of a new India which stands by what is right, does what is right, and raises its voice for what is right. Remember, this country is safe only if it is in the
Welcome back. You're with the live and breaking coverage of the Air India 171 crash report. It's a preliminary report, ladies and gentlemen, and we've been breaking it down in our studios along with Abhishek Kapoor and Shravan Sen. The 15-page report is here. It's also on republicworld.com, and a large chunk of our viewers staying with Republic this morning on the live coverage, 10x more than the nearest competitor. So thank you for that, ladies and gentlemen, for believing in us and being with us on this breaking news coverage. And while we were on the point, Abhishek, Minu Wadia, one of India's most trusted voices on aviation, on everything aviation, someone like him saying that you can't rule out sabotage. Now, all indicators showing that something happened, and it was perhaps not manual intervention. The pilots didn't do it. There is conversation showing that the pilots didn't do it. Shravan is walking in with some breaking news update. Shravan, you can also join us in the studio. But I also have, if you can also tell us a little bit about, while to take that conversation forward, Faizan, if I can get you in for a minute, because we have one mention here on the report of the RAT kicking in, right? The RAT being deployed in an extended position. It was deployed in an extended position.
But it was not enough.
It was, but it was immediately on takeoff. You just see...
That's a clear indication of the fact that things were not working immediately
after takeoff.
So you only bring in this kind of an emergency power backup when both the engines are not responding.
I want to understand if the RAT kicks in to take care of an engine emergency, and that's exactly what happened, then why the RAT did not really overcome the deficiency? Did the RAT also fail, or RAT is not powerful enough to take care of this kind of engine failure emergency? I mean that's what...
I think Captain Minu Wadia wants to say something, but Faizan, quickly if you can come in, and I'll go to Minu Wadia after that. Yeah, Faizan. I think you're muted, Faizan. You're muted. Can you unmute yourself?
I'm sorry about that. So let's understand the function of RAT. RAT is not a small additional engine. RAT is there to, in case of engine failure, when the engine fails, the electrical system fails. There's no electricity being generated by the generator, which is the engine. So RAT is deployed to do two functions. Number one, generate some electricity to keep the critical systems up and running, and it just works like a windmill, right? And the second thing is that it generates some pneumatic pressure around 3000 psi to have critical hydraulic system up and running. That is the maximum a RAT can do. RAT is not an additional small engine which it can replace the two engine failed. So that's the function of RAT.
Minu Wadia, while we were asking that question, Mr. Minu Wadia was very, he seemed animated. He wanted to say something. If he's there, I want to go across to Mr. Wadia. Mr. Wadia, are you there?
Let's go to him.
Yeah. On the
exactly.
rat question, sir.
That's exactly what I said earlier, because RAT has got exactly what I was explained to you earlier. The RAT has got nothing to do with the engine power. It cannot augment power to make the aircraft fly. And exactly what you were explained earlier, RAT is to give you additional electrical power to have some systems information available, etc. So it has got nothing to do with engines.
Sir, are you telling us that immediately on takeoff, because I have that question, if I have that picture, sir, and if our producers can also put up that picture on the screen, there is a picture attached in the report where you can see the plane over the tarmac. It's on the runway. It's just taken off, maybe 1 second after takeoff, and the RAT is already in an extended position, which means it is already activated. So you're telling us that just when the plane was taking off, the systems detected something.
Absolutely right, yes. And that is why I'm correlating with some other facts also. The very fact that the gear was left down, I am sure the pilot immediately after takeoff, that is the normal call is positive rate of climb gear up. So that happens within say about 2 seconds or so. The very fact that the gear was not raised, something drastic has happened almost immediately. And that is why you see even the RAT, that is...
Mr. Wadia, if you can speak over this picture. It's right above the tarmac.
The evidence is given, correlating the evidence with the gear also and the RAT also, which gives you the fact that something happened almost immediately on rotation, or immediately. That's why problems had started happening not when he was about 600 feet high. Its problem started almost immediately, and that is why the pilot even tried to, which he normally never touches the fuel switches, never. But he has realized that the engines have failed. He realized that there is no ignition in the engines, and therefore he probably tried to put the switches, the fuel switches, which has a guard. It cannot be done by accident. It cannot be done with one action. It has to have a multiple action to put the switches off and then on again. And what shows also in the AIB report that there was a little bit time light up, and there was a little bit of fuel and ignition available, but it wasn't certainly sufficient for it to get the momentum to continue flight.
Okay.
Go ahead. Can I just bring it? Mr. Venkatesh Rao, in fact, someone who is, Niranjan and Abhishek, Mr. Rao has time and again fought several of the deficiencies that we have essentially seen in the functioning of Air India itself. And the fact of the matter is that following the crash here at Republic TV, we have put out documentary evidence of several things that have gone wrong, or it has raised some, alarms. Mr. Rao, one thing is very clear from this particular report that has come in, that the engines were not operating. The question that many were asking, and in fact Mr. Meenu Wadia had elaborated on this, that I'm not ruling out the sabotage angle, because the question here is what Niranjan was pointing out. It's about the fuel switch lock system that is in place, which means that there was a manual intervention. The manual intervention was perhaps because an attempt was made by the pilots to reboot, and that did not really work out well for the pilots. First, your big takeaway, what is it that you make of this particular report? Because here, as we understand, rather than answering a lot, there are more questions that it has thrown up.
Thanks, Shavan. Thanks for that introduction. Let me make it very clear, Shavan. This is a preliminary report. We have the conversation between both the pilots in the cockpit asking each other who shut it off. The immediate response of any normal human being would be put the goddamn thing on. That is not being heard. And there is nothing to show that they tried it. I mean, yes, the debris and what we're looking at after the incident, it does show. But the question is, how did these switches go back to cut off? These are fail-safe switches. And as Captain Wadia said, there is a software also involved in this. But the fact remains is how much can be tampered or not, I'm not getting into it at this point of time. But like I said, the 2018 circular issued by Boeing, by FAA, to look at those switches, we do not take that, very, very, we just say, oh, they said do it, but do we really need to do it? You see, so that is also another factor here. We are so like, unless you beaten to do something, we won't do it. And that is where the whole problem lies. When an advisory is given, just incorporate it, test those switches once in a while, nothing goes wrong. So there are a lot of unanswered questions here as well. And as I said, this is a preliminary report, Shravan, so we'll have to wait till the main report comes up. I don't know when it will come up. And we will be having this conversation time and again. And Captain Meenu Wadia has been crying hoarse for so many years. It's all like water on a duck's back. It's only an accident that brings us to where we are today discussing it. And I hope something concrete is learned out of this.
Yeah.
But having said that, you will see that, I mean, they say that the decoder is damaged. I'm surprised that a decoder can be damaged. It is supposed to withhold so much pressure and so many other things. I wouldn't want to get into that at this point of time till the actual main report comes out.
Yeah. Also, Mr. Rao, since we are already discussing the possibility of sabotage, as Mr. Wadia suggested, both the possibility of pre-liftoff and post-liftoff. We have it from the investigation, which is, I think, not part of the AAIB report, but the fact that the AAIB has used, scientists from the DRDO who can make a psychological profile to do a profiling of the crew that was there on board, including the two pilots, including the rest of the crew. Why would this be done?
There's also another interesting aspect, and Captain Wadia will agree with me. The cockpit also has cameras that is monitoring what the crew are doing in the cockpit. There's also a galley camera. And we don't seem to be getting any visuals on what actually happened in the cockpit at that point of time. Why is that not recording being looked at? That's number one. And as you said,
can the cameras survive? I mean, the black box can survive, but can those cameras also survive?
No, but does the camera feed get into the black box?
It will be recorded in the black box, right? All parameters are being recorded on that DFDR.
Including video, you are suggesting? We always thought that the cockpit voice recorder only gets the audio. Like you saying video also?
No, the later aircrafts that came in, they came in fitted with a camera to record what was happening in the cockpit. The moments, voice you're getting, but the moments that actions that have been taking place in the cockpit, you will not be able to see. Like I'm again coming back to what I'm saying earlier. When it went to cut off, normal reaction would be to put it on again. Yes, as Captain Meenu Wadia said, it takes 8 to 10 seconds for the engines to restart, given the size of the engines. But the fact remains is we don't hear somebody saying, put the goddamn thing on. That would be the first reaction of any normal human being. And now since you say that they're profiling, I mean, I have been, this is not the topic that needs to come in now, but you need to look at when you say, oh, the crew were well rested. Actually, were the crew well rested? Is also another conundrum that is not going to be answered. Because in the aviation parlance, we call the rest is from key to call. That means from the time you get your hotel key till you sleep and you're woken up for your call. But in between or before that, did it actually get that mandatory rest also needs to be looked at. So maybe that is why they're bringing in the profiling. I really don't know.
The mandatory rest, Mr. Rao, as far as the rest aspect of the pilots are concerned, that it does find a mention in the report saying that there is absolutely no problem. But Captain Mathur, just to take from where...
Seven, that's exactly where I'm coming in.
Yeah.
The rest period is mandated by a person who's never flown the aircraft. Okay. So he doesn't know what the human mind of the pilot or a crew is going on there.
Okay. Yeah.
And I say this with experience, Avan, you know me.
Right.
You know, so I'm not getting into that at this point of time. But the fact remains is that if you're bringing in somebody to psychoanalysis something, then a lot of factors also need to be looked at, Shavan. We can't just leave it in limbo.
Absolutely.
So, There are a lot of unanswered questions also in this preliminary report. It is a
Obviously,
preliminary
there's no
report.
doubt. I mean,
There's no doubt.
This is obviously
Captain
a preliminary report by its very mandate to be done in 30 days. I'm told that aircraft investigations, accident investigations can go on for months together, sometimes a year and more. So obviously there are a lot of questions that would subsequently get answered.
Can we take to the next level now? Captain Mathur, as Mr. Rao was saying that the first response the pilots would have had, put it back. Help us understand what perhaps led to that situation. Was it because the engines had failed? So obviously there was a response. They had to do something to, perhaps bring back power to the engine. And the fact of the matter is that if at all it was brought, if there were changes that were made, what were the reasons? What could possibly be the reasons why the pilots had to actually make those intervention, a manual intervention as far as the fuel switch is concerned?
Are you talking to me?
Yes, Group Captain Mathur. Yes, Group Captain Mathur.
So see, one thing that I want to tell you is that first thing that I would like to very strongly say is that it is very easy to blame the pilots for something when they are not even there to defend themselves. So before we go and start thinking that pilots were responsible for this action, I think we need to be very clear before we make these kind of statements. Initially, I remember seeing somebody, a captain in white skin, trying to first blame the pilots for not having selected flaps. Then he tried to blame the pilots for something else. And today we are hearing pilots' mental health being discussed as if that becomes the primary cause. When we are deciding something like accident investigation of this magnitude with so many lives are at stake, what should I say, light statements which are coming out just indicate that there are multiple forces at play which are trying to guide the investigation in a certain direction. That's what I feel. Second aspect is when you are discussing design of an aircraft like this, a very advanced aircraft, at the design stage, as a test pilot, I can tell you that the aircraft is designed in such a way that there is no possibility of what we call making the aircraft idiot-proof. What does it mean? That no single switch which is selected in the cockpit or the maintenance can affect both engines simultaneously. Here in this case, we find both the engines have been starved of fuel, as what we can make out with the fuel shut-off valve being put off. Now the fuel shut-off valve, there is a physical movement of the fuel shut-off valve, and in a complicated aircraft like this, ultimately it is the electrical signal which is going to the shut-off valve. Is the shut-off valve being switched off physically in the cockpit, or it is that the electrical signal has gone to the fuel shut-off valve to switch them off? I really do not have an answer at this stage to this question. But the surprise element which is very evident in the crosstalk between the two pilots, it means that they are themselves surprised and none of them have actually touched the switches. One is asking the question, other is feigning complete surprise, because when they make that call is the time when the pilot feels the thrust reducing. And that is the first indication. That is what is called as seat of the pants for each pilot. And both of them are experienced pilots, professional pilots, well trained on the job. So you cannot say that there was a lack of experience here. They are well rested. So there definitely seems to be a question that Boeing has to answer. And that is why I say there are big game players at play at this stage who are trying to twist and turn these statements in a particular direction, which may not be good for the company.
Wow. Okay. I see that a lot of. I have to just sorry. I'm tempted to come in here. Group Captain Mathur obviously wasn't very happy with what Mr. Rao said, and there is obviously an element of question that's coming in on the narrative here. Point number one, I just want to add one point, Abhishek and Shravan, that in this report I have with me, and another aspect that I need to make very clear. When the fuel control switch was at off, there was an attempt made to put it back to run position again. Okay? There's a clear mention made there. They tried to do it immediately after that conversation. What Mr. Rao said, why is there no conversation saying put that damn thing back on? It did happen. Okay. Now I'd like to point out to that. In this report, it says the engine 1 fuel cutoff switch transition from cutoff to run at about 8:08:52. And the second engine at 8:08:56, 4 seconds later, engine 2 fuel cutoff switch also transitions from cutoff to run. They did it. How did it go from cutoff to run? Obviously, the manual intervention had to happen, right? Because they've discussed it, they realize something's wrong, they do it in 4 seconds, and then the fuel control switches are moved from cutoff to run. While the aircraft is in flight, each engine's full authority dual engine control automatically manages a relight and thrust recovery sequence of ignition and fuel introduction. But a few seconds later, exactly about 9 seconds later at 8:09:05 UTC, I think the Mayday call was at 1:39 India time, 1:39:05. 9 seconds before that, it came back to run, but 9 seconds after that, they said Mayday, and there was a crash. There was a crash. So, but they did. Yes, Mr. Rao, I see your hands are up. Sure. You want to respond to Group Captain Mathur?
No. I have nowhere said that I am blaming the pilot for what has happened. I am only saying what a normal human reflex would be. And that has not been recorded. As you said, they did do it.
Yeah.
Correct. But the thing is, put it on. Somebody would have said, put it on. Right? I'm not saying they didn't do it. And let me tell you, you are paid so heavily, as Captain Mathur said, to fly on the seat of your pants. Yes. We are describing or discussing the whole aspect, not individually on one point. Like I said, this is a preliminary report. But understand one thing, there are many factors. Like, why did this switch malfunction? And these are all fail-safe switches. When I say fail-safe, it's not like on their own they'll come back. It has to be done manually. There has to be physical force to either put them on or to put them off. So these are questions that need to be answered by the Accident Investigation Board. So and let me make it very clear, I am nowhere suggesting that there is a pilot error in this as Captain
Can I ask you, shouldn't the airline be answerable on this?
My question is to you also, Shavan. Shavan, my question is to you and Abhishek. And to our panelists, Group Captain Mathur, Mr. Rao and Mr. Wadia. Right? All of them are senior experts, right? Is there a clean sheet given in this report to either Boeing, the engine makers, or Air India?
Okay.
Is there a clean sheet to anybody in this report?
If you ask any of the experts, they are saying it's not, because it's pretty much what a preliminary report would have looked into. That's the reason why.
Then why would they? In that case,
that's the question. That's the question I've asked. And in fact, a short while back, one of our experts was pointing this out. Devesh was pointing this out by saying that this is a typical response in a preliminary report, because I don't have an answer to the question. Hence, I'm making no recommendation.
No, but how can they then say that at this stage of investigation there are no recommended actions to B7878 or GE NX 1B engine operators and manufacturers?
But they can't.
No. One second. I'm talking about the advisories that came in 2018, 2020, 2021.
That is the reason why.
And Air India told
going beyond, I can tell you why. From the report itself, I can tell you why. The downloaded flight data is approximately 49 hours. 49 hours of flight data, right? And the recovered audio was of 2 hours length. We are discussing 40 seconds out of 120 minutes. Also, the downloaded, the other EAFR or the other black box of the two black boxes,
yes.
The second black box, which is at the tail, is so substantially damaged that they are yet to recover any, substantive amount of data from that. That's what the report is saying on page number 13, which means there is a reason why they would not have come to a conclusion or would not risk coming to a conclusion, because there's tremendous amount of data that still needs to be retrieved and analyzed.
Then it's wrong to say there's a clean sheet to anybody. There is
absolutely. That's the reason why there cannot be a clean sheet to anyone, including the sabotage angle, as Mr. Wadia is saying.
Yeah, but you both must also accept the fact that it does not answer a lot of questions too.
Yes.
And perhaps they are not in a position to do so. Question number one, why did it fail? We do not know. The fact of the matter is that if at all there was from run to cut off to run, how does it happen? It does not answer those questions. So these are two basic questions that remain completely unanswered as far as this report is concerned. More experts would be coming in.
I have a request for Group Captain Mathur, Mr. Rao and Captain Minu Vadia. Right now, we have been told that our live streaming numbers are 17x of the nearest competitor, which means everyone's watching you, everyone's hearing you, they're all intrigued. Can I request you to please stay on with us? I need a 30-second break. Commercial break. Have to take it, sir. Please stay with me. 30 seconds, we're back. Get your breath back. We'll come back.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला, क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
As the war scorches and U.S. weapons start arriving again, the Kremlin is sending a message: we're still open to peace. But here's the twist. Is President Zelensky finally being cornered into deciding if he really wants to blink at all? Russia's war on Ukraine has raged for more than 3 years. But now, Moscow claims it's still waiting for Ukraine to restart peace talks, a third round of direct negotiations, a possible deal, and it's Ukraine that needs to make the first move, says the Kremlin.
Дождаться все-таки каких-то сигналов из Киева.
We are continuing this conversation on the AAIB report, which has come out, preliminary report of the Aircraft Accidents Investigation Bureau on the Air India AI-171 crash in Ahmedabad on 12th of June. Today marks exact 30 days, and that's when the report has to come out, before 30 days, and that's happened. Our guests continue to be with us. I want to take my conversation to Mr. Mathur first and then to Mr. Vadia. As we go through the report, Mr. Mathur, I chanced upon something on page number 13, and I want your comment on that. It says that when the aircraft had landed from its earlier flight on that fateful day, the crew of the previous flight had made a pilot defect report entry for a status message, stab POS XDCR in the technical log, and the troubleshooting was done. What does this stab POS XDCR mean? I mean, if there was some defect, the pilots of the earlier flight flagged it and it was troubleshooted or corrected. Is it in the engine system? Is it in the electronic system, electric system? What?
This is a flight control issue. I'm not familiar with the Boeing 787, so let's be very clear. It's the disclaimer that I'm putting this across. But this is stab position. Okay, so stabilizer is the flight control. It has nothing to do with the engines. And again, what I want to tell you, I want to draw one more point to you. See, what happens is Boeing 787 is a fly-by-wire aircraft. And the aircraft, when it transitions, which is on the ground, the system is what is called as the ground phase. About 3 to 5 seconds after the aircraft lifts off, there are a lot of weight on wheel switches in the aircraft which give a signal that yes, the aircraft has now transitioned from the ground phase to the flight phase. lot of things happen when the aircraft transition from the ground phase to the flight phase. For example, if I'm in the flight phase and I bring the thrust levers to the cutoff, to the reverse thrust position, the thrust reversers will not come out in the air. Why? Because the weight on wheels is showing that I am in the air and the thrust reversers will not deploy. So 3 to 5 seconds after the 42 is what is 3 seconds after liftoff is when the problems have begun. And that is where I feel when the aircraft has transitioned from the ground phase to the flight phase, things have happened. I do not have the technical knowledge to define what has happened at this stage, but these things need to be looked into as to why and what has happened at this stage.
We can. Yeah, Mr. Wadia, would you want to add to this? Because I believe you were speaking about those few seconds of the transition earlier from, as Mr. Mathur was explaining, from the ground phase to the flight phase.
That's true. It is called a squat switch. Normally, it's on the nose wheel squat switch. As soon as the nose wheel is extended or the oleo is extended, it shows the flight mode. So that is quite a normal thing. But let me clarify 1 or 2 points, and I want to ask another point which I'm not clear about. The point is, when you were asking about the psychological tests and so many other different types of tests are done, let me tell you, there are all over the world, there are specialist aviators, not necessarily only pilots, could be engineers, aviators, etc. There are aviators who are qualified in accident analysis. Now in India, we do not have these qualified specialists. And we have been trying for the last 50 years to have an independent safety board. Yes, we have made a little progress. Yes, that's why we are referring to the AIIB. But it is certainly not an independent safety board. And one of the main reasons why our accident rate is much higher than the world average is because we do not have an independent safety board with specialists to do the job. Secondly, my question is, where I'm a little confused, is I have seen the report, and in the report, I get the impression that on the ground, after the aircraft has crashed, the switches are left on. The fuel switches are on, whereas it has been indicated by you or someone else that the switches were off. So what is the correct? To the best of my knowledge, they were on even after the crash.
Can be explained by the fact that when the pilots notice that they have gone into cutoff mode, they maybe turned it on. They put it on the on mode.
Yes. But it cannot go off on its own. It cannot go to the off mode on its own, as we explained earlier.
And that's, unfortunately, that's the holy grail that is coming out of this entire report. I mean, that needs to be cracked. How? Because the pilot, in the last conversation, pilot A is asking pilot B, did you switch it off? He's saying, no, I did not. And then Mayday call happened, and by that time, the plane had crashed.
Yeah, but that may not be because of the switch's position. The very fact that you're losing power, one of the pilots must have said, why are we losing power? Have you put the switches off? And it may not have anything to do with any of the action of the pilot. So the other pilot has said, no, I have not done anything. But yet we are losing power. So obviously it's got nothing to do with the switches at that point in time, but something else. And that is exactly what was explained even by Group Captain Mathur, that the electronics are so designed on these modern aircrafts that it is possible for the fuel to be cut off by electronic means. And that is why we are considering the angle of sabotage also.
Absolutely. And Mr. Mathur, is it too early to really focus on sabotage angle, that we should do it? This is the right time.
See, one thing that I would say is that civil aviation has been the safest mode of travel because every single thing that you do is analyzed. The fact that we are analyzing an aircraft accident like this, which has claimed close to 300 lives, while every day in India on roads 460 plus people die every day, is because it grabs eyeballs and because the aviation and regulatory authorities want to go to the root cause of the accident. So anything that can be made, that can go wrong, firstly, that is what they take the line on. And secondly, if by a single act, you can switch off power to both engines, then either it is a design flaw or it will trigger an alarm when the engines start. So while sabotage, I mean, in the realms of possibility, it definitely exists, but there needs to be, I do not have the clear technical knowledge on the 787 to say that you could switch off fuel to both engines exactly 3 seconds after liftoff. That is something I am not an expert on. So I will not comment on this because I do not have the knowledge of that.
Well, in fact, Group Captain Mathur, as you've been also pointing out that, it's easy to perhaps come to some sort of a drawing room conversation about who has done what as far as the pilots are concerned. At no point in time can we really come to any sort of conclusion as far as what the pilots have essentially done. What we are going to perhaps emphasize is what is it that the report really indicates. I want to really, perhaps emphasize in a short while from now, Abhishek, we're going to once again show you some of the pictures that have been put out by the investigating team here. This is based on the recoveries that have been made and what is it that they are basically indicating. In fact, they have also heavily relied on the CCTV footage from the airport itself, the moments after the takeoff, and there is a third angle that has basically come in, which basically shows the rat that has been deployed. And each of it indicates two things. One, the fact that immediately after takeoff, if we can just show that video of the aircraft taking off, and within seconds you can see that the aircraft is actually struggling to get the right altitude, and that within few seconds thereafter you see it descending. Now this has been corroborated in the report by where they're essentially making a point that first there is an attempt that is made to lift off, that's not getting the kind of thrust that it needs, and then of course comes in the role of the engine itself, engine number 1, which fails. Thereafter the conversation between both the pilot and engine number 2, also they're making an attempt to revive. It turns out that there was some sort of a recovery that was made by the engine number 1, but thereafter there wasn't much of an improvement to begin with. Abhishek.
In fact, both the engines really kind of relighted. Mr. Wadia, you were asking this question, I believe, as to how the flight control switch was found in on or run position when it had gone into cutoff. So the report on page 15 says, I was looking for that answer, as per the EAFR, the engine 1 fuel cutoff switch transitioned from cutoff to run at about 8:52. Now that's the UTC, not the IST. The APU inlet door began opening at about this time, consistent with the APU auto start logic. Thereafter, at so and so time, the engine 2 fuel cutoff switch also transitions from cutoff to run. When fuel control switches are moved from cutoff to run, while the aircraft is in flight, each engine's full authority dual engine control, the FADEC, automatically manages to relight and thrust recovery sequence of ignition and fuel introduction happens. Now, I mean, just this thought, Mr. Wadia, that if the two engines had actually relighted and they had started the thrust sequence, hypothetically assume that if this lack of thrust or lift happened at about 200, 300 feet?
Roughly
about 300 feet. Had this happened, this loss of thrust at about 600, 700 feet, and those engines had relighted, Mr. Wadia, you think that the aircraft could have avoided that crash? Had it had the bandwidth of say about 300 odd feet more for the engines to really rev up again and go up, take the aircraft up?
Absolutely possible, yes, but it's not just the height itself. It's when did the power come up? If the power had come up almost immediately, yes, then from any height he could have gone up further, etc. But that is splitting hair and we are not going anywhere. But let me also comment on what Group Captain Mathur has said, that every agency wants to improve aviation safety. I probably do not agree. I am also from the Air Force, and let me give you two examples. One example was the mid-air collision that took place at Chakri Dadri in Delhi. That accident was forecasted in writing, told to the government, DGCA and Airport Authority, this will happen, and the corrective action that was required was informed to the government. They did not do anything, and yes, the crash took place. That is one example. Secondly, we have tried for over the period of years to get specialists in accident analysis in India and the DGCA, when I'm saying something, someone can file a case against me, but I have enough evidence to show the proof that the DGCA has gone out of its way to ensure that no aviators were qualified in accident analysis and they do not want to be questioned in their authority. At the initial stages, when we started this Federation of Indian Pilots, etc., can you imagine the whole office of the DGCA? There was not a single aviator in the whole office of the DGCA. And therefore, we've tried to make sure that we have an independent safety board. We've got somewhere, but not yet everywhere. We need to...
Captain Wadia, there was a lot of conspiracy theories, particularly those who wanted to give a clean sheet to the manufacturer itself. And I want to take that image right now on our walls. This is of the flap handle lever and the landing gear lever module. In fact, if I can just quickly go on the other side and show that image, because if you see what has essentially happened is this, that there was an attempt that was made by a few to put the entire blame, the entire onus on the pilots itself. Now, this report makes a clarification here. Can we move to the other? It's the flap handle lever and the landing gear lever model. Now, this is essentially what you're looking at as far as the switch, the run and cut off and the fuel control system. Aditi, if we can take the other picture also, it's the flap. Not this one, this is the fuel control switch that we have. We'll try and give you the lever pictures also, because those lever pictures actually makes it very clear. And this is what they say in the report. The position was also confirmed with the EFR data. The handle was found. Now this is the EFR. Can we go to the next picture? Now, in which the handle was found to be firmly seated in the 5 degrees. Let's move to the next picture, because that says that the flap position was consistent with a normal takeoff lap setting. Now, Captain Wadia, for those who have been saying that the flap was in the correct position, which shows that the right decision was actually made, and that aspect, that entire conspiracy theory that was doing the round has now been thrown out of the window.
It's absolutely conspiracy theory, and it was utterly absurd. And this was said, I heard the interview also, only by some foreign pilots from Europe who said the same thing. And it was so absurd that I don't know how they call themselves aviation experts to comment on something as absurd as that the gear, instead of raising the gear, they raise the flaps. It is absolutely absurd to start with only. And why we have even discussing it is not required.
Well, in fact, we're going to take the details of the report one by one right now. In fact, just for all our viewers who are tuning in, a little after midnight, this 15-page report was made public, giving us some idea of what really happened on that fateful day, where the Air India flight, the Dreamliner, crashed, 260 people dead. Answers to this tragic crash. Having said that, before I take you the details of this report, I'm given to understand the former Aviation Minister Rajiv Pratap Rudy is speaking.
In the report, and prima facie, the aircraft was fit to fly. There was no defect as far as engine or other important parameters were concerned. As we proceed, the aircraft took off. It had a rotation speed of 151, 152, rotated, and at 160 knots, the aircraft happily lifted from the ground, which has been indicated in the recorder or the flight recorder, what we see. That means the aircraft was taking off at full power with full load of roughly 210,000 kgs. And after attaining a height of, say, around 300 to 400 feet, it had achieved a speed of 180 knots, which is a good acceleration speed. The actions thereof, which we have read in the report, is one related to fuel switch control, which is run and cut off. The report says when the aircraft crashed, the switch was in the run position. That means the switch was on. The facts which are being indicated here, that possibly the captain and the pilot, the first officer was the pilot flying, and the commander or the captain was the pilot monitoring. I must distinguish it for all the people who want to understand. We talk about co-pilot and a pilot. We don't have any concept of co-pilot these days. There are only two positions inside the aircraft. One is a pilot flying, the other is the pilot monitoring. The commander can be a pilot monitoring, and the first officer can be the pilot flying. The ability and qualifications of both the pilots are good to fly the plane. The seniority is with the commander, who is of course more experienced. And here, as indicated in the report, the commander, Mr. Sabrawal, late Mr. Sabrawal, a very known and a very experienced pilot, was the pilot monitoring. Assuming that he was the pilot monitoring, one of the captains have said, why have you switched off the fuel control? And the response was, no, I have not done it. Assumption is this communication is inside the cockpit. Assumption is that the senior captain may have asked, because he was fortunately the pilot monitoring and he could see that the engines were spooling down. That means the power in the engine was coming down. Once the powers in the engine are coming down, if it is a Boeing company, there is a separate action which is there, a redundancy built to reignite the engines. And if it is Airbus, it happens automatically under the FedEx control, which is FedEx is a thing which is the computer control or the memory manager of the entire aircraft, which controls the entire electronic and the flight system. Now, the captain at a given point of time, as indicated in the report, does a memory item. Now, memory items are those items which are performed not by the book. 98% of the actions inside the aircraft, even small, is performed by the book, by reading out a checklist or going through the EFB. But here, memory items are SOS items which the captain does without referring to any paper. The memory item in this aircraft of Boeing 787 Dreamliner was switch off and cut off and switch on. This process has been done by the captain, I presume. The captain monitoring did that because the moment you bring it back to switch on position, which I am referring in a very simple way, the FedEx gives instructions to the engine to relight. And the relight has begun in both the engines, means the engines started after flame out, recovering. One of the engines has reasonably well recovered. The other was struggling to recover. And the APU gate only opens, which is an auxiliary power unit, which only happens when there is both engine failure. A third action happens, which has been confirmed by the video. The third action is the rat comes out, which provides the hydraulic support. Gets confirmed that both the engines had flamed out. The flame out means that were dying out because they had no power. Power is essentially from fuel flow, which is generated, and the burn of the fuel results in the power to the engine, which takes the aircraft. The captain has attempted a relight. Now the question is, the time may be too short for him to relight the engines because 787 has huge engines, very powerful engines. It takes a while to relight. Now the question arises, there is a fact which has come into emergence. The fact has been reported that there has been an engine flame out. Engine flame out means engine shut out. Now, if this has happened, question I cannot answer. Let the investigators find out. Let the international agencies have to find out why did such an action happen. I have no one to, why did the engine flame out at first effort? If this had happened at 10,000, 15,000, 4,000, 5,000 feet, 20,000 feet, that action would have immediately restored the engine. This is for the experts to say, this is for the investigators to say. A, fact is, engine has flamed out, that means engine has shut. B, captains under this report have made an instant effort to relight the engines, that means to restart the engines. they could not succeed. And fourth is the question which will arise everywhere now: why, after rotation, why after reaching a speed of 160 knots, Indian engine lost power? Because when the aircraft crashed, the power indicated in both the engines was at idle, which is zero power virtually. So these are the facts. May like to again reaffirm, I'm not an expert. I'm just a captain who flies planes, but basically I am a politician, 7th term in parliament. And of course, I have my interest in aviation. So my words should not be construed. It is just a simple language interpretation of what has happened.
Right, that was former Aviation Minister Rajiv Pratap Rudy. We will slip into a very, very short break, viewers, but we'll be right back with a panel of guests and more updates on that report and the damning report, making several revelations. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला, सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
As the war scorches and U.S. weapons start arriving again, the Kremlin is sending a message: we're still open to peace. But here's the twist. Is President Zelensky finally being cornered into deciding if he really wants to blink at all? Russia's war on Ukraine has raged for more than 3 years. But now, Moscow claims it's still waiting for Ukraine to restart peace talks, a third round of direct negotiation.
Welcome back, friends. We are continuing our coverage of the preliminary Aircraft Accidents Investigation Bureau report into the Ahmedabad crash of 12 June, which happened exactly 30 days back, leading to the unfortunate loss of 260 lives, all but one on board and the rest on the ground. A report has come. It's a preliminary report. It says essentially, the crux of the report, for the benefit of viewers who might have just joined, is that the engines failed. The engines did not get the fuel that could have kept the aircraft with the requisite thrust to continue its takeoff, and so it lost altitude and ultimately crashed. All of that in 39 seconds. Now, there are specifics that are there in the preliminary report, which is that the engines essentially failed because of a malfunction of a switch in the cockpit, and that malfunction led to the fuel not getting into the engines. Pilots fit, they were well rested. There are reports of no birds in the zone or any dangerous goods behind the crash in the aircraft that might have led to the crash. No reports of that. And both engines shut down mid-air within seconds after takeoff. Fuel cutoff switches moved from run to cutoff. That's the exact malfunction on which the preliminary report has zeroed down. The report has revealed that the fuel supply to the engines got cut off because of this switch. The cockpit audio confirms one pilot asking the other. The pilot monitoring, which is the senior pilot, asking the pilot flying, "Why did you cut off?" To which the other pilot replied, "I did not." When the engines lost power, the ram air turbine, a small propeller-like device, was deployed automatically to provide emergency hydraulic power, and the CCTV footage obtained by AAIB shows that RAT being deployed. It can be seen in the pictures that we have shown since the day of the crash. The pilot tried to restart the engine. N1 or engine 1 was partially recovered. It had relighted, but engine 2 failed to completely recover or was in the process of getting revved up. But by that time, the aircraft had already made impact. It had crashed. These are the key findings that we are bringing to you from this report. It also says thrust levers were found at idle. Ideally, they should have been pulled back in a situation where it assists the takeoff, but the thrust levers were found in idle, and the black box shows takeoff thrust was still engaged, suggesting a disconnect or failure. Now, there are things really adding up to the possibility of a mechanical/technical failure. Now, when we say technical failure, it's essentially about the systems failing. When we say mechanical failure, we say that there is a possibility of tinkering. Now, whether that tinkering, if we are talking about mechanical failure, happened before the liftoff or after the liftoff is something which is going to be an interesting conversation. In the studios with me, Rakshita, my colleague, continues to be with us, as also we have Group Captain Bajpai, very welcome, sir, and we have Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor joining us on this broadcast. Welcome, Mr. Bajpai, and I want to begin with Marshal Kapoor first. You heard the key takeaways from the preliminary report of AAIB, Marshal Kapoor. What's your sense?
Thank you, and dear viewers. What I gather from all what I have seen and the prelim report which has come, that the pilot, everything was normal till about unstick time, till about the takeoff time. Thereafter, something has happened which has made the pilot give a mayday call. Now, mayday, for the benefit of your viewers, is a call when the crew finds itself in extreme dangerous situation in which the lives of the air crew and the passengers is at stake. That is the time he gives a call. And it is very rare that in a commercial aeroplane, this call is given immediately after takeoff. So something has happened in the aircraft which has made the pilot give a call to the air traffic controller. Now, coming to the other analysis which has been done, both the engines have failed. There is no doubt in that, because the RAT will not operate till the engine supply is there.
Right.
So it means both the supplies have cut off.
Right.
Now, 787 manual, the aircrew manual which exists, indicates that when the engines fail, the first action the pilot has to take is to recycle the fuel control switches, which in my appreciation, the crew would have tried. These switches are located 160 to 170 degrees to the pilot's sitting position.
Right.
It means like you're driving a car, you have to turn back for the rear seat passengers air conditioning control lever. Why would a pilot who is in the process of taking off who's taking off is a fully loaded aircraft and, getting airborne from Ahmedabad, turn around for no reason to put off the switch. It makes absolutely no sense. It makes sense that the engines have failed and now he's trying to recycle those switches. And as the reports have come up, number one engine would be in the process of relighting by this action. Two did not, as what the preliminary report says. But neither the height was there nor the speed was there, and the aircraft meshed into the ground. And this is what I can make out.
Right. We are going to soon get Dr. Vandana Singh, also aviation expert, joining us, and Group Captain GP Bajpai is in the studios with us. You've heard this conversation that we have had, Group Captain Bajpai. Thrust levers found idle, the switch on turn-off mode, the fuel control switch on turn-off instead of run, the pilots revving up the engines again, which means they were responding to the crisis, but they did not have enough time. We heard Rajiv Pratap Rudy there earlier, and remember, he's an experienced pilot himself. He has flown Sukhois also, and for him to say that had this maneuver of the pilots happened at, say, 3,000 feet instead of 300 feet, the engines would have come to life and the aircraft would not have crashed.
To begin with, my good morning to both the anchors and my esteemed panelists and millions of your viewers.
Yes.
I have gone through this preliminary report time and again, and before further proceeding, my heartfelt compliments to investigating committee to come out with such a fantastic report. As per the ICAO Annex 13, they were supposed to give the preliminary report within 30 days, which they did so. They were supposed to highlight what has happened. They have done their job very meticulously with available or supporting evidences. I will divide this report in two parts. One is the technical part, second is the human part. It's no doubt in anybody's mind that aircraft had lost the thrust and power. The same has been identified by the investigating committee also, that within 3 seconds or just on completion of 3 seconds after the aircraft got airborne, both the engine got switched off or got failed. Why it got failed? The switch was supposed to be in air, the start switch, which was supposed to be in the run position, it has come in the cut-off position as far as the switch position is concerned. Now this switch operates, the switch is to be pulled up and is to be positioned from off position to cut-off position to the run position and dropped in a well. Basically, it is a toggle switch.
Okay.
Once it's left over there, it is not supposed to move.
Right.
So I will first cover the technical part. There could be three possibilities which will lead this switch, which is getting operated by an electromagnetic wall. There could be three conditions which will bring the engine fail condition. First is the fire condition.
Right.
If engine is switched off due to the fire, then the engine, this situation may come up.
Right.
However, in case if engine fire condition is detected and it has been switched off, then it will not be relighted in air as per the rule of aviation. So this part is removed.
Okay.
Now the second condition could be when the engine turbine RPM goes beyond a specified limit, which is 120% of the RPM of the compression. The compressor and turbine are getting connected through a shaft. By chance, due to any mechanical failure, or there is a crack, or there is a disconnection of this link between the compressor and turbine, if this failure takes place, the RPM of turbine goes laid down limit, and in case if the speed goes beyond 120%, that is the time the turbine over speed mechanism comes into the play, and that switches off the engines.
Right.
That also I am ruling out, because if that takes place, engine is not to be relighted unless until because if that situation takes place, the turbine blades can come out from the disc and they can go as much distance as 1 kilometer. They may pierce the fuel tank, they may pierce the aircraft body, and it could be a disastrous, catastrophic failure. So for cooling down, for bringing that particular engine in a normal condition, let me just finish. I will cover all the three conditions. Then aircraft, all electrical power is to be switched off. That can take place only when aircraft is on ground. So that position is also ruled out, because your preliminary report is speaking that attempt of relight was made. First two conditions ruled out. Now the third condition, in case thrust are in, both the engine are supposed to produce same amount of thrust, same amount of engine power, similar RPM, similar EGT, when both throttle levers have been positioned at same level. For one or other reason, in case if there is a dissymmetry in the power condition, again that will lead to the engine going to the switch-off conditions if aircraft is on ground. But if it is in air, aircraft, the power will come back to the ideal power. So all these three conditions can be ruled out, because aircraft is in air, unless until along with this failure, there is additional failure, the air-ground switch or wheel on ground, wheel on weight switch has packed up. Then both the engine can pack up in air. But to me, all these three things have been ruled out. That's why I will move to the human error area.
You are getting into human error area. That's very interesting. Group Captain Mathur, you wanted to come and you wanted to make a point to what Group Captain Bajpai is saying. He's ruling out technical failure. He's saying it's mechanical/manual, and that takes us into the domain of human error possibility.
I am no one to comment on what somebody else is thinking. I will only comment on two aspects. Firstly, I feel the preliminary report is slightly timid. We could have they had 20 days after the data has been completely downloaded. 20 days is a lot of time. In 20 days, we could have found out at what instance did the number one engine and number two engine start spooling down. Because remember, it takes a little while for the pilot to understand that the engine failure has happened. And when this happens, when we get this data, we would be able to comment on whether it happened along with the, the aircraft transitioning from the ground mode to the flight mode. And second aspect is, we are referring to the fuel shut-off valve switches. But remember, the sensor is not located where the physical switch is. The sensor is located at the position where the shut-off valve is.
So
when you say that the fuel is shut off, the shut-off valve is operated, we are getting the valve position and not the switch position. These are 2 points. And thirdly, I would like to say, at the stage at which the engine failure has occurred, the pilots simply had no chance, actually.
No time at all. I think that's the most unfortunate part of this tragedy. The pilots did not have enough time. In fact, you have given me the right cue. You have given me the right cue, Group Captain Mathur.
20 times, nothing is going to happen.
Absolutely. You have given me the exact right cue, Group Captain Mathur, because I want Rakshita to go to the wall. And Rakshita, can you show us those 26 minutes to the crash? Those 26 minutes before the crash, which includes the conversation between the pilots and the ATC, the conversation between the pilots themselves inside the cockpit, and the process. Rakshita.
Right. Yes, Abhishek, we'll just play out those graphics. And viewers, this is the report that has pointed out, if you can just play those graphics about what really happened. 13:13, the aircraft requested pushback and startup. This is, of course, a safety method, power back versus pushback. When the, if in layman term, we can understand as the aircraft moving a bit behind with the tug, the aircraft had requested pushback and startup, meaning there was a concern. 13:13:13, the air traffic control approved the pushback. So it was approved and the pushback happened. Then ATC approved the startup as well. It was approved by the ATC. Then the air traffic control had inquisitioned if the aircraft required full length of the runway or not. Next, the aircraft confirmed requirement of full length of the runway. So this, of course, is another measure, and that was taken by the ATC. Aircraft also requested taxi clearance, which was granted by the ATC. This is the procedure for the safety. Aircraft was transferred from ground to tower control, and after that, 13:33:45, the aircraft was instructed to line up on the runway 23. The aircraft was then cleared for takeoff from runway 23, and this was the wind speed, and that was given a clear off. So there were concerns. What we understand with the ATC, there was communication. This is all the communication that was happening. After that, it was given a go ahead. Now 13:39:05 is when the Mayday call was made by the pilots. So this was that moment, the penultimate moment. Before the crash, that Mayday call was made by AI-171 pilots, and after that, just in few seconds from now, that crash had happened. Abhishek.
All right, Group Captain Mathur, thank you so much. Rakshita, you can please come back. And Group Captain Mathur, you were saying that the report is timid, by which I believe you suggest that maybe the investigation agency has much more material already with it, and that they are maybe still waiting for some more technical analysis before they can come to conclusions. Because if you go to the last page of the report and the status, so to say, of the investigation as they encapsulated, they say the racket site activities, including drone photography, videography, have been completed. Both engines were retrieved. Components of interest for further examinations have been identified and quarantined. A very limited amount of fuel samples could be retrieved from the EPU filter, etc. The EAFR data downloaded from forward EAFR is being analyzed in detail. Now that's where the catch is. The EAFR, the black boxes as we call them, two of them. One, they have tremendous amount of data from it, including 2 hours of audio alone of the 6 flights prior to this ill-fated flight. In that 2 hours of conversation of the cockpit, and then there is the second black box, which is at the tail, which essentially contains the FDR, as they call the flight data recorder. That's damaged to a level where even the data has not been completely retrieved. Group Captain Mathur, so you think that while, according to you, the report perhaps does not give as much as it should have, the investigators are just being cautious because they still do not have the entire data with them from the black box itself?
I fully understand the requirement of investigators to be cautious because there is no clear-cut answer that is emerging out of the situation right now. But I also feel that there are the families of the pilots, the families of the passengers, the families of people on the ground who are looking for some kind of a closure. The report is only basically about what happened. It is not throwing any direction to why it happened.
Yeah.
And I feel that once you had the data with the analysis team for 20 days, I mean, this is the entire country, forget the entire country, the entire world wanting to know what happened to this aircraft.
True.
Probably with this time limit, I feel that more data could have come out, like I was suggesting. The data which tells when did the engine start spooling down, what was the height, what was the radio altimeter height at that stage.
Yeah.
That data would give you an idea of when exactly did engine spool down. I do not have any information 30 plus days afterwards. When did the engines exactly flame out? And when did it start happening?
I think that minute to minute is there, Group Captain Mathur, but you have given me an important cue, in fact, to look at what's going on in the minds of the people affected, the families who lost their near and dear ones, including those of the crew, the pilots, the cabin crew. And, they must be distraught. They are looking for answers. Maybe not all of them have been answered in this preliminary report. We all agree that the investigation, the probe is still on. But still, we need to listen to those voices also. We listen to them, and then we come back to this conversation about the kind of nature of failure that led to that crash. Listening to those voices, the families of the aircraft, Ahmedabad air crash victims.
कुछ टेक्निकली इश्यूज यहाँ पे दिखाई दे रहा है। सेकेंडली, आप वीडियो, मैंने न्यूज़ में एक वीडियो भी देखा था जिसमें प्लेन में एयर टर्बाइन जो वो वहाँ पे रैम एयर जो है वो दिखाई दिया था। ये पावर सप्लाई भी यहाँ पे फेल हुआ है। तो पावर सप्लाई फेल हुआ मतलब ये भी एक टेक्निकली इशू मुझे यहाँ पे दिख रहा है। तो ये भी एक जांच के विषय में एक है। सेकेंडली, यहाँ पे ATC है, ट्रैफिक कंट्रोल जो है, उन्होंने जब भी प्लेन टेक ऑफ होता है तो उससे पहले ATC यहाँ पे जांच करती है सभी चीज़ों की। तो यहाँ पे भी कुछ ATC ने अगर यहाँ पे गो अहेड ऑल ओके करके दिया है तो वो तो इसके बाद ये हादसा क्यों हुआ है? जो ये प्लेन का प्रिवेंटिव मेंटेनेंस चेकशीट के हिसाब से जो भी इंजन का वो सब चेक हुआ कि नहीं हुआ है, वो भी एक क्वेश्चन मार्क यहाँ पे जनरेट होता है।
All right, let me go to Marshal Kapoor now. We heard that voice. So I think what the report has done, as can be seen from this voice of one of the family members of those who perished, is that it has sort of kindled this curiosity in the mind, this doubt in the mind that the failure was something which was perhaps in the making, which was perhaps lost sight of, which was perhaps not looked into. I mean, that's where we are heading into if we piece together whatever information we have, Marshal Kapoor, in the sense that we have this FAA advisory of 2018, which flagged the concern about, this manual unlocking feature of fuel control switch. FAA flagged in 2018 that while this has to be done manually, it seems that it can get into auto mode, which it is not supposed to. This fuel control switch cannot go into auto mode. Please look into this. That was the FAA advisory in 2018. This was followed up by a GE report. The GE is the engine making company. Their report in 2020-21, which actually mandated a change in the electronic engine control of engine fuel control board, essentially the motherboard on which the switch is present. Air Marshal Kapoor, I mean, you understand the technical aspects of this, which means the FAA understood it and the GE understood it to a level that they mandated this change. Now, we don't know whether that change was made specific to this aircraft or not. That's something which perhaps would subsequently come out in the probe that's going on. But obviously, things are really not adding up. It seems there's something that was amiss.
You're absolutely right. To a common aviator, all those who have flown and been associated with aviation for all our lives, there is something missing here. Firstly, there was a twin engine failure on 787 in January 2019 in Japan, Nippon Airways. The same aircraft had landed, and when the pilots operated the thrust reversals, both the engines failed on same 787. And this is after the bulletin had come in 2018. It happened in 2019. And when the Boeing did this analysis, and that's the report which you are mentioning in 2020 and 2021, that they had issued an advisory for this action. I agree here totally with Group Captain Anand Mathur that 20 days is too long a period. This is a totally electronic aircraft. It runs on software and it is totally dominated by electrical functions. Unlike the conventional aeroplane, which a large amount of manual intervention is required at every stage. I have covered in the other channel also. The pilot is too preoccupied in the most critical phase of flight, that is getting airborne and taking off. When the aircraft is getting airborne, he is just looking in front and his whole focus is to rotate the aircraft, which is a manual process. Why on this earth would he turn 160 and 170 degrees behind to put off a lever, which no pilot in his senses will do immediately after takeoff intentionally? I fail to understand this logic that the pilots put it off intentionally. It doesn't make any sense. And any twin crew cockpit, every response is challenge and response. Means one pilot says, the other pilot acknowledges, sees, and the action is completed and is recorded. Next point, this aeroplane has a cockpit camera. and its data is recorded in the flight data recorder, there is absolutely no mention about this cockpit camera.
Right.
The whole process, I'm sure, would have been recorded. If it was recorded, it should have been covered. If it was damaged, it should have been reported, in my opinion.
Right.
So these are a few questions that linger in my mind. Did GE or Boeing didn't push enough much? Didn't these previous accidents warn the maintenance people to do something? But in my opinion, the crew were taken totally by surprise when both the engines failed. And that's how the Mayday call has come.
Right.
And once the Mayday call has come, they have tried to relight by moving the switch. That is the first action in the manual.
Right.
So this is what the report is saying.
All right. We have an interesting situation in this conversation. We have, on the one hand, Group Captain Bajpai, who's actually thinking of the possibility of sabotage, of human error, if not sabotage. And on the other, we have Air Marshal Kapoor and Group Captain Mathur, who are very clear that this seems like a tech operations maintenance failure. I think we have to continue this conversation along those lines, just after a short break. Just after a short break.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
The reason we've launched the Nationalist Collective is because we believe it is time now for a group of ideologically driven Indians to drive the destiny of our country. For far too long, people who have had interests inimical to national interest have held sway. We need to put nationalism first, nation first. The Nationalist Collective is a very clear and sharp movement, presents the spirit of a new India which stands by what is right, does what is right, and raises its voice for what is right. Remember, this country is safe only if it is in the hands of nationalists. This country will grow only if nation first becomes our principal motto, where the only ism that matters is nationalism. Join the Nationalist Collective. It is going to be the largest non-political movement in this country.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
As the war scorches and U.S. weapons start arriving again, the Kremlin is sending a message: we're still open to peace. But here's the twist. Is President Zelensky finally being cornered into deciding if he really wants to blink at all? Russia's war on Ukraine has raged for more than 3 years. But now, Moscow claims it's still waiting for Ukraine to restart peace talks, a third round of direct negotiations, a possible deal, and it's Ukraine that needs to make the first move, says the Kremlin.
Дождаться все-таки каких-то сигналов из Киева, от представителей киевского режима о желании или нежелании выходить на третий раунд прямых переговоров российско-украинских. Но мы неоднократно говорили, что для нас предпочтительно было бы достижение тех целей, которые стоят перед нами, мирными политико-дипломатическими средствами, но до тех пор, пока это не происходит, специально
Welcome back, friends. Whether the Ahmedabad air crash happened because of a technical failure or because of maintenance issues, or was it a case of human error / sabotage? That's the conversation we are having now. We have two sides. Group Captain Bajpai, who believes that it was, or it seems to be, a case of human error / sabotage. On the other hand, we have Group Captain Mathur, who continues to believe no, that this is definitely a case of system failure. And so can I begin with you, Group Captain Bajpai, on this? You say that you have read the report multiple times. You have been an investigator of accidents, air accidents earlier. You have been with the Air Force and Air India both. Please tell us what makes you come to this conclusion that this could be a case of human failure and not a technical failure.
Abhishek, I never said that authentically I am saying it's a case of human error. What I was telling, without any bias to any stakeholder, first, initially, I have complimented the investigating committee. They have prepared the report within the timeline, and they have taken care of all the stakeholders, whether it is Boeing, whether it is GE, whether it is Air India, or whether it is deceased family, whether it is Government of India. You please understand, they have taken care of everything. What they have produced within the laid down time is the preliminary report, which is supposed to tell us what has happened, not the root cause of it. I will limit my argument as per the contents given in this report. Why I am saying there could be a probability. This is not probability theory. The exact cause of accident will come out post the detailed investigation when they submit it. It may take years or so or some more time. So here there are 2-3 highlighting points. One point, as you were running earlier, that one pilot asked the other, did you cut off the engine? Means there is a probability the other pilot is suspecting intentionally or unintentionally the engine has been cut off by the other pilot. This is my first argument.
So sorry to be interjecting, but we have a soundbite coming in of the Civil Aviation Minister, the Minister of State. In fact, can we just cut to it quickly?
आणि गेले 1 महिन्याच्या आतमध्येच त्याचा एक प्राथमिक अहवाल त्यांनी दिलाय. हा काही अंतिम अहवाल नाहीये. त्यामुळे आता त्याच्यामध्ये अधिक काही बोलण्यासारखं नाही. पण जे काही संभाषण समोर आलंय, जे काही त्याच्यामध्ये आता प्राथमिक जी चर्चा झाली आहे किंवा अहवालात काय आलंय.
All right, that was in Marathi. Essentially, he was saying that this is just a preliminary report. Full report, final report would come later. That's the crux of the soundbite in Marathi for the benefit of viewers who might not have understood Marathi. But coming back to you, Group Captain Bajpai, you were saying that this pilot conversation is indicating towards some element of human error creeping in. How?
Why me and you? You see the other pilot sitting by the side of the.
But that pilot would have anyway seen the other pilot do something had it happened.
Other people have spoken. Both the pilots, this is most crucial phase of flying. Both of them are busy in their own activities. Okay, the workload gets divided between both the pilot. So one pilot, once he saw the engine is switched off or engine is failed, so he asked the other pilot, did you switch off the engine? You have run. It is contained within this report. Now, second and most important point, anybody associated with the aviation investigation or such scenario where such a massive crash has taken place and which had shook the entire civil aviation industry across the world.
So are you completely discounting the FAA advisory of 2018? Are you completely discounting the GE advisory or mandate of 2020?
I am not discounting. You see, the word associated over there is advisory, not the mandatory. If advisory means...
But the GE one is mandatory. The GE bulletin is mandatory.
No, it cannot...
2020, it in fact says, change MN4 microprocessor IC in the electronic engine control of engine and fuel control board. As I understand it, the EEC or the electronic engine control is essentially the motherboard on which the fuel control switch is present.
Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. But to best of my knowledge, it was advisory. It has been taken unless until it is a mandatory and of immediate nature. Generally, any airline operator.
In fact, the GE bulletin continues to say that this is to be done, mandated, due to degradation in the solder joint used to connect the IC to the motherboard. Now, I mean, this is a very complex system we are talking about. But for the layperson, if हम घर में कहते हैं टीवी में IC उड़ गया, and the TV is not working, right? Integrated circuit, the IC. This is a very specific problem which is being highlighted in the GE bulletin, and it is being mandated that there is a degradation of the solder joint they have seen. We remember when the television sets are corrected, the IC, the solders work on fixing the IC. And I'm sort of, trying to oversimplify perhaps, but that's what viewers would understand, that there is a malfunction, a technical malfunction, which was noticed by the GE, flagged, mandated. Now that's where it stops, because this GE manual is not mentioned in the AAIB report. It's there out in the public domain. We don't know whether the airlines or the GE, the engine company themselves really came together to fix this problem, each and every aircraft. We come back to it, but I think the minister is speaking in Hindi now.
उसके बाद बाहर कहीं भेजने की उसको आवश्यकता नहीं थी. उसको डिकोड करना, उसमें से डेटा निकालना, अब ये हमारे ही देश में होता है. पहले तो अगर कोई चॉपर का भी एक्सीडेंट होता था तो ब्लैक बॉक्स बाहर के देशों में भेजने की व्यवस्था थी, क्योंकि वहाँ जाना पड़ता था. लेकिन अब हमारे देश में ऐसे लैब बने हैं जहाँ इस ब्लैक बॉक्स का पूरी उसकी जांच हुई. AIB एक ऑटोनॉमस अथॉरिटी है, बिना कोई इंटरफेरेंस के वो काम करती है. और उन्होंने जो रिपोर्ट पेश किया, ये प्राइमरी रिपोर्ट है, ये प्राथमिक रिपोर्ट है, ये अंतिम रिपोर्ट नहीं है. तो मुझे लगता है कि उसमें जो आया है कि वो तो सबके सामने है. अभी भी वो ये सब घटनाएं जांच के दायरे में है, तो फाइनल उस पर कुछ कमेंट करना अभी सही नहीं है, ये उचित नहीं होगा. फाइनल रिपोर्ट आने तक मेरी भी आपको सबको रिक्वेस्ट रहेगी कि फाइनल रिपोर्ट आने तक कोई भी निष्कर्ष हम न निकले, क्योंकि हम अगर कोई निष्कर्ष निकालते हैं तो उसके बहुत सारे अर्थ सामने आते हैं. तो कोई निष्कर्ष ना निकाले, ये भी मेरे आपसे सबसे रिक्वेस्ट है. ये एडवांस लैब टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से ब्लैक बॉक्स की जांच चल रही है, और प्राइमरी रिपोर्ट के आधार पर अभी कुछ कहना मुझे लगता है उचित नहीं होगा.
जिस तरह फ्यूल कट ऑफ हो गया है कहा गया, तो मंत्रालय का क्या इस पर?
नहीं, मैंने कहा मंत्रालय सीधा इसमें कोई दखल अंदाजी नहीं करती. AIB एक ऑटोनॉमस अथॉरिटी है, उनके हिसाब से वो काम करते हैं. तो उन्होंने भी कहा है कि जो संवाद हुआ है वो भी सामने आया है, लेकिन उस संवाद से हम किसी निष्कर्ष पे नहीं पहुंच सकते, क्योंकि उन्होंने यही कहा है कि ये प्राइमरी रिपोर्ट है. प्राथमिक रिपोर्ट के अनुसार जो सामने आया है, मुझे लगता है कि और थोड़ा समय देना चाहिए, तो हम फाइनल उसमें एक्चुअली क्या हुआ, सिचुएशन क्या थी, रीज़न क्या है, तो उस पर आ सकते हैं फाइनल रिपोर्ट के बाद.
कितना समय लग सकता है ना, क्योंकि कोई मल्टी
नहीं, मुझे लगता है कि AIB देखो कितना अच्छा काम कर रही है. मैंने अभी भी कहा कि हमें हेलीकॉप्टर का भी एक्सीडेंट होता है तो हमें बाहर देश भेजना पड़ता था ब्लैक बॉक्स को. तो अभी तो हमारे देश में चला, 1 महीने के अंदर तो उनका प्राथमिक रिपोर्ट आया है. तो मुझे लगता है कि ये हमारा अच्छे काम कर रही है. दूसरा मैं कहना चाहूँगा कि हमारे पायलट हो, हमारे क्रू है, देश भर में, विश्व में एक अच्छे नाम है उनका, वो उनका काम अच्छी तरह से जाना जाता है. मुझे लगता है कि हम उसी एंगल से देखें, जो आएगा वो सामने आएगा. थँक्यू.
जो संवाद त्यामध्ये व्हायरल झाले 2 पायलटांमधले, त्या रिपोर्टमधले, त्याचं किती
हे बघा, त्याच्यामध्ये जे म्हटलंय.
All right. The minister, underscoring the fact that this is for the first time in India's civil aviation history that black box data has been retrieved in-house in labs in India, in New Delhi, and that this analysis is being done. Earlier, even for a chopper crash, the black box and other crash analysis would happen outside of India. Moving on, I want to continue this conversation with you, Group Captain Bajpai. We are also joined in by aviation safety expert Amit Singh. He's a former airline captain. He is someone who comes with 30 years and plus of experience in aviation. He's a former chief of safety at one of those major airlines in India. He's also founder of Safety Matters Foundation, focused on improving aviation safety standards. And he has flown, of course, a Boeing 737 and other commercial aircraft. Very welcome to you, Mr. Singh. I'll come to you just in a bit. But this conversation we were having, Group Captain Bajpai, you are saying this exchange between the pilots is hinting at some human error. You are, I think, stopping short of saying that it was deliberate.
The topic which you had taken up for the GE service bulletin, the number was 730097R01, which is category 2 service bulletin, not the cat 1 service bulletin. However, they have given the laid down periodicity within which time period it is mandatorily to be changed. Now, Air India is to answer that whether they have changed or not.
That's what I was saying, that whether Air India did it or not is something they have to answer.
I agree to that. Now you come back, you were asking about something. You please ask.
Yeah, my question was that going by the pilot conversation, which is just 2 lines in the entire report, which says pilot monitoring, asked pilot flying, have you switched off? Have you turned this off? The pilot flying says, no, I have not. That's it. There is nothing else. Now, in these 2 lines, what human error / motivation you are reading?
I am not only reading from this line only. What I am reading the most from the last line, progress of investigation, which you were reading, the last but one. I will agree.
Last
but one, progress of investigation.
Okay.
This is of huge importance.
Okay.
It reads like this. At this stage of investigation, there are no recommended action to Boeing 787-8 and or GE GEnx-1B engine operators and manufacturers.
Obviously, that cannot be.
No. Now, the full investigating team had gone, nobody has got any doubt that they didn't have any access to the CVR, the cockpit voice recorder. They had full access. I am sure.
I have to bring to your attention.
Let me complete my argument. Please. Second, they had full access of flight data recorded data parameters, which I am sure my other panelists were telling they had enough time to analyze it. I understand they started this job from 24th, 25th June onwards. So it was sufficient time they would have analyzed. After that analysis, if they are saying at this moment we don't have anything to advise or recommend for Boeing or GEnx GE engine, it gives a lot of information. Why? Because the same aircraft is being operated across the globe. On 1,200 odd aircrafts are being flown, and I am sure Captain Amit Singh or anybody associated with aviation, if there is an iota of doubt there, they will come out and they will issue something cautionary, the way you were talking about the service bulletin. Be vigilant, be observant, because nobody wants the air crash to take place. But they have not come out.
Yes.
Okay. So that is one point. Second point I related with that.
I want that graphic to come, and Shawan has joined us. So Shawan will bring us both the graphics. One, of course, about the switch. The other I want is the one which shows the kind of data that was available or is available to the investigators, and they are yet to analyze. The one where it says 49 hours plus of data, 2 hours of audio, and the fact that the FDR, the flight data recorder, is in such a damaged state that maybe they have not been able to retrieve the entire data out of it, Shawan.
Well, just to take from sir what you were saying, because in Abhishek, the reason why everyone is basically turning to page number 15 and the third last point is with regards to the manufacturer, the role of the manufacturer, the role of the airline, and the role of the engine manufacturer. And the reason why, Abhishek, this is essentially happening is because of this. There is this problem, sir. This problem that has now become the fulcrum of this entire argument, that what's the fuel switch cutoff that has taken, because this is all that they are talking about. So I'm going to bring you, sir, once again, but before this, let me just tell you what they are saying in the report. Now, what you see, this is an image of inside the cockpit. Now, this run and cutoff, which is part of the fuel control. Now, these two levers, ladies and gentlemen, what you're essentially looking at, when it is in the run mode, which is, if I'm not wrong, sir, it means that the fuel supply to the engine is on. What happens when it goes to cut off? It essentially means that your engine, which basically works only with the fuel, does not get the fuel supply. Now, I'm going to narrate in a short while from now those few 32 seconds, and it appears that immediately after the liftoff is when this first thing has actually happened of the run to cut off and the argument or the conversation that takes place between pilot 1 and pilot 2. Now, what we have been able to put together is, after speaking to the experts, they say that manual action by the pilot required to unlock to move the switch. What does that mean? That it does not automatically move from one to the other. Is there a safety valve which actually does that? We'll ask that question in a short while from now. There's a built-in bracket that prevents accidental movement of switches. So if there is any sort of an accidental switch, can that be possible that, okay, something may have happened and accidentally it went off? Experts say that's not possible. Pilots must lift the lock before moving the switch to cut off. So did the pilots actually do that? And if at all they did that, was it because there was some sort of a malfunctioning that was reported and they had to reboot, kind of a reboot of the entire system? Moving the switch from run to cut off basically requires two-step process. So what are the two steps? Step 1, unlocking and moving the switch steps needed to move the switch. Step 2, if the switch is moved to cut off, it stops the fuel supply to the engine. Important to point out is that immediately after the liftoff takes place, the RAT is also deployed. So is there an emergency power supply backup? That is exactly what it means. Now, let's now talk about the hotline that is exactly happening between what's happening in the cockpit. Pilot 1 says, why did you cut off? Pilot 2 says, I did not do it. So what happens thereafter? We do not know. There is nothing that suggests in this particular report that there was any conversation thereafter. Now, let's take you through the 36 minutes, what happened. Now, this is the afternoon time. It is converted from the UTC. This is around 1:13, the aircraft that is requested pushback and the startup. So this is basically the movement of the aircraft. ATC says approved pushback, that is around 13:13. Then let's move on. Just a few seconds later, ATC approves the startup. So basically the pushback happened, the startup begins, the process is on. ATS queried if the aircraft required full length of the runway, because remember, it's a Dreamliner that we're talking about. The aircraft confirmed requirement of full length of runway 23. Now, the aircraft requested taxi clearance, which was granted by the ATC, that is around 13:25. 13:32, the aircraft was transferred from the ground to tower control. So basically you give control to the tower. The aircraft was thereafter instructed to line up on runway 23. So this is just moments before the video, ladies and gentlemen. The aircraft was cleared for takeoff from runway 23. Now, what you see is the wind speed, now which almost all experts have said it's conducive for the aircraft to take off. There were no bird activities also that was responded. Now, 13:39 is when the Mayday call was made by AI 171. Now, what happened between the last frame and now? We're going to talk about that and bring in the experts. In fact, if we can put that 30 seconds, Aditi, if we can also get in that video of that takeoff and liftoff, because that will help us to explain this. Sir, now I want to bring you in till the time I pull that video, because that video is also referred to in this particular report. And there is a third angle to that CCTV footage. What we have and what we are going to show right now is just two angles. There is a third angle to that particular CCTV footage where we see the RAT being deployed. Question number 1. As far as the engine failure is being spoken about. So this is what they say, and they're narrating this entire thing is that immediately after the liftoff, within a few seconds is when the engine 1 does not respond. So we believe, we assume, there is an assumption that the conversation that is being referred to is right now. Within the few seconds, we see that this first does not work. There is an attempt that is made for engine number 2. It turns out that engine number 2 is not responding. There was a few, perhaps a nano few seconds that engine 1 was being revived, where engine 2 does not revive, which means the thrust is not there. And there you go. You have, within 32 seconds, this drops. And that's when the crash takes place. Now, what is it that we do not know, sir? Question number 1, if at all the engines failed, and that's when engine failed, 1 failed, you've had pilot number 1 looking at, okay, what possibly went wrong? Pilot 1 basically sees, okay, the fuel is not being provided. So what happens now when you're in the cockpit? Is that the point when you're trying to reboot the system so that it takes off, perhaps looking at other emergency backup? What happens now?
My reply would be like this. Had it been single engine problem, I am not, presently what I am speaking, I am excluding this preliminary report. I am just answering your question. If it was a single engine problematic, then they could have continued. This particular aircraft is capable of doing the full operation with single engine. Okay. But when I come back and look this report, it says there was a delay of only 1 second between one engine and second engine failure. So once both the engine got failed, then there is nothing left over. So now by the time they can't relight, they had gone for relight.
Right.
And that's how the one engine was spooling up, the RPM was gaining, second engine took some time, and by the time had they got, I am pretty sure if they would have got 10 more seconds or few hundred more higher heights when this thing has happened, nothing could have happened.
So possibly what are the failures that we are looking at from the investigative point of view?
I have already shared with Abhishek that there are 2 possible scenarios. One was technical failure, second was human failure. Before going ahead in this direction, let me make, since the preliminary report is only telling us what has happened, based on the evidences, based on the input provided in the preliminary report, I am speaking. It could not be 100% correct. So I will go as per the probability theory, as per my assumption, as per my understanding. It is tilted 60% towards the human error, 40% towards the technical failure. However, whatever I could envisage or think of, the 3 major reasons for the engine failure, both the engine failure, I had told earlier in the beginning of this debate. One was the fire condition, which I ruled out. In case if fire condition is there, engine are not supposed to be relighted in air, which is against the rule of aviation. Second condition was in case N2 RPM, engine turbine RPM goes beyond a specified limit, which is 120% or more. In that case, it is to be switched off, or automatically it will get switched off by high speed turbine higher speed protection unit. So in that case also, engine cannot be relighted unless it is cooled down, all electrical powers are removed.
Right.
Number 3 point was that in case if asymmetric power condition takes place by positioning throttle, both the throttle in same position, if both engine there is a dissimilar in the power which can be measured through P2 pressure or RPM or engine EGT or so many other parameters, the logic takes place. In that case, both the engine will come to idle power so that respective pilots can do the corrective action accordingly.
Right.
But in ground, if this thing happens, both the engine will get switched off.
Right.
However, in air also, both the engine can get switched off because air ground sensor, the pilot mind senses based on there is a air ground switch, there is a micro switch, wheels on weight. If that fails, then in air, both the engine gets
Mr. Bajpai.
However, said last line. However, in this case, in the present case, as per the details given in the preliminary report, the relight attempt was made. And everybody is saying, as per the preliminary report, the one engine was regaining the RPM, second engine was in the process of regaining. Means, first 3 points, the logic are ruled out.
Okay. Fair enough.
That's why I moved to the human error point, which I will elaborate further.
Right. Mr. Bajpai, the fact of the matter is, and Captain Amit Singh, I want you here. Mr. Bajpai is again and again veering towards the possibility of human error. We are still not saying whether one of the pilots intentionally did something. I would say if it had to happen intentionally, because these pilots, they will have muscle memory to carry out those functions. The pilot monitoring, the senior pilot or the commander of the flight had 15,000 plus hours of experience flying various aircraft. The other pilot, the pilot flying, had 3,400 plus hours of flying experience. They cannot make a mistake in terms of checks, in terms of following the protocol or SOP as it is called till the time that the flight is up in the air and cruising. So I think, how much would you buy, Captain Amit Singh, this argument that maybe just there was a possibility of human error?
Well, first I will rule out mechanical issues, the technical part. So unless that is ruled out, I would not move towards human
Group
factor.
Captain Bajpai is actually ruling that out.
If you look at that service bulletin, even though it is 2018 and it is relevant, applicable to this particular aircraft, we have to appreciate that you have certain directives which are mandatory and certain bulletins which are advisory. So even though the name is advisory, does not mean it is not applicable. Mandatory has a time limitation, which means stringent, it has to be done, otherwise repercussions are more serious. Advisory is that you will make your best effort to do it, not now, but within so much, within a period. So it is not as urgent. Advisory doesn't mean that you do not have to do it or you have a choice not to do it. So if there's an advisory there's a traffic advisory, which means that you're advised not to go there. If you go there, you will go there at your own risk of getting stuck in a jam. So you have to follow an advisory, make your best effort to follow an advisory. Now, this particular aircraft, Air India did not carry out that maintenance activity on the advisory. So we cannot rule out mechanical failure. So there is always a possibility. Unless you rule that out, you cannot move towards a human factor issue. Human factor, what everybody is discussing is a deliberate move to cut out the switches. But there could also be a procedural move to cut out the switches, which means if an engine fails or if there is a dual engine failure, the checklist or the memory item tells you that you have to put the fuel cutoff switches to stop and then put it to run. So there is a procedure which manually has to be done. After that, you have to press the RAT push button for 1 second to ensure that the RAT is also deployed. So there is a procedure. It could happen that during the procedure, there was an interruption, and after the off, that on was not happen. On did not happen. I'll explain it to you because the co-pilot was flying that takeoff. Now, if the co-pilot is flying, the electricals of the aircraft are configured such that priority is always given to the captain instruments. So if there's a total electrical failure because of dual engine failure or some electrical problem, the captain will always have his instruments, his or her instruments available. The co-pilot side will go blank till the backup power comes in. So as a takeoff happened and both engines flamed out or whatever the reason was, the co-pilot would not be able to fly. So there would be a handover of controls. The captain would take over controls, and similarly, whatever responsibility the captain had, that would transfer as a pilot not flying or pilot monitoring to the co-pilot. So in that process, there could be a possibility that some procedure was half done or not done.
Are you sure that possibility is there that these pilots having flown 15,000 hours, 3,500 hours, having that muscle memory to carry through the checks, the SOPs like second to second, check 1, check 2, check 3, check 4, one of them could make that mistake?
So SOPs are normal procedures which are in the muscle memory. Non-normal or abnormal procedures are practiced in the simulators every 6 months. Dual engine failure would have been practiced, especially after the Sully-Hudson accident.
Yeah.
So all the airlines would be practicing, but at such a low level, here comes the pressure situation that you are just about airborne, 60, 70 feet, and both your engines fail. Then again, there is a transfer of responsibility. So had the captain alone been flying, things would have been more systematic. Now there is a additional feature wherein you have to cross over the responsibilities. So that is where things could go wrong or miss out, or they realized late. So they realized that things are wrong, not in the position that they should be. But I would like to comment here that the preliminary report is supposed to provide all the information which is available at that point in time. It is not that the preliminary report will provide selective information, which has been done in this report. If you compare the Ethiopian accident, the Boeing 737 MAX, the preliminary report was 33 pages. That gave the entire flight data recorder readout so that you can analyze the cockpit voice transcript with the timestamp.
Right.
Right. And the system description, the information bulletins, additional material, recommendations, everything was there. Here, this report is not even signed by anybody. So who has issued the report? Somebody has to sign it either physically or digitally. So nobody signed. End of report is the last page. So leaving that aside, if we look at the chronology.
I mean, what is the point you are making? What is the point you are making, that this preliminary report does not muster confidence in you?
Not at all. That's what I'm trying to explain. So if you look at the chronology...
And on what grounds? Just that it is not signed? Because it's available on the AIB website. No. It's on the Government of India website.
Yeah, I'm saying that is secondary. But the chronology of the documentation. So it says that the aircraft got airborne at 08:08:39, which means the air-ground sensors sense that aircraft is in air.
Yeah.
And 3 seconds later at 42, they reached a speed of 180 knots, which is around 330 kilometers an hour. And soon after that, the fuel cutoff switches were put to stop. Right. And it says the engine N1, N2 started decreasing.
Yeah.
Which engine?
Yeah.
It does not mention which engine.
No, by which N1, N2, they mean engine 1 and engine 2, of course. There is no third engine.
Every engine has one N1 and N2. Correct. So engine 1 will have engine 1, N1, N2. Engine 2 will have engine 2, N1, N2. So those are parameters. So it does not mention which engine N1, N2 starts reducing. Okay, if we leave that aside, so we have 3 seconds from liftoff to 180 knots. If you see the video, the CCTV image that they have given in which the rat is deployed, there is no timestamp. So why is there no timestamp? That aircraft from first look seems to be at around 50 to 60 feet. In the CCTV image, 60 feet is achieved at around 3 seconds after liftoff, which means at 42. And they have shown the rat deployed at time 42. If the rat is deployed at time 42, which means engine would have failed before, not after. The report says the engines failed after 42, but how is the rat deployed? It doesn't fit the logic or the sequence of chronology. So that is what I'm trying to say. When they say that the one pilot said, they could have said the captain said this or the co-pilot said this. They did not want to, I don't know for what reason.
Right.
They chose only 2 sentences.
Yeah.
Again, the timestamp was not there. When did they say this?
There is time stamp for that. There is definitely time stamp for that, Mr. Singh. I can tell you, yes. So the Mayday call is happening at 8:09:05. and the aircraft was cleared for takeoff from runway at 8:07.
No, what he's talking about, Abhishek, is he's talking about the cockpit voice recording.
The cockpit
and
voice recording.
Timestamp does not make a mention here, because unless you're making a presumption, sir, because just the paragraph above where they make a mention of the cockpit voice recording, they are basically talking about the time that it takes to lift off, where they're saying aircraft achieve the maximum recorded airspeed of 180 knots. Now that is at 8:08. Immediately thereafter, engine 1 and engine 2 fuel cutoff switches transitioned from runoff to cutoff position one after the other with a time gap of 1, which is like 8:09. And thereafter there is no time stamp is what, sir, that you were mentioned, because thereafter...
So whenever there is a CVR recording, there has to be a timestamp.
Okay, so they
Everything
don't
has
make a
to be-
mention of it. You're right, they don't make a mention of it. As far as this is concerned, you may assume that it could be 8:10, because...
But no, it gives the exact time, Shravan. It says that the cockpit voice recording is stopped at 8:09:11. So exactly 2 seconds after the pilot says, no, I did not do it.
You have to you have to basically look at the timings thereafter, because it makes no mention. What he is saying is that, was there anything in between, or what the referencing has been? Was there a third statement which has been recorded, or it takes time? Because this is exactly what they are talking about. Pilot 1 probably at that point in time notices that he's not getting the thrust, is when he tries to find out what's really happening. And this is the question he's asking: why did you cut off? You have the second pilot saying, I did not do it. So thereafter there are no answers. Whether at all there have been any further conversation between the two pilots, that's not known. No assumptions can essentially be made, because remember, at the end of the day, there is a large amount of data that is yet to be analyzed. But the fact of the matter is that this report only indicates that there is some sort of a technical failure with regards to the engine. But having said that, what led to that and how did they essentially respond? There is very little, very sketchy information really coming in from this report. Rolling coverage here on Republic TV, as you get it, your full details. We decode every bit of this particular document, because remember, it's got global ramifications. This report has a global ramification, questions to be raised, questions that still remain completely unanswered.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी। अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
As the war scorches and U.S. weapons start arriving again, the Kremlin is sending a message: we're still open to peace. But here's the twist. Is President Zelensky finally being cornered into deciding if he really wants to blink at all? Russia's war on Ukraine has raged for more than 3 years. But now, Moscow claims it's still waiting for Ukraine to restart peace talks, a third round of direct negotiations, a possible deal, and it's Ukraine that needs to make the first.
I don't think we should jump into any conclusions on this. I truly believe we have the most wonderful workforce in terms of pilots and the crew in the whole world. I have to appreciate all the efforts the pilots and the crew in this country are putting into the aviation. They are the backbone of this civil aviation. They are the primary resource of civil aviation, and we care for the welfare and the well-being of our pilots also. So let's not jump to any conclusions at this stage. Let us wait for the final report.
Sir, what was your message of the victim family?
Justice has to be done. So I know it is a very difficult time for the family members, but from our side, whatever best we can do from the ministry, we are trying to assist in that.
Sabotage angle, saying that how can the fuel engine shut off on its own?
So this is, see, these are technical things, and that is why we have the investigation agency. And once they are clear with something, they are going to produce the final report. And at this stage, it will be very immature for me also to comment on it. The preliminary has come in, but for something concrete, we have to wait for the final report. And we will assist the AIB in getting it done soon. ఎంతో కాలం నుంచి మీకు తెలుసు ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ రాష్ట్రం అనంటే అత్యధికమైన తీర ప్రాంతం ఉండే రాష్ట్రం. తీర ప్రాంతాన్ని పూర్తి శాతం మనం సద్వినియోగం చేసుకోవాలనంటే
Well, in fact, that's Civil Aviation Minister's first response after the investigative report has now been made public. Ladies and gentlemen, the government's first response coming in that they are looking into this matter. They are analyzing the report. The government makes no statement with regards to what does it believe really coming out of this investigation so far. They are saying that it's a preliminary report. The final report is yet to come in. Remember, it is part of the charter that the AAIB had to submit this report, the preliminary report, within a period of 30 days, and that's exactly what has happened. But Group Captain Bajpai, a lot of people are asking this question, why at 1:30 in the morning when this report was made public? Is there more to it? Because this could have been done in the afternoon, it could have been done in the evening, because yesterday there was a lot of speculation that this report would have come out around 7 o'clock in the evening. That's what top sources had indicated. Then it turned out that at 1:30 in the morning, specifically at 1:30 in the morning, it's going to come out. But so be it. There's no answer really coming in at this point in time. But Group Captain Bajpai, first, with regards to, for all our viewers who are tuning in right now, what does this 15-page report really talk about? What are the big takeaways? One, dual engine failure has now been confirmed by this particular preliminary report. But it raises unanswered questions. And question number one is with regards to how did the engine fail in the first place? And if at all the engine actually failed, how is it that the last page of this report, page number 15 of this report, basically says no recommendations are to be made as far as the Dreamliners are concerned, or for that matter the GE engines. So Group Captain Bajpai, I want your first response. The last page, page number 15, says no recommendations required. Is it unusual or is it usual practice when it comes to preliminary reports?
This is very clear indication. That's what I was arguing just some time back, that this particular line which has been included in the preliminary report gives a clear-cut indication that till now, where the investigating team had full access of cockpit voice recorder, DFDR, and all available other evidences, in light of that also, if investigating team writes this line on further investigation category, it gives an indication.
But Group Captain Bajpai, sorry for the intervention. I still don't understand that you are saying that there is an engine failure. You are saying that the engine was not responding. There wasn't enough thrust for the liftoff. If that is the case, then how is there no recommendation as far as the engine manufacturer is concerned?
We are forgetting this is a preliminary report. As per the ICAO Annex 13, within 30 days, preliminary report is to be filed, which should tell what has happened, not how did it happen, what is the root cause of its happening. So that is not the motto of preliminary report. That is point number one. Point number two, I agree to you, as per this report, there are two indications. One is that either there is a technical failure has taken place. To the best of knowledge available with me, there could be three possibilities, which I have narrated some time back also. Either fire condition or N2 RPM of both the engine going beyond the limits, like 120% or more. So over-speed protection unit comes into play. Okay. Third is the dissymmetry of the thrust. Okay. If these three conditions are ruled out, further the relight attempts have been made successfully. It was our bad luck that we are not having sufficient height And because of that, we could not get 10-15 seconds more. Otherwise, this accident would not have taken place. Relight could have taken place, power would have been regained, and flight could have been successfully gone ahead.
Dr. Vandana Singh, you've heard what Group Captain Bajpai had to say, but once again, I'm pressing upon this because everyone who has been tuning in right now, they've been asking this one simple question. If there is an engine failure, and the fact that there were attempts that were made by the pilots, it's very clear that there were attempts sincerely made by the pilots to perhaps revive the situation, so much so one of the engines did actually regain, the other did not really respond well, finally looking at the descent. But what do you really make of it? Was there a problem with the aircraft itself? Does that become amply clear from this particular report? Or you would say it's too early to make a comment as far as the airworthiness of this aircraft is concerned?
Thank you for having me on your show. Firstly, as I have been mentioning also on other channels, this is preliminary report. This is the first-hand report that's just come in, and it is also a bit sketchy, because we have only 2 sentences over here, which are from the pilot 1 to the pilot 2. We don't even know whether it's the captain or the co-pilot asking, have you cut off the fuel switch? And the other is saying negative. So from this, it appears, and mind you, there is another word that's being used, transitioned. When we use the word transition, then we are not moving it, then it's moving to automatic. So the question is, even though this is preliminary, one has to get deeper into the probe, join the dots and come up with the cues. Because here it's a question of 260 lives lost, a lot of the global population, all of us need answers, people need closures, and definitely the report has to now start digging deeper and coming out in the how it happened, why it happened. And if you're talking about transition, then definitely I am not ruling out a FedEx, malfunction, miscommand, software, electrical, mechanical failure. Anything could have happened over here. I am not really blaming the pilots over here. From what it looks, the pilots have really tried to salvage. And when the second pilot is saying, I did not cut it off, those are more or less the dying words of a human being. Let's take it at that this is a preliminary investigation, more has to come out, but you cannot rule out the stakeholders here. You cannot rule out Boeing, you cannot rule out GE, you cannot rule out Air India, you cannot rule out maintenance, you cannot rule out anybody.
But Dr. Vandana, because you're making this point that nowhere can you give a clean sheet to anyone. If I may then ask you, what do you think, in your opinion, the biggest unanswered questions from this report, and that is the reason why there is no clarity? Are you satisfied with the fact that there is ample evidence that has been provided with regards to the technical failure aspect, or you would say that is not enough?
That's not enough.
And
that's
why?
Not, this is just preliminary, what has come out.
So could you help us understand, when you're saying repeatedly, yes, we do know it's a preliminary report, what in your opinion in that matter makes it very clear that we do not have enough to suggest that this was a technical failure? Group Captain Bajpai said that we have eliminated some of the reasons, so he's inclined towards saying it's a human failure. I don't want to speculate, but I want a specific answer from you, Dr. Vandana, as to what do you make of it?
I always maintain that the FedEx needs to be examined, which is the full authority digital engine control system, because that can cause the fuel valves to open and shut. And when we are talking of transitioning, why are we using the word transition? Why aren't we using the word move over here in this report? You see the word transition, and that is what is baffling me. This should be answered, because then it moves immediately into a electrical, technical, mechanical, software glitch, whatever it is, and it has to be looked into. So no, I'm not writing it off. I'm telling you that there is a problem there, and I don't see this as a pilot error. I see the pilots actually trying to save whatever is there at 625 feet. And how much can you save at that much height? You can't save anything. That's why there's a mayday call just 6 seconds before the impact, and then the aircraft is crashing. So definitely there is a problem here, and this has to come out as to what exactly it is. And I've already said that the FedEx of the operating system needs to be looked into, in detail by the investigating body for the answers to come out. This is very, very preliminary as I see it, and sketchy. Over to you.
Well, Dr. Vandana, I'll request you to stay on with us. For all our viewers who are tuning in right now, I'm going to quickly take you through what is it that we know so far from this particular 15-page report that was made public shortly after midnight, around 1:30 this morning. And this is the first report that has come in exactly 30 days after the tragic accident that has actually taken place in Ahmedabad, resulting in the loss of over 260 people. But this is what we know so far. A clarity has come in with regards to the conversation that took place inside the cockpit, but many are saying that this is not really enough, because these are the only two statements that have now been made public of the conversation between the pilot. We do not know this is who in the sense that is it the co-pilot, pilot number 1 and pilot number 2. We cannot really come to the conclusion right now, but this is what they had said. Why did you cut off? And I did not do it. Now, the fulcrum of this entire argument remains here. It's the fuel control system, the fuel switch system, because that's the point here. How did it move from run to cut off? To simplify this, when it's in the run mode, it essentially means that the fuel is being supplied to the engine. When it is in the cut-off mode, it means that there is no fuel that is being provided to the engine. It turns out, according to this particular report, that it was in the cut-off mode. Now, interestingly, this is the third new angle that has basically come out, or the third new picture angle, if I may say so, because all this while you had the CCTV footage, but now you have a third angle which clearly shows that the rat is in extended position. If you're wondering what exactly is rat, this is some sort of an emergency power backup that is essentially used. Now, this is perhaps an attempt, because this is just happening within just about a few seconds of the takeoff, when the rat is actually in the extended position, clearly indicating that something was amiss. Whether it was at that point in time the engine was not functioning, that is an assumption that has been made right now. And this is the very point which is right within the perimeter of the airport area, is when the rat gets deployed. And that's the conversation. I do not know whether we have the exact video right now. We're going to play out that video, the over 32 seconds video. But this, ladies and gentlemen, if you're wondering, and Group Captain Bajpai, we've had the Western conspiracy theorists basically coming up with this particular flap handle lever, and there is a clear mention of the flap handle lever as to how it was operating, and it's in page number 10. And I'm just quoting from this report, because all this while there was a lot that was spoken about this particular flap handle lever and the position that you see right now. And this is what they say. The flap handle assembly sustained significant thermal damage. The handle was found to be firmly seated in the 5-degree flap position, consistent with a normal takeoff flap setting. So, Group Captain Bajpai, Western conspiracy theorists were basically talking about this. This report says, no problem. It was in the perfect position that it should be, because it was deployed, because there was an inclination that many of them had, that let's blame the pilot. And that was done right just perhaps 48 hours after the accident. And then what you see is that this investigation rules that out.
On this point, absolutely no doubt, the pilots were absolutely correct. As per the takeoff settings, the flaps are to be selected 5-degree or more. Accordingly, it was selected. In fact, one of the wreckage, we can see the wing trailing edge, wherein we can clearly see that flaps were extended. Mind it, on this aircraft, if all these selection at takeoff point are not made, aircraft is not properly configured for the takeoff role, there is a master caution and audio warning also comes, wherein they are cautioned that your aircraft is not configured properly for the takeoff role. So on this action, it was perfectly all right.
Well, there you have it. Some questions that have been unanswered, and that is with regards to how did it move from run to cutoff, which means that whether at all there was a manual intervention or not. The lock switch system, almost all experts basically opine on the fact that there is no way that it could have been done automatically. There is a manual intervention. Now, Dr. Vandana, if I can ask you then, with regards to the action of the pilot, what perhaps prompted the pilot to make that manual intervention with regards to the run and cutoff aspect?
In my view, first of all, there is utter confusion. We have heard only two lines. Okay, the entire cockpit conversation is not yet out. We have to wait for that. Now, why that has not come out in the preliminary report, I do not know, but it needs to come out. Second thing is, obviously, the pilots will try to do their best if they see it in the cutoff mode. But the question is that how did it come off in the cutoff mode when none of them touched it? And if it has to be only manual, then again I use the word, why was the word transition used? Why was the word move not used? So my question is, but the pilots they did right to salvage whatever they could. Right. But the time was too less.
Yeah.
Too long. That was it.
You are absolutely...
And there is the evidence. You can see the evidence over there that they actually did their best over here. So under those conditions, none of them cut it off. Absolutely. Neither number one, neither the second one. So how can we point it to that?
It's coming down to these two things. The switch control, the fuel switch control, and the possibility that maybe they did not have enough time. The pilots did not have enough time to salvage. That's our conversation. Taking a short break, coming back on the other side.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
The reason we've launched the Nationalist Collective is because we believe it is time now for a group of ideologically driven Indians to drive the destiny of our country. For far too long, people who have had interests inimical to national interest have held sway. We need to put nationalism first, nation first. The Nationalist Collective is a very clear and sharp movement, presents the spirit of a new India which stands by what is right, does what is right, and raises its voice for what is right. Remember, this country is safe only if it is in the hands of nationalists. This country will grow only if nation first becomes our principal motto, where the only ism that matters is nationalism. Join the Nationalist Collective. It is going to be the largest non-political movement in this country.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
As the war scorches and U.S. weapons start arriving again, the Kremlin is sending a message: we're still open to peace. But here's the twist. Is President Zelensky finally being cornered into deciding if he really wants to blink at all? Russia's war on Ukraine has raged for more than 3 years. But now, Moscow claims it's still waiting for Ukraine to restart peace talks, a third round of direct negotiations, a possible deal, and it's Ukraine that needs to make the first move, says the Kremlin.
Дождаться все-таки все-таки каких-то сигналов из Киева, представителей киевского режима о желании или нежелании выходить на третий раунд прямых переговоров российско-украинских. Но
30 days after the tragic accident in Ahmedabad, the preliminary report has now been made public. A little after midnight, the 15-page report has now been made public. Key takeaways from the report, several questions that still remain completely unanswered, questions that perhaps the airline, the manufacturers will also have to answer over a period of time. Over the next few hours, we're going to take you through each of the details coming in from the report. The first big headline really emerging right now, the preliminary report essentially indicating that it was a dual engine failure. For the first time, what really transpired inside the cockpit? The conversation between the pilots have also been revealed, but many questions now being answered with regards to the fuel lock switch system. What does it mean and why it is now becoming the biggest talking point? All this and much more. But first, take a look at this report, and then we are going to break down for all of you who are tuning in right now as the big news that we are tracking very, very closely.
It was a routine takeoff in Ahmedabad until seconds later, both engines on Air India flight AI-171 suddenly lost power. The Boeing 787 plunged to the ground. Flight data shows the fuel control switches somehow moved to cut off, shutting off fuel to both engines. Investigators believe it was possibly a mechanical flaw warned about in a US safety bulletin issued back in 2018. That bulletin, FAA's Special Airworthiness Information Bulletin or SAIB, flagged a design issue in the switch. It wasn't mandatory, but it recommended replacing a part known to fail. Was this issue looked into by Air India is what the experts are asking now. The crash reveals a deeper flaw, how airlines treat non-mandatory safety advice. A strong safety system should evaluate every risk, even if it is just a recommendation. A chilling reminder that in aviation, there are no small warnings.
Well, let's also take you through some of the other details that are basically emerging with regards to the investigation that has been carried out. What is it that we know? As our experts are also going to join us on this broadcast, help us understand each of the aspects that have been dealt upon by the investigators. Over the last few days, what has happened? This is what the AAIB is indicating right now. We'll also go across to our guest in a short while from now. But first, the big takeaway. The first big takeaway is with regards to the engine failures. This report indicates that there was a clear engine failure, that is immediately after the lift off. There wasn't enough thrust to the aircraft, leading to a situation that it was descending. What do you make of the report? Because many questions are now also being asked of the manufacturer. I'm going to come to that a little later. But first, the big takeaway of the engine failure.
Hello. Well, it appears, according to the report, that the engine cut-off switches were selected to off individually, first one and then the other. And then the dialogue that you've already reported took place between the two pilots, and they were then sequentially returned to the run position, which allowed the engines to begin recovery. But unfortunately, there wasn't enough time.
Mr. Toza, the fact here is this, that there is an important point that many seem to have missed out. This is a recommendation that was made by the FAA with regards to the fuel switch system. And we have gone into the detailing of it. It turns out that there was a recommendation that was made to the aircraft, to the airliners, as well as the manufacturers, and they had specifically asked for an inspection to be done. And I'm quoting from this report. The FAA, this is what they said. They had recommended that they inspect the locking feature of the fuel control switch to ensure its engagement. So there is a belief that there is a problem as far as this system is concerned. So one cannot really blame the pilots when there is a problem that has been highlighted by the FAA. The only issue is that it was never made mandatory.
That's quite possibly the case. We simply don't know yet. I suspect that the investigators know a little bit more than we do. They've been very good at producing a very detailed and open report, but there are still questions that need to be answered. The very fact that the switches moved 1 and then 2 indicates that it was done by a person. I mean, there may be a system failure that caused that to happen, but I don't know how it would happen. The difference being maybe the ones you're referring to, whether there is a lock on the switch that prevents it being moved without being lifted. Now that wasn't a mandatory requirement, but it's not clear to me that this particular aircraft had the lock mechanism disabled.
Okay, because there is a clear instruction coming in from the FAA that proper inspections would have been done and the possibility of certain malfunctioning as far as the switch control is concerned. Joining me in the studio is also Group Captain Bajpai, and J. Venkateshwara Rao is also going to join us on this broadcast. But before I go, take it forward, Mr. Toza, the fact of the matter is this: no recommendation has been made as far as the Dreamliners are concerned. 1,100 Dreamliners are operating. There are big stakeholders right now. Do you believe there is an attempt to somewhere down the line protect the manufacturers here, despite some of grave concerns that have been raised by the FAA in the past, and now with this report coming in, indicating once again that there is a problem as far as the fuel switch control is concerned?
I think it would be a big leap to say that there is an issue or a cover-up. I simply wouldn't be in a position to comment on that. The fact that the FAA made this recommendation without making it mandatory would seem to be an issue with the Federal Aviation Administration rather than Boeing. And obviously Air India didn't feel it necessary to implement the recommendation, and it may well be that this aircraft wasn't affected by it in any case. I don't know what might be motives behind any of this, but it does appear that once the engine switches were operated, the aircraft did exactly what it was designed to do.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Toza, for joining us on this broadcast. Group Captain Bajpai and Mr. Rao, thank you very much for joining in right now. The only conversation, Mr. Rao, as we were speaking this morning, was about the 2 lines that have been made, and that perhaps has been the only thing that they've mentioned in the report, where you have Pilot 1 asking Pilot 2 whether at all did he cut off, to which a response came in that he did not. So what really happened? We still do not know, because this report makes no mention of what happened before and what happened after that. What do you really make of it? First, your opening thoughts with regards to the report itself and the specifics that are now emerging with regards to this particular system, while you saying that it's a fail switch safe that you're essentially talking about. But the reality is this, that there is also an indication as far as the pilots and the fact that they've made all possible attempts to revive the engine.
Right, Shravan. In the morning also I had mentioned that these switches are fail-safe. And what the conversation tells us is that neither of them had touched that switch. So there is a flaw with the switch. That is what we have to assume given what has been reported so far. Now coming back to the circular issued by FAA, it is surprising that FAA issued the circular but did not direct Boeing to issue any advisory on that. So we also need to look at that. Second thing is, why was this advisory taken so casually? We'll have to check with the maintenance records if whether a periodic check was being done on the switch. So after that, we will be in a position to say whether the switch malfunctioned or how it malfunctioned. So we'll have to wait for the full report before we can come to any conclusion. But like I said, these are fail-safe switches, and if both of them are denying having touched them, then we need to know why this happened.
I want both of you to stay on with us, because what I'm going to right now do is take you through some of the videos and the pictures that have now been made public. And these pictures are quite important to basically talk about. On our screens already we are putting out the switch control system, which talks about the run as well as cutoff angle. Let's try and take you through each of these details. What does it mean, and what do you really make of it? Picture number one that we're going to put out right now. Picture number one is this very fuel control system that's on your screens right now. And this is what it talks about. This picture that you see is the recovery picture. If I can take you through the first one. Now, the run and cutoff is about the fuel going into the system itself, the engines that are operating. Now, as per this report, it was cut off, and that's when an alarm was raised by the pilot. Pilot 2 basically says, I did not cut off. So we do not know what really happened thereafter, which means that the engine was not receiving the fuel. There was an attempt to relight, and in fact, the first engine did respond, but not good enough for that entire ascending. And in fact, thereafter, you have a situation where there is a clear drop taking place in that position. Now, the fact that you have the pilots deploying the RAT, which is again an emergency power backup system, means that by this time, which is basically right inside the perimeter area of the airport itself, that you have the aircraft indicating that there is a problem, and that is the reason why the RAT is in an extended position. So the conversation, it believes, is also of that very point. Now, flap handle lever, which is essentially basically used, this lever, as per this report, was in the right condition. That it is in that 5 degree that it was deployed by the pilots, which means that there was no problem as far as this handle lever is concerned, because there was a lot of speculation whether it was right or wrong. Here, this is the very moment after it takes off. As per the report, immediately after this, the RAT gets actually deployed, which means that barely few seconds after that takeoff is when they realize that there is some problem. That problem could be because of the engine. Now, this is where there is an attempt that has been made to find out the problem. It turns out the engine 1 does not get enough power. Engine 1 was that reboot system is being done. Engine 2 also does not really respond, and here goes in as it starts descending, and the mayday call is actually made, and that's when the crash actually takes place. So this has been elaborated within about 36 to about 39 seconds, but it's airborne just for about 32 seconds. Now, that entire description is also mentioned, and the timeline has now been put out by this particular report. Can we just go to that timeline aspect? This is the video 2. This is another angle that you can clearly see, and the RAT getting deployed, and there is also a sound attached to it, and that sound clearly is an indication. Many experts are indicating that could be because the RAT was already deployed. Now, let's take you to the specific time period. This was around 1:13 in the afternoon when the movement actually begins, where the aircraft basically requested for a pushback and startup. That's the first request that is being made. It is made to the ATC. That is happening at 1:13 in the afternoon. The ATC thereafter approved the pushback. That's when the aircraft starts leaving. 13:16, the next few seconds, ATC approves the startup. So you basically try to move towards the runway. The ATC queried if the aircraft required full length of the runway. That's the decision that is taken as to from which runway is it going to take off. 13:19 is the aircraft thereafter confirmed requirement of a full length. So you require a full length because it's a Dreamliner. Runway 23 is basically assigned. It moves around 13:25 when the aircraft requested taxi clearance, which was granted by the ATC. And 13:32, the aircraft was transferred from ground to tower control. The aircraft is now under the control of the ATC. The aircraft was instructed to line up on the runway 23. So this video is not there. And thereafter, The aircraft was cleared around 13:37, that is about 1:37 in the afternoon, for takeoff from runway 23. Now, these conditions are actually important. As per this report, the wind conditions was absolutely fine. It was conducive for the aircraft to lift off, and that's exactly what has happened. But now, this period that you see till about 1:39, that's when all of it happened. So roughly about 32 seconds is what is all of this actually happened. Mayday call was made by AI-171, leading to that tragic crash that took place in Ahmedabad. Now, the details emerging is of the fact that the engines were not operating, but there is a change as far as the fuel switch control is concerned, and the fuel control switch becomes the biggest talking point right now with regards to this entire investigation. A caveat here coming in that this is just the preliminary report mandated by the charter, which means that within 30 days you need to submit a preliminary report, and the final report would come out at a later stage. Two responses really coming in from the government right now. Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu, as well as his deputy, that's the MOS Civil Aviation, Muralidhar Mahol, both are essentially indicating that the government is analyzing the report right now. Interestingly, this report that I'm holding was released around 1:30 in the morning, shortly after midnight that has happened, and this is what the big takeaway, as we can see, is the conversation really coming in between the pilot 1 and pilot 2. Now, we do not know whether it is pilot 1 happens to be the co-pilot or not, or it is pilot number 2. That clarity is still not really coming in. They are essentially talking about whether at all fuel control is there or not, there is fuel being supplied to the engine or not. It turns out that one of the pilots actually spotted that it is cut off. That is the reason why they had to reboot. There is an ability that they have the option of actually rebooting right now. Now, let me also take you through some of the responses that have come in since morning. Two key responses, one coming in from the Civil Aviation Minister himself and thereafter his deputy, both saying that do not come to any conclusions at this point in time. Does this mean that no clean chit has been given to the airline, to the manufacturer, to the engine manufacturer? Because interestingly, page number 15 of this particular report, that most of the experts have essentially said that it is as per protocol and you should not make much of it, and in which they say that no recommended action has been made. Listen in to what the Civil Aviation Minister had to say.
Appreciate the job done by AIB, a very commendable job. It was a very challenging task. In fact, for the first time, safely securing the black box and trying to decode the data and everything being done in India itself in the lab in Delhi for AIB, first of its kind. So I'd like to appreciate all the efforts they have put in to do a very transparent, very mature, professional way the investigation has been done, and also all the international protocols have also been respected and followed. And regarding the report, this is a preliminary report right now, and from the ministry we are analyzing the report, but I think it would be better if we can comment on it once the final report comes in. So we are coordinating with AIB also. Whatever support or resources they need, we'll be providing to them. But AIB will be the primary investigating agency into this, and we are hoping that as soon as possible the final report also comes in so that we can arrive at some conclusion. So right now, like the report has only stated within that there are multiple other things also that need to be looked into before preparing the final report. So we want the final report to come in to look at things. So let us wait till then. I don't think we should jump into any conclusions on this. I truly believe we have the most wonderful workforce in terms of pilots and the crew in the whole world. I have to appreciate all the efforts the pilots and the crew in this country are putting into the aviation. They are the backbone of this civil aviation. They are the primary resource of civil aviation, and we care for the welfare and the well-being of our pilots also. So let's not jump to any conclusions at this stage. Let us wait for the final report.
मंत्रालय सीधा इसमें कोई दखल अंदाजी नहीं करती. AIB एक ऑटोनॉमस अथॉरिटी है, उनके हिसाब से वो काम करते हैं. तो उन्होंने भी कहा है कि जो संवाद हुआ है वो भी सामने आया है, लेकिन उस संवाद से हम किसी निष्कर्ष पे नहीं पहुंच सकते, क्योंकि उन्होंने यही कहा है कि ये प्राइमरी रिपोर्ट है। प्राथमिक रिपोर्ट के अनुसार जो सामने आया है, मुझे लगता है कि और थोड़ा समय देना चाहिए, तो हम फाइनल उसमें एक्चुअली क्या हुआ, सिचुएशन क्या थी, रीज़न क्या है, तो उस पर आ सकते हैं फाइनल रिपोर्ट के बाद।
Well, let me also go across to my colleague Harsha, who's joining us on this broadcast. Harsha, very clear that the FAA had made certain recommendations as far as this fuel switch control system is concerned. We do not know whether at all the airline has actually adhered to it. If you go by this report, it says that there was a clear instruction that was given. Air India hasn't. And I'm quoting this is what they said, that as per the information from Air India, the suggested inspections were not carried out as the SAIB was advisory and not mandatory. So the airline can actually come up and say that, look here, the FAA back in 2018, when it comes to the fuel injection system, did not make it mandatory, so why should we do it?
Yes, you rightly pointed out, Shravan, the airline can any day say it because it was an advisory and it was not mandatory for the aircrafts to do. But the FAA and SAIB, precisely stated that inspection has to be done. This has been tested in the Boeing 737, 777 and other fleet. In 787, this was not checked. It was checked in other Boeings, and that is the reason why the new part has to be installed and the new fuel switch has to be installed, not the older one. If you read the number precisely, the new fuel switch which is being said, the number, it has to be installed. But that whether Air India installed it or it didn't install it, whether it was the older one or whether it was the new fuel switch which was installed, that questions Air India yet need to answer to all of us, because this clearly is a Boeing assembling the the electrical issue, because any engine itself can't say run or cut off. It never ever happens in the history of the aviation industry. It's very shocking for the pilot industry, the association and the experts to understand that it has never happened that once the plane takes off, the sensor shows in air and after 37 seconds the plane crashes. There is a runoff and cut off automatically. That means pilot unlocked it when the plane took off, but automatically the fuel sign said cut off. It automatically went back. Was there some relay issue? Because there's a relay in the valve as well. Was there some internal wiring issue, technical issue, mechanical issue? This Boeing and Air India can only respond, and the engineering team of Air India precisely can tell, because as we have seen here, the fuel switch was never checked, it was never inspected. In multiple technical snags also which were reported in this particular VTANB, which we also on our channels showcased, there was never mentioning of the checking of the cockpit or any issue of the throttle or in the fuel switch. This was never mentioned in any of the technical snag. That means since 2023 to till now, Air India never did any inspection in the fuel switch, and there was some serious problem, and that needs to be investigated. Therefore, in the primary report, the initial report what we are looking at right now of AAIB, clearly it is stated that investigation is still underway. There's no concrete investigation that what has happened till now. They have only stated that there was the engine cut-off issue because of which the plane crashed. But if we read between the lines clearly tells that there was some electrical problem in the fuel switch, which the Boeing and the General Electric must respond, because these are the companies who have actually installed this system in the Boeing 787 aircraft. Back to you.
Well, in fact, I just want to put out some details of this very locking feature that we're talking about. And Mr. Rao, I'm quoting from the SAIB recommendation that was made, and perhaps as our reporter has been highlighting, that Air India may not have, because as per this report, Air India hasn't. And interestingly, this is what they say, I'm quoting, inspect the locking feature of the fuel control switch to ensure its engagement. While the airplane is on the ground, check whether the fuel control switch can be moved between the two positions without lifting up the switch. If the switch can be moved without lifting it up, the locking feature has been disengaged and the switch should be replaced at the earliest opportunity. So this makes it very, very clear that there is a possibility as far as the fuel locking feature is concerned, there could be flaws. So it is not that it is fail proof. It is not the case. There is a clear recommendation. They're asking the airline to look into it, make the necessary amends.
Shravan, violations in Air India has been the norm, and this report also comes to that. If there was an advisory that please check these switches intermittently or in a periodic manner, and the same has not been done, it speaks volumes. Let me assure you, Air India at one time had the best of pilots, the best of crew, the best of engineers, the best of administrators. There's no doubt about it. Like I have always said, and I still maintain, the Air India run under the original Tatas brooked no violation. But unfortunately, today, corporatization has taken over, cutting corners, profitability is all that is looked at. At the end, in a board meeting, all they decide is, okay, are we in the red or are we in the black? These are the only two things. And if we are in the red, why? How can we cut corners? And Air India has been cutting corners from 2008 onwards. From the arrival of the 777 aircraft, Air India has been cutting corners in every aspect, whether it is engineering, whether it is flight safety, whether it is crew. Air India has been cutting corners. We expected that when the Tatas brought over the airline, they would bring it back to its previous glory. But unfortunately, they could not, or they are not able to bring it to that glory. And I have been fighting flight safety violations. I've been bringing this to the notice of the management. I have stuck out like a sore thumb, and I have paid a very heavy price. And Shravan, you're aware of how diligently and honestly I have been fighting this battle. And I'm not sure, let me be again honest, I'm not sure whether we will learn any lesson even today. Today, only because of this incident, some inspections are taking place. Had this not accident taken place, we would be back to square one. So it is not that this is advisory, so I don't do. The advisory is that switch can malfunction. So if there is a possibility of a malfunction, you need to inspect that switch. It's a flight safety hazard. Just because it's an advisory, you can't just throw that paper in the bin. Another aspect that I am looking at, Shravan, is that if FAA gave out that circular, why didn't that mandatory notices that need to be given? Or why didn't FAA tell all the regulators that we find there's a problem with this, so mandate it? At least if it was mandated that the check be done once in 3 months, and heavens would not have fallen, because that's all, you're just testing a switch. How much time would that take? Let's put it very as today. It takes just 5 seconds to 8 seconds to check whether it is up or down, or whether it can go on manually. It doesn't cost money. It doesn't cost time. But then it's advisory, so I don't have to follow it. It's like me saying, oh, my father advised me, but I don't have to do it. It doesn't work that way. We are aviation industry. Flight safety is of paramount importance. And the essence of flight safety is lost on Air India. And unfortunately, I can say this about all the other airlines as well. We have been cutting corners. There are no two things about that. Let me make that very clear. And DGCA has been the most complacent body. The minister is right in saying we have the best. It's not the manpower that is the best. Are the protocols in place? Are the protocols being followed? Because, Shravan, 3 years back, 13 audit reports were fudged. The DGCA found them to be fudged, but the officers who fudged those reports, no action was taken against them. Not even punitive. Forget penal. So we are really complacent. we need to pull up our socks. While I bear with what the minister says, but the ground realities are totally different. And if the body cannot understand the ground realities, there is another incident waiting to happen. It's as simple as that.
In fact, what we would also like to hear is the families of the victims and what they feel about the report. But I don't know whether they can speak, Shravan, because earlier some families claimed there were some forced financial disclosures. Of course, the airline went on to deny that on record. We will wait to hear from them. But here's what the government is saying on record, what the minister said, what the Minister of State is saying, and what some of the experts are saying. In fact, Rajiv Pratap Rudy, very interesting, he's a member of the BJP. He's also a leader of the BJP, and he continues to be a pilot. Now, he had his own analysis when he saw the report. He spoke to the media. Here are some of the official responses you have from the government on the 15-page preliminary report of the AI-171 crash.
Appreciate the job done by AIB, a very commendable job. It was a very challenging task. In fact, for the first time, safely securing the black box and trying to decode the data and everything being done in India itself in the lab in Delhi for AIB, first of its kind. So I'd like to appreciate all the efforts they have put in to do a very transparent, very mature, professional way the investigation has been done, and also all the international protocols have also been respected and followed. And regarding the report, this is a preliminary report right now, and from the ministry we are analyzing the report, but I think it would be better if we can comment on it once the final report comes in. So we are coordinating with AIB also. Whatever support or resources they need, we'll be providing to them. But AIB will be the primary investigating agency into this, and we are hoping that as soon as possible the final report also comes in so that we can arrive at some conclusion. So right now, like the report has only stated within that there are multiple other things also that need to be looked into before preparing the final report. So we want the final report to come in to look at things. So let us wait till then. I don't think we should jump into any conclusions on this. I truly believe we have the most wonderful workforce in terms of pilots and the crew in the whole world. I have to appreciate all the efforts the pilots and the crew in this country are putting into the aviation. They are the backbone of this civil aviation. They are the primary resource of civil aviation, and we care for the welfare and the well-being of our pilots also. So let's not jump to any conclusions at this stage. Let us wait for the final report.
मंत्रालय सीधा इसमें कोई दखल अंदाजी नहीं करती. AIB एक ऑटोनॉमस अथॉरिटी है, उनके हिसाब से वो काम करते हैं. तो उन्होंने भी कहा है कि जो संवाद हुआ है वो भी सामने आया है, लेकिन उस संवाद से हम किसी निष्कर्ष पे नहीं पहुंच सकते, क्योंकि उन्होंने यही कहा है कि ये प्राइमरी रिपोर्ट है. प्राथमिक रिपोर्ट के अनुसार जो सामने आया है, मुझे लगता है कि और थोड़ा समय देना चाहिए, तो हम फाइनल उसमें एक्चुअली क्या हुआ, सिचुएशन क्या थी, रीज़न क्या है, तो उस पर आ सकते हैं फाइनल रिपोर्ट के बाद.
Okay, Group Captain Bajpai is in our studio. Group Captain Bajpai, one aspect which is clear in this report is that Air India says there was an advisory given, yes, the advisory in 2018, but which we are talking about. They say that they did not act on that advisory because it was merely an advisory and not mandatory. I have follow-up questions, but on the switch question, which of course is now the crux of this report, when an advisory like this is given, in your understanding, what does an airline do?
Most of the paras of this advisory, this preliminary report, I have highly appreciated. But on this FAA issued Special Airworthiness Information Bulletin number NM 18-33, I am very sure this particular topic must have been deliberated, analyzed among various investigating members. That's how it has got the place in this preliminary report at the cost of full conversation of the CVR, various important critical parameters observed out of DFDR readout, At those costs, this para has got place in the preliminary report given by investigating team. I am very sure there was enough time to find out from Air India authorities what was their outlook. This is, yes, it is an advisory service bulletin or airworthiness information bulletin. But what it is dealing? It is dealing most critical and important component associated with the flight safety of the aircraft. Now today, we are deliberating and doubting whether this switch, which in this airworthiness information bulletin, it has been highlighted, the similar switch was installed on Boeing 737 category and the same switch has been installed on Boeing 787. And there was a doubt or there were certain observation that the locking arrangement in that switch was improper. In case if that observation was there, in spite of the bulletin being of advisory in nature, we can't rule out the possibility, if you can recollect my line of thought, human error, inadvertent human error. If there is no locking arrangement on fuel switch without any intention to move the switch by wrong touching the hand or some other part inside the cockpit on this switch, it can bring from run to cut-off position. So it is of that importance. I am very sure the investigating authorities and members should by this time have gone in detail to find out what has happened, whether this switch position gets recorded on DFDR. And mind it, the question raised by other pilot was, why did you cut off the engine? Please appreciate all the viewers. There is a difference between these two questions. Why did you cut off the engine? Did you cut off the engine? These two are different questions. Why did you cut off the engine? And did you cut off the engine? The question asked, as per this preliminary report, why did you cut off the engine? Against which he replies, I did not. Now here is a room whether intentional or unintentional. I am not with full authority to say that this is the sole cause of reason which has caused this accident. But the room of doubt appears in that direction. Could have been further amplified had they given all the cockpit conversation recording of last 2 hours or last at least half an hour wherein this particular flight was associated.
Sir, I think, I would also say that, I don't know whether you can point, I don't know whether you were trying to point at possible pilot error or human error. But I can tell you one thing, that in this report, what is also clear is that if the switch was cut off, there was an attempt to put the switch back on as well, which the pilots did, but it was too late, right? While I take this point forward, there's a story that I have
one small point to make over there. It is further substantiates.
I don't think the pilots could have done anything, sir, given what
I am not saying intentionally.
Yeah.
Inadvertently. Had there been a locking mechanism.
Is it possible? I don't know. If you look at the picture over there.
If they are going,
but there is a clear barrier there. There is a bridge. There is a barrier.
Absolutely correct.
Yeah.
What happens? It is the most critical phase of flying. They have to operate various switches over there. The flap handle is there. The throttles are there. Then by the side, the landing gear selecting up switch is there. So misadvertently, that thing, his hand got fouled with this switch. Since it has not got the locking arrangement, it could have moved. I am just probability theory. I am not authentically saying it is done in this way. But in the absence of further details.
Yeah, even before that happened, I mean, the RAT was already activated according to experts. I'm no expert, but experts are saying that this all hints at cascading failure at different levels, even before we came to the switch. There's a story that I have. I'll just bring that story and we'll come back to this point.
RAT deployment timing they have not given in this report.
Yes, they have.
They have specific timing they have not given.
They have. So
they have said it got deployed immediately after takeoff.
Yes,
the timing is not there.
Immediately. But
immediately.
It's a few seconds after
So
takeoff.
3 seconds. 3 seconds. That's why everything has happened within 32 seconds.
Yes.
But for other activities, they have given timed out. They have given the timing for engine switching off. The one engine switching off, after 1 second, the second engine got switched off. But for the RAT deployment, timing is not given. They said RAT got deployed immediately after takeoff. So what is the 3 second or 5 second?
Correct, sir. We'll wait for I think only the final report can
Absolutely
give answers.
Absolutely
to this. Okay, so it's been a month since flight AI-171 crashed. Exactly 30 days. Killing 241 people on board, 260 overall. Today, the first official findings are out. This morning, 1:30 is when the report came out. This preliminary report by the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau, or the AAIB, sheds light on the crucial final moments of the flight, including a distress call made just 90 seconds after takeoff. Now, what exactly happened in those seconds, and how did a routine departure spiral into disaster just 2 or 3 seconds after takeoff? Here's the story.
A month after the AI-171 crash, which claimed 241 lives, a preliminary report by the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau throws light on the critical 30 seconds. Those 30 seconds that none had anticipated. The report suggests complete normalcy before takeoff, and the pilot had 24 minutes of communication. But 90 seconds into the flight, the pilots made a distress call to the ATC. Findings say the aircraft lost thrust, the fuel was cut off, and merely moments after the midday call, the AI-171 went down. The AAIB has further outlined the sequence of impact. The aircraft first hit trees and then the incineration chimney inside the Army Medical Corps. The distance between the first point and eventual impact at least 293 feet. After hitting the trees, the Boeing aircraft moved up to 650 feet. The debris is strewn about at 8 points. The pictures captured in the aftermath indicate a total disintegration. The right engine struck a concrete water tank, while parts of the right wing of the aircraft were found in separate buildings. The left engine separated from the plane and struck the corner of a nearby building, while the 2 landing gears were found about 300 feet from point of crash. A tragedy that unfolded in seconds, now laid bare in fragments of data, voice transmissions, and twisted metal. As investigators continue to piece together what led to the devastating loss of AI-171, the question of systemic failure, human error, or mechanical breakdown still linger.
Okay, we had a response coming in from Rajiv Pratap Rudy after going through this report, the 15-page preliminary report. He's also a BJP leader, a pilot himself, Rajiv Pratap Rudy, who's piloted a Boeing as well. Here's what he said.
प्रशिक्षण के दृष्टिकोण से मान्य है और ये विषय कई बार इसमें उठ सकता है कि आप ये कहेंगे कि पायलट छोटा पायलट क्यों उड़ा रहा था। इस तथ्य को हमेशा के लिए आप खत्म कर दें। दोनों विमान कप्तानों की क्षमता बराबर होती है उड़ान भरने के लिए। इसमें जो तथ्य आए हैं, जो फ्यूल कंट्रोल स्विच है, क्रैश के बाद जो AIBB ने पता लगाया है और देखा है, दोनों फ्यूल स्विच ऑन पोजीशन में थे, यानी कि अपनी जगह पर थे जहां उन्हें होना चाहिए विमान चलाने के लिए। लेकिन कुछ तथ्य उसके प्रारंभिक तौर पर हैं जो इस बात को इंडिकेट करता है कि पायलट ने अपने इंजन के पावर को कम होते हुए देखा है। मैं फिर से दोहरा दूंगा कि पायलट उड़ान भरने के समय कप्तानों ने इंजन की पावर को कम होते हुए देखा है और रिपोर्ट में इसे फ्यूल से इसे तेल से जोड़ा गया है जो इंजन स्टार्ट करने में होता है। जब ऐसी कोई परिस्थिति होती है तो दो संभावनाएं, ऐसा लगता है कि दोनों इंजन फ्लेम आउट हो गए। फ्लेम आउट का मतलब होता है, वैमानिक शब्दों में उसे फ्लेम आउट कहते हैं, लेकिन सामान्य शब्दों में इसे कहते हैं कि इंजन बंद हो गया। और जब ये होता है तो दो संभावनाएं होती हैं और हर विमान में एक रिडंडेंसी होता है कि अगर ऐसा होगा तो ये कदम विमान या तो स्वतः करेगा, जो उसके कंप्यूटर करेंगे, और या तो कप्तान करेगा। यहां जो SOS इमरजेंसी के लिए होता है कि बोथ इंजन्स फ्लेम आउट। हम फिर से आपको रिपीट करेंगे, दोनों इंजन जब बंद होते हैं तो बोइंग में कप्तानों का मेमोरी आइटम होता है, बहुत कम समय होता है, वो सिर्फ याददाश्त से किया जाता है और इसका प्रशिक्षण लगातार किया जाता है। और उसमें दो यहां पर स्थिति थी। जो दूसरा एक इमरजेंसी होता है वो रैट डिप्लॉयमेंट। पहला है कि जब मेमोरी आइटम, उसमें यह करना होता है बोइंग में, एयरबस में ये नहीं करना पड़ता। एयरबस में ये अपने आप होता है। बोइंग में विद इन फ्रैक्शन ऑफ अ सेकेंड कप्तान को जब लगता है कि मेरा इंजन फ्लेम आउट हुआ, वो दोनों स्विच को ऑफ करता है और वापस फिर ऑन करता है। तो उसी समय जो उसका कंप्यूटर है वो इस कमांड को लेता है और फिर से इंजन स्टार्ट करने लगता है। रिपोर्ट में यह भी दिया गया है कि एक इंजन वापस स्टार्ट होने लगा है और दूसरा इंजन स्टार्ट होते होते उसे कुछ वक्त लग रहा था। तो यह स्पष्ट है कि फिर से इंजन फ्लेम आउट के बाद फिर से इंजन स्टार्ट होने लगा है और कप्तान ने उस प्रयास को स्विच ऑफ करके ऑन तुरंत किया, जो विद इन फ्रैक्शन ऑफ अ सेकेंड उसने किया है और ये इंजन स्टार्ट। लेकिन तब तक इंजन का पावर इतना कम हो गया था और सामने में, क्योंकि ये तो बड़ा सवाल है आने वाले दिनों में कि एयरपोर्ट के सामने भवनों के निर्माण पर जो ये चर्चा है उसको हम अलग से लेंगे। और उसके बाद उसने नियंत्रण खो दिया है। मेडे मेडे मेडे, यानी कि मैं अब अंतिम मेरी अंतिम प्रयास है, मैं मौत से जूझ रहा हूं, और अंतिम संवाद करके वो विमान क्रैश कर गया है। तो सिर्फ दो तथ्य, इंजन फ्लेम आउट हुआ है, ये तथ्य इसमें दिया गया, यानी कि टेक ऑफ के समय इंजन फ्लेम आउट हो गया। जो सामान्य रूप से प्रतिवेदन में दिया गया है कि 2018 में, उसका भी इंटरप्रिटेशन आपको समझना होगा। 2018 में FAA उसने एक डायरेक्टिव इशू किया था कि जो स्विच उठा करके हम लोग ऑन करते हैं ये कई बार अपने आप से वापस लौट जाता है, जो डिटेंट कहते हैं। उस स्विच को उठा करके हम ऑन करते हैं तो दोनों इंजन, ऐसा हो सकता है। एक एडवाइजरी था, लेकिन वो एक ऐसा एडवाइजरी था जो सामान्य रूप से उसकी कोई जरूरत नहीं थी कि उसमें कोई सुधार की जाए, ऐसा मानना। तो नंबर एक तथ्य यह है कि विमान उड़ा है, दोनों इंजन पूरी ताकत के साथ उड़े हैं और उसके पश्चात इंजन के दोनों इंजन बंद हुए हैं, फ्लेम आउट किए हैं। और उसमें जो तथ्य उभर के आ रहे हैं कि जो फ्यूल इंजेक्शन होता है वो बंद हो गया और फिर वापस कप्तान ने उसको चालू करने का अपने हुनर से, कैप्टन सब्रवाल ने और को पायलट ने, जो दूसरे सह कप्तान थे, उन्होंने अपने हुनर से उस वर्षों के अनुभव का उपयोग करते हुए इंजन को फिर से रीलाइट करने का कोशिश किया है, कर दिया है। क्योंकि जिस समय विमान क्रैश किया है दोनों स्विच ऑन पोजीशन में थे। तो कट ऑफ, रन और कट ऑफ, तो इसका मतलब है उन्होंने जो प्रतिवेदन में है कट ऑफ करके फिर से वापस रन किया, विमान फिर से उड़ गया। सवाल ये है, ये विमान के साथ क्या हुआ है और कैसे हुआ, क्यों हुआ है, इसका उत्तर शायद आगे के इन्वेस्टिगेशन में पता चले कि विमान उड़ने के बाद फ्लेम आउट क्यों हुआ है। क्योंकि एक ये अगर आसमान में होता, 5000 फीट की ऊंचाई पर होता, 10,000 फीट की ऊंचाई पर होता, 30,000 फीट की ऊंचाई पर होता, तो इंजन अगर दोनों बंद होंगे तो हम ये एक्शन लेंगे और हमारा फेडेक जो कंप्यूटर है वो उसको रेस्टोर कर देता। लेकिन इस 400 फीट में जब तक कप्तान उसे देखे, इंजन स्टॉल का इंडिकेशंस आए, इंजन स्पूल डाउन करे और उसके बाद वो देख के प्रयास करे, तो शायद ये ऊंचाई नहीं है। तथ्य यही है, दुर्घटना बहुत बड़ा हादसा है, तथ्य उभर के आ रहे हैं और इसके अन्य उत्तर समय के साथ ही विमान कंपनियां, ऑपरेटर, AIBB, DGCA ही दे सकता है, उस पर मेरी कोई टिप्पणी नहीं।
Okay, we'll take a short break now. In fact, Rajiv Pratap Rudy, the BJP MP, will also be joining us live in just a few minutes. We'll wait for that, requesting Group Captain Bajpai and Mr. Rao to stay on with us on this breaking news broadcast. We'll take a break and come back with the first report of the Air India crash.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
As the war scorches and US weapons start arriving again, the Kremlin is sending a message: we're still open to peace. But here's the twist: is President Zelensky finally being cornered into deciding if he really wants to blink at all? Russia's war on Ukraine has raged for more than 3 years. But now, Moscow claims it's still waiting for Ukraine to restart peace talks, a third round of direct negotiations, a possible deal, and it's Ukraine that needs to make the first move, says the Kremlin.
Дождаться все-таки каких-то сигналов из Киева, представителей киевского режима о желании или нежелании выходить на третий раунд прямых переговоров российско-украинских. Но мы неоднократно говорили, что для нас предпочтительно было бы достижение.
Welcome back. You're watching the live coverage of the Air India crash report. The 15-page preliminary report is with us, and we're getting you the blow-by-blow account, the different angles, and the main headlines that emerge as we decode the 15-page report. Now, let's get you the story. In a first-of-its-kind development, the AAIB, which has prepared this particular report, has mentioned clearly about a 2018 advisory. And this advisory goes into great detail to talk about the specific problem at hand and what went wrong on AI 171. Now, this particular advisory spoke about the need for a few checks, which according to the report, Air India says were not done. And that's a confirmation that Air India did not perhaps take this advisory very seriously, saying that it's just an advisory and nothing more than that. It was an FAA-issued Special Airworthiness Information Bulletin issued on 17th of December 2018 regarding potential disengagement of fuel control switch locking feature, which is one of the primary reasons why the crash took place. We have a report which we have readied now. I'd like to play that report out for our viewers on the FAA advisory that was issued in December 2018. Let's play that out, please.
Here, because that situation has not happened.
So what more is expected in the final reports which will be out?
I'm not an expert, but I'll say that
Yes, we know we know how it happened. What all happened during the crash? What were the efforts made? But we actually still have to look forward why it happened. And that why did the engine stall at the first go is a question which needs to be answered. And I think the investigation is on that.
This was Rajiv Pratap Rudy on plane crash.
All right, that was Rajiv Pratap Rudy. We'll try and get him live once more on the channel. Now, one aspect which is clear, and Group Captain Bajpai, and we also have Mr. Bawa joining us in our studio right now, aviation experts, and this is the whole story. This is what this 15-page report makes clear, that there was a cascading failure in roughly 4 to 5 seconds, and there was barely anything the pilots could do. Now, that appears to be one of the key takeaways. Mr. Rao is there with me. Okay, Mr. Rao, let me come to you. Mr. Rao, in the morning, you made a comment saying that, pilots, whether it's a human error or not, is still yet to be investigated. But looking at this report now, primarily most experts feel that if an emergency mechanism kicked in the form of RAT, if the switch went off, they tried to power it back on, and if the pilots didn't do it, which they claim is evident in the audio recordings, right? And if the thrust lever was in idle, which we don't know whether it went into that position after the crash or during the crash, whether there's enough evidence to establish that, most of them interpreting this as a cascading failure, a technical failure, right? Now, when the final report comes out, what will you be looking forward to getting answers for?
As we would look into any other report when an incident takes place, sir. Very simple, the cause and effect. You have to understand one thing, that accidents just don't happen. There are man-made issues here because you're dealing with man and machinery. It's not a machine alone. It's like in your car. If you as they say, nazar hati durghatna ghati. In the similar manner, if safety precautions are not taken, accidents are bound to happen. So what the final report will tell us is what took place. I, in the morning, had made it very clear that I would not like to cast aspersions on any pilot or otherwise. Understand that given the time factor that they were in, they did do their best. Now, like as Shavan was talking a moment ago, the 8-second lapse, you see, once the power fuel to the engine was cut off and the engine lost power, so for that few seconds, that aircraft became dead weight. Just imagine the gravitational force on that aircraft. And even if that switch was turned on, for the engines to start or to take power is a period of 8 to 10 seconds. But by then, will that engine have that much power to defeat gravity, which was happening? Understand, this is not a takeoff. A takeoff is a smooth line or a smooth curve, to say that. But here what has happened is the aircraft has taken off. It's at a particular height. It has lost power. It is coming down. Now the engine has to overcome two forces. So would that engine sustain that? That's another issue that has to be dealt with in the report that comes up. So there are many issues that you're looking at. It's not a particular incident. Like I said, the switch. I mean, it would be. I wouldn't want to use these harsh words, but then how can somebody say, "Oh, it's not mandatory, so I didn't check the switch"?
Yeah,
it's like saying, "Okay, my ignition switch is sparking. It's okay. I'll take a chance." You're going to have a flame out. Your engine is going to burn. There's going to be sparks. As I said earlier, this is not cost intensive. This is not time intensive. It takes 2 minutes to just check whether when it's in an off position, if you just flick it, it goes on to an on position without having to go through the whole exercise of lifting it. Like I said, these are supposed to be fail-safe switches. Like if they get into one position, they will not revert back to the other position unless it is physically done.
Yes. Yeah.
So what we need to understand is like every small issue is going to overlooked there is going to be a multiplier effect on that, and that is what we are seeing right now. And I have been pointing these things out as to why are we taking risks. But like I said, at that point of time, Air India being under the government, there were cost-cutting factors. But I'm surprised that when it went to the Tatas also, the same thing continued. And to be very honest with you, maybe it continued because they carried the same employees with them. The culture didn't change. So there are a lot of factors that need to be looked into. The report that said, let me put it, after the Mangalore crash, there were many advisories put out. Did we follow anything? No. The Calicut crash, we had the same issues. Sir, we are only proactive when there's an accident. We look at it 3 months down the line, then everything is forgotten. We're back to square one. Flight safety is a heartbeat. Flight safety is the
Mr. Rao, I have a
request. Yes.
I also have Mr. Bava joining us in the studio, and I think we have Mr. Ehsan Khalid also joining us on this broadcast. I request you gentlemen to stay with us. When we come back, we will only look at the advisories, we will only look at the warnings, we will only look at the notices that were given, and then discuss. You all are experts, we are not, we are just putting out the story, and I'd like to hear from you, and I think viewers want to hear from you on what airlines, airplane manufacturers, engine makers do when there are advisories, when there are notices, when there are warnings given. We'd like to hear from you. Taking a break, back with the live coverage.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
The reason we've launched the Nationalist Collective is because we believe it is time now for a group of ideologically driven Indians to drive the destiny of our country. For far too long, people who have had interests inimical to national interest have held sway. We need to put nationalism first, nation first. The Nationalist Collective is a very clear and sharp movement, presents the spirit of a new India which stands by what is right, does what is right, and raises
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
As the war scorches and U.S. weapons start arriving again, the Kremlin is sending a message: we're still open to peace. But here's the twist. Is President Zelensky finally being cornered into deciding if he really wants to blink at all? Russia's war on Ukraine has raged for more than 3 years, but now Moscow claims it's still waiting for Ukraine to restart peace talks, a third round of direct negotiations, a possible deal, and it's Ukraine that needs to make the first move, says the Kremlin.
Дождаться все-таки каких-то сигналов из Киева, от представителей киевского режима о желании.
Welcome back. As we stay on the report of the Air India crash, it's a preliminary report, ladies and gentlemen. I also have Captain Ehsan Khalid, who continues to be with us, who's an aviation expert. And in our studios, we have Mr. Bava, also an aviation expert. And we promised to focus completely on the advisory and the warnings given. I have a document with me. And this is designated by GE, the engine maker, as a confidential document, Mr. Bava. And this document, and I'd like to get your view and Captain Ehsan Khalid's view as well, because this document specifically was in reference to the Boeing 787 series. And it was specifically on a loss of thrust control, which they said could occur. It said, note, a loss of thrust control may occur. And then it went into details of what was to be done with the new B787s. It said, and the mail was to holders of engine, fuel and control FATEC 3 GENX1B electronic control unit. And this was from GE. And the GE, engine makers also said in great detail that the reason for the service bulletin was, point number 1, service bulletin authorizing replacement of integrated circuit on main channel boards to prevent operational events related to solder ball fractures. It's a very technical term. But what they did say, the condition is the solder ball failure on the integrated circuit on the MCB could initiate a system effect that may result in an LOTC. Now, these are technical terms. You're the experts. LOTC, I understand, is loss of thrust control, which essentially means lack of engine push to take off, right? Now, when a service bulletin like this is given in 2020, 2021, and furthermore, we have an advisory here, who's supposed to follow these advisories?
At the outset, I must say these advisories are purely for technical persons.
Correct.
And these are the advisory for the peace time. These are not the advisory while the flight is airborne.
Of course.
And then these advisories are when you are doing your routine maintenance, or you're doing upgradation. These are advisories of that time.
Correct.
At moment, we are investigating into the preliminary report, and we want to set the preamble that we are going in the right direction for the final report, yes or no.
Yes.
In that context, this advisory is not as meaningful as we should be looking for. These are the maintenance schedule advisories,
yes,
which will be needed whenever you are doing the routine maintenance, etc. Okay. Now here comes the main issue that we have found, that the switch was on and off. The pilots were communicating between themselves. That indicates that the fuel was switched off, not by the human factors, it was by the software glitch, or it was by some other kind of a glitch. So that is the point that we should look into at this juncture.
Yeah.
Yes.
Captain Ehsan Khalid, sir, can I get your views on this, please?
Yes. The AIB report has cleared a lot of speculations that was existing before. That is fuel contamination, wrong configuration, wrong speeds, wrong loading trim sheets, all these things are gone out of the window. Now, what it has also opened few more questions. It was 99.9% clear to everyone that this accident happened because the engines were not working, right? So, and that is now collaborated with their action, with their statement that yes, 3 seconds after the takeoff, the engines were not working. What they have given is a sentence which actually opens the door for all kinds of discussions that we do. And it says fuel switch transitioned from run to cutoff within 1 second. That is one engine and the second engine. Okay. To me, it is a very baffling statement. It is not something which I have heard of for last 40 years, because fuel cutoff switch, your fuel switch is moved from on to off, or run to off, cutoff, or off to on. It does not transition. When we talk about the word transition, it is the result of this movement which is actually happening at the back of the aircraft, where the fuel shutoff valve transitions from cutoff to run and run to cutoff. Okay, though the signal may be given from the fuel control switch, but the word transition, when you are talking about, you don't talk about it for the switch. The only reference of this switch being into transition was in the SAIB, that is the service bulletin of FAA, where they are talking about the switch to be safe locking device and it will be pushed up and pushed down. That is where they have used the word transition. Boeing does not use it. Okay, so it looks like the AIB report has taken a lot of inspiration from that SAIB and has also mentioned it in their AIB. So and they have also now given, because we won't be discussing if AIB report said that fuel control switch was moved from run to cutoff. That means it was done physically. It can only be done physically. It cannot be done in any other way. If they said that, the fuel shutoff valve transitioned from run to cutoff, then there are FedEx involved, there is EEC involved, there is whole lot of computer programs which are involved in moving it. Pilot is just one such measure. But fuel switch being moved, pilot is the only person who can do it. Unless somebody is trying to suggest that, the pilots were committing suicide and at 3 seconds they moved it to off. That is totally preposterous. We do not know in those 35 seconds what was the discussion between the pilot. There must have been 20-30 sentences talked between them, and that would tell you exact story. But the only statement, we don't have the statement, we have the result of that statement in which they say the pilot asked and the pilot said, I didn't. Okay, we don't know which pilot asked, at what time did they ask, was it before the engine failed or was it after the engine failed? Yes. The action of moving the fuel control switch to off and then to on is the right action following a dual engine failure. We don't know the time stamp of that. Okay. Now, we do not know the position of the fuel shutoff valve because that would also be recorded in the DFDR. Okay. Yes. We do not know that, pilot gave a call and they had a talk and said that, okay, fuel switch to cutoff and fuel switch to run. Okay. Which actually initiated the restart procedure. And that restart procedure is recorded. Okay. If you see the AIB report, it's not only me who is being grammatically or picking up on the words. In the same paragraph, down the line, the paragraph says, when the fuel switch is moved from cutoff to run the startup sequence. So they know the right word to be used when it is associated with the fuel switch, which does not seem to have been used in the similar manner. And that is opening all the kinds of talks that we are doing right now. The switch cannot transition on its own. And transition means it is happening without the pilot's one. And the pilots have also said that I didn't do it. So it's a statement of a dying person. We can't doubt it. He said I didn't do it, then he did not do it. Okay. And now the thing comes in, well, they also moved the switches up to start. The deployment of RAT, which takes few seconds, has also happened, which corroborates the fact that probably it happened. We do not know what was the status of the engine before the time stamp of 0842. Does AIB say anything? AIB does not say anything. It says speed was 150, speed was 180, and the aircraft was climbing. And does it say that, everything was right? What all indications were given in the cockpit? Was it engine failure, left engine failure, right engine? We don't know. We are in as much dark about what actually happened. But the AIB has given an indication for a speculation and then directed us to a document of FAA SAIB. Let me tell you, FAA SAIB is of no consequence, is of not even advisory for an Indian operator. Yes, DGCA may take inspiration from FAA and put their own directive. Okay, I can't modify an aircraft of Indian registration based on FAA SAIB. Oh yes, Boeing can do that. Okay, then Boeing will take out a service bulletin based upon an FAA and then tell us to do this. Okay, but putting this into AIB, I don't know what was the purpose of doing it. Even the language, what is being used in the FAA SAIB 2018 is being used in our AIB.
So then I'm also wondering then why did the AAIB then use it in this communication at all, right?
I lost you. Ask them that fuel switch was transitioned from run to cutoff.
Yeah.
This is a stupid statement.
Okay. Yeah, stay with me, sir. I want to get in a word from Group Captain Bajpai as well, but I have a breaking news update now coming in. Another incident involving another Air India aircraft coming to light now. July 12th, 2025, that's today, an Air India aircraft VTTNQ A320 reported ground turn-back event at Riyadh due to fuel vapor smell after engine start. The aircraft was scheduled to operate AI 922 Riyadh to Mumbai. As per pilot, after the engine startup, strong smell of fuel vapor in the cockpit and cabin was reported. Both engines were shut down and the aircraft returned to bay with ATC approval. Engineering inspections are under progress further in Riyadh. All right, Harsha with the details, and then I'll quickly go across to Group Captain Bajpai as well. Harsha.
Yes, Niranjan, so it is AI 320, it is AI 922, it is the Airbus 320 which was bound for Mumbai. For Riyadh, it experienced a technical snag today in the morning only, and it returned to the base because there was a foul smell of the vapor in the cabin and the cockpit, and immediately the pilot turned off the engine so that so that there's nothing inside the cockpit or cabin, and no adverse thing happens in the aircraft, and therefore he immediately informed the ATC, and the aircraft was taken back. Emergency landing was done, and the aircraft has been taken for the AOG. It is aircraft on ground at the isolation bay. Now it is being said that the aircraft will go first the maintenance and checks, and after that it will fly again. For now, the passengers are waiting at Riyadh. The next flight, no one knows that when it's bound to happen, but there was again a fuel issue in this Air India aircraft as well, because of which it was turned back. Back to you.
Want to get a last word from Group Captain Bajpai?
I will speak on all the three issues. First, this particular AI 320 issue at Riyadh. Between 2021 to 2024, almost 8 to 10 A320 aircraft, Airbus 320, got stuck up in Middle East because of the fuel leak. It was proposed to Air India authorities, why don't we carry out one-time check during major maintenance so that unforeseen eventuality or grounding of the aircraft does not take place, and we can undertake such repair in a proper planned way. Because now I am sure this aircraft, if it is detected for the fuel leak, there is a specified parameter, there is a particular limit beyond which if the leak or the drop or the seepage is observed, it is termed as the fuel leak. In that case, it's a detailed maintenance activity. The entire fuel is to be drained out. The fuel tanks are to be left dry for a specified period. After that, a particular glue is put over there, a component is laid down, then there is a specified curing time. So all along 3 to 4, even if it is a temporary repair, mind it. For permanent repair, the aircraft remains on ground for a longer period. It could be very well combined with the major maintenance of the aircraft, and along with that, this situation could have been avoided. It's not the first incident. It has happened many number of the points, and beauty is that it gets caught in Middle East, while we have got within the domestic sectors flying, it is never detected, because those people go as per the book, as per the laid down fuel leak definitions. This was point number 1. Point number 2, if Niranjan, I recollect, your basic question in the last discussion was our comment and observation on the various advisories and various service bulletins which remain unanswered. Though Mr. Baba rightly had said that this mainly pertains to the technical fraternity or maintenance domain. What has happened, I am also surprised, this is a Gen 1, means GE engine side, they had issued a service bulletin 73-0097R01 in the year originally 2020, further revised in 2021 of the Cat 2 category. These service bulletins gets divided in Cat 1 category, Cat 2 category and Cat 3 category. Cat 2 category service bulletins are to be taken seriously because it's laid down with a particular time limit, within so many cycles, within so many pressurization cycle, within so much time period, this is to be carried out. I am not sure whether it has been carried out on all Air India 787 fleet. You had asked another thing, that who is responsible for embodiment of these service bulletin. Solely and primarily, it is the responsibility of quality control manager, who is the DGCA post holder. And along with him, there is a deputy quality control manager, DQCM. He is also responsible. It is their bread and butter to monitor that Cat 1 and Cat 2 service bulletins are embodied in a time and phased manner. Otherwise, we are compromising the flight safety. And it is entirely the responsibility of Flight Safety Department of Air India to ensure that such Cat 1 and Cat 2 service bulletin does not remain unnoticed, does not remain unmodified. One more point, again, the most important responsibility is of the DGCA, who carries out the annual audit, and this is a very important point.
Is it safe to say, sir,
by the DGCA, is it no such lapses are there?
So we've been talking about DGCA. 2018, 2020, 2021, the crash happens in 2025.
I don't know whether they have carried out or not.
That's what I'm saying. My question is, if there is a
very important point.
Yes.
It is not the light one. It is also dealing with the thrust loss.
Absolutely. Sir, can I request you to stay with us? I'll quickly take a short break and come back. I have to take a commercial break. I'm coming back with a live coverage. Request you gentlemen to stay with us. Live coverage on the Air India crash report continues here on Republic. Stay tuned.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
I think this is one of the best in the country. I know them for long, their hospital for long. They always give best of the service. And today I have seen, first time I have seen their facilities here. It's one of the best in the country.
When doctor is coming from different country, he is coming to your place and he is getting training here, we need to give him that kind of comfort, that kind of personal touch, that he has to feel like that he is not away from his home.
The mission of the Medicity is that earlier you must be listening, the patients are going to America. Now patients are coming from America, from Europe, from Middle East to get treatment here.
डॉक्टर्स को लेटेस्ट टेक्निक्स के साथ, सॉफ्टवेयर्स और मशीन्स के साथ, रोबोटिक टेक्निक्स के साथ उनको ट्रेंड करना, और उसके बाद वो सब डॉक्टर्स सोसाइटी में जाकर के प्रिसाइज ऑपरेशंस कर पाएंगे। तो मैं इस बात के लिए डॉक्टर PN अरोड़ा और उनकी पूरी टीम को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूँ।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
As the war scorches and US weapons start arriving again, the Kremlin is sending a message: we're still open to peace. But here's the twist. Is President Zelensky finally being cornered into deciding if he really wants to blink at all? Russia's war on Ukraine has raged for more than 3 years. But now, Moscow claims it's still waiting for Ukraine to restart peace talks, a third round of direct negotiations, a possible deal, and it's Ukraine that needs to make the first move, says the Kremlin.
Дождаться все-таки все-таки каких-то сигналов из Киева.
Welcome back. As we look at the 15-page preliminary report into the Air India crash at Ahmedabad AI-171, we're getting in responses of aviation experts, pilots themselves. We have Rajiv Pratap Rudy, who's a BJP parliamentarian from Bihar. He has responded his first response to this report and what it indicates. Rajiv Pratap Rudy spoke to Republic.
Joining us is Rajiv Pratap Rudy, sir. The preliminary report of AI-171 plane crash is out. Is there a scope of whatever is mentioned in the report? Is there something beyond which we are not able to read? Is there some sort of human failure which we might be looking at?
There are enough evidence to show the reasons why the crash took place. Now, if one has to decipher all those reasons why the crash took place, I think there is enough evidence, and primarily it points out to the engine flame out, which has been indicated, and there is also an issue where most of us are failing to recall, and those who especially in particular do not fly the Dreamliners, and as I have been told by the senior commander who fly 787, that in case of an engine failure or both engines flame out, there is a memory item, and the memory item says that fuel control switch on off, which happens instantly, and this sends a message through the FedEx to reignite the engines. There is also a fact that both the engines have started coming back to power, at least one has come back, but possibly the action which was initiated at a time which any aircraft across the world, if this dual engine failure happens at this flight level, it would be very difficult to recover, and it would be almost impossible to restart that engine in that span of time. So after the crash, the fuel control levers, which is what is being talked today, were in position, and there is an indication that it has been switched on and off, and that is all those who are discussing today must know that is the critical procedure which is done for emergencies, and that is a memory item to restart the engine. And I think we need to understand the process which was involved, and a basic question would arise at some point of time that how it happened, we have come to know. Why it happened is yet to be answered.
So notices were served to various operators in this case, and no action was taken by those operators. What do you have to say about that?
I don't think anything like this in particular has been operators for this kind of a situation. The FAA, or for that matter the OEMs, they issue the advisory or the directives, which was none in this case. There is only one which the FAA had issued in the year 2018, in which they had talked about the locking feature disengagement of the fuel control switch. But that is not being applied here because that situation has not happened.
So what more expected in the final reports which will be out?
I'm not an expert, but I'll say that yes, we know how it happened, what all happened during the crash, what were the efforts made, but we actually still have to look forward why it happened. And that why did the engine stall at the first go is a question which needs to be answered, and I think the investigation is on that.
Appreciate the job done by AIB, a very commendable job. It was a very challenging task. In fact, for the first time, safely securing the black box and trying to decode the data, and everything being done in India itself in the lab in Delhi for AIB, first of its kind. So I'd like to appreciate all the efforts they have put in to do a very transparent, very mature, professional way the investigation has been done, and also all the international protocols have also been respected and followed. And regarding the report, this is a preliminary report right now, and from the ministry we are analyzing the report, but I think it would be better if we can comment on it once the final report comes in.
So we are coordinating with AIB also. Whatever support or resources they need, we'll be providing to them. But AIB will be the primary investigating agency into this, and we are hoping that as soon as possible the final report also comes in so that we can arrive at some conclusion. So right now, like the report has only stated within that there are multiple other things also that need to be looked into before preparing the final report. So we want the final report to come in to look at things. So let us wait till then. I don't think we should jump into any conclusions on this. I truly believe we have the most wonderful workforce in terms of pilots and the crew in the whole world. I have to appreciate all the efforts the pilots and the crew in this country are putting into the aviation. They are the backbone of this civil aviation. They are the primary resource of civil aviation, and we care for the welfare and the well-being of our pilots also. So let's not jump to any conclusions at this stage. Let us wait for the final report.
मंत्रालय सीधा इसमें कोई दखल अंदाजी नहीं करती। AIB एक ऑटोनॉमस अथॉरिटी है, उनके हिसाब से वो काम करते हैं। तो उन्होंने भी कहा है कि जो संवाद हुआ है वो भी सामने आया है, लेकिन उस संवाद से हम किसी निष्कर्ष पे नहीं पहुंच सकते, क्योंकि उन्होंने यही कहा है कि ये प्राइमरी रिपोर्ट है। प्राथमिक रिपोर्ट के अनुसार जो सामने आया है, मुझे लगता है कि और थोड़ा समय देना चाहिए, तो हम फाइनल उसमें एक्चुअली क्या हुआ, सिचुएशन क्या थी, रीज़न क्या है, तो उस पर आ सकते हैं फाइनल रिपोर्ट के बाद के।
Coming in, that big story that we're tracking for you. And viewers, we continue to get you more updates on this initial report on the Ahmedabad crash that has raised questions, viewers. So this preliminary report, viewers, the initial report on the Ahmedabad crash raises a question whether a warning was ignored and that could have played a deadly role. The crash of Air India Flight 171 last month is now linked to a safety bulletin issued 7 years ago. One that was not mandatory but may have held the key to preventing such a disaster. Here's a report.
It was a routine takeoff in Ahmedabad until seconds later, both engines on Air India flight AI-171 suddenly lost power. The Boeing 787 plunged to the ground. Flight data shows the fuel control switches somehow moved to cut off, shutting off fuel to both engines. Investigators believe it was possibly a mechanical flaw warned about in a US safety bulletin issued back in 2018. That bulletin, FAA's Special Airworthiness Information Bulletin or SAIB, flagged a design issue in the switch. It wasn't mandatory, but it recommended replacing a part known to fail. Was this issue looked into by Air India is what the experts are asking now. The crash reveals a deeper flaw, how airlines treat non-mandatory safety advice. A strong safety system should evaluate every risk, even if it is just a recommendation. A chilling reminder that in aviation, there are no small warnings. A month after the AI-171 crash, which claimed 241 lives, a preliminary report by the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau throws light on the critical 30 seconds. Those 30 seconds that none had anticipated. The report suggests complete normalcy before takeoff, and the pilot had 24 minutes of communication. But 90 seconds into the flight, the pilots made a distress call to the ATC. Findings say the aircraft lost thrust, the fuel was cut off, and merely moments after the midday call, the AI-171 went down. The AAIB has further outlined the sequence of impact. The aircraft first hit trees and then the incineration chimney inside the Army Medical Corps. The distance between the first point and eventual impact at least 293 feet. After hitting the trees, the Boeing aircraft moved up to 650 feet. The debris strewn about at 8 points. The pictures captured in the aftermath indicate a total disintegration. The right engine struck a concrete water tank, while parts of the right wing of the aircraft were found in separate buildings. The left engine separated from the plane and struck the corner of a nearby building, while the two landing gears were found about 300 feet from point of crash. A tragedy that unfolded in seconds, now laid bare in fragments of data, voice transmissions and twisted metal. As investigators continue to piece together what led to the devastating loss of AI-171, the question of systemic failure, human error or mechanical breakdown still linger.
All right, we have some breaking news coming in right now, viewers. This is the ALPA, India's official position. ALPA is the Airlines Pilots Association, and it has commented on this crash. Now, the ALPA has said that the report, it has talked about the report leak to the media, the leaking of this report to the media, and it has also alleged bias towards pilot error. It's concerned, it has expressed concern that the preliminary report has been shared with the media without any responsible official signature or attribution. In fact, it goes on to raise the question of lack of transparency in the investigation itself. Lack of transparency being flagged by the Airlines Pilots Association. In fact, not just that, a lack of transparency, and also it says that investigations continue to be shrouded in secrecy. That is another concern raised by the ALPA. Wall Street Journal leak, it has talked about the Wall Street Journal leak. It has talked about serviceability bulletin mentioned, compliance in question. The report, I'm reading out, the report refers to a serviceability bulletin concerning the fuel control switch gates, which indicates a potential equipment malfunction. So not to focus on the pilot possible error, but there is a potential equipment malfunction as well. And not just that, presumption, there's a presumption of pilot guilt. So guilt, this is one of the important parts of what the Airline Pilots Association said. And I have Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor, who is joining us on the broadcast. All right. Marshal Kapoor, if you, this is something that is being much debated, and now we have the ALPA flagging it. We have the ALPA now saying that there is a bias. First of all, this is not the complete report. So there is no conclusion that could be drawn. And with whatever little has been derived from the entire investigation, first of all, they're questioning the transparency, saying it's shrouded in secrecy, and also the bias towards the pilot, possible error on part of the pilot, and the leaks to the media. You feel, sir, in layman terms, there is a cover-up of sorts that is happening here? Because that is what is being talked about. In the past, we have seen with cases like 737 MAX and Boeing, which had earlier also tried to put the blame on the pilots. Is this going to be such a case?
Yes, it appears so, in my opinion. Because if you recall, just a few days ago, about 3 to 4 days ago, the theory about fuel control switch from some unknown tabloid of UK started to make rounds. And our media picked it up and started flashing it just before the AIB report. Now, in my appreciation, 20 days is too long a period for all the data which has been analyzed from FDR and CVR to come up with something much more than what has been conveyed today. Now, they have left it ambiguous as to why the fuel control switches behaved the way they behaved. Now, it is not very clear from the report that the pilots intentionally operated it or it malfunctioned. In my sense, I have covered in the morning and your channel also that under no circumstance a sane person with clear mind on takeoff roll will turn 170 degrees to put that lever off. It's suicidal. It's suicidal unless you want to kill yourself and passengers. And they are seasoned pilots. Come on. They have been, flying. And this action which they have done, probably, if they have, is once the engines fail, both engines fail, the first action of 787 manual says that to recycle the fuel control switch. So in case, and next, which I want to highlight through your channel to the viewers is that the pilot, after 3 seconds or 4 seconds after getting airborne, has given a mayday call. What does it indicate? It indicates that something grave has happened, and there is no mention of mayday call in the prelim report. Now, the prelim report is silent on the mayday call and associated, malfunction of the other. There is no mention in this report about the engine functioning before this fuel cutoff switch. Were the engines performing normally? Were the engines not performing normally? What all? So what has become absolutely clear with all the prima facie, visuals and other inputs that are coming, that both engines failed. It failed immediately after unstick. And the videos which you are showing and the other channels are showing, this gives precisely 15 to 17 seconds for the pilot from top of climb, in this case about 600 to 650 feet, to crash. Now, in this time, he has given a call, a mayday call. He, along with his co-pilot, would be steering the aircraft because at this stage it's flown manually. There is no autopilot. They would be handling this emergency. They would be recycling the levers, and they would be seeing the other options by which the engines could be restarted. So the report says that the APU also had tried to, be, initiated for giving auxiliary power to take on the electrical supplies. Now, we shouldn't forget that these aircrafts, the modern aeroplanes, are much and much more, controlled today by computers, and the pilots over a period of time have become systems managers and operators. There is too much over-reliance on technology, and everything in this modern aeroplanes is tech. So somewhere, if any tech thing malfunctions, quite a few of them are practiced in the simulators. But this is a rarest of rare kind of an emergency wherein both the engine fails. And I was seeing the 787 manual, one of my colleagues did send me, who was flying this aircraft. It says when the aircraft flies over volcanic ash, that is the time there may be a chances of both engine failure. So look at the probability of the aeroplane flying over volcanic ash, and at this stage, nowhere ever, any pilot in his mind, is prepared that immediately at unstick, both my engines will fail in a fully loaded aircraft, and going for a long haul flight. So these are my inputs after the prelim report.
Right, sir. In fact, Mr. J.S. Baba, you also heard Air Marshal Kapoor, and we were talking about the Pilots Association now also speaking out. And it's very important. We've seen the headlines. I just want to understand, not from a technical point of view, but let's not, jump to conclusions, because we see headlines of many international channels where they are only focusing on that pilots are to be blamed, that the pilot had pulled that cutoff or fuel switch off, whatever this term is being circulated. It is something that we are just throwing them under the bus. We are saying, without even knowing the full conversation, without even understanding what situation really had panned out. Of course, we continue to analyze all of that. But the fact that this is just a preliminary report, shouldn't we wait and understand more angles of that?
Right. You rightly asked, and I was going to come on this point only. Our duty at this moment is to listen everybody and gather the information. It is the right of Pilot Association to flag their point. They are flagging it. But we heard Mr. Rudy also, who is a leader, as well as he is a pilot himself. He has clearly said that we know what happened. Why that happened, we need to know. The report will come. And then we have heard the minister also, and which I also said in the morning, we should be proud of the system that in India we have done it first time in house.
There are a lot of reports, and there are a lot of traveling up till yesterday night that we will delay, we will not let it come, we are under pressure. No, they have erased everything. So now is the time that we should start developing a faith in the system, in the people who are doing it. Transparency will be there. Then I want to flag few points. Whenever we are just discussing a preliminary report, you rightly said a preliminary report is always preliminary. But what are the factors which earlier panelists also mentioned? There are some ifs and buts have been left. That we should tell that whenever we come out with the report, it should answer everything. Like we just flagged that one pilot asked, did you switch off? We must say whether it was P1 asked or P2 asked. Who is it? So such kind of a question, like they found a switch on and then whether it was a digital off or a physical off, such question. So few points we should always be there in every report. I would like to mention now here so that this doesn't taken further. Mechanical failure, they should always be part of the report. Crew coordination failure, they should always be part of the report. Design vulnerability, if there is any, that should be part of the report. So, safety action, what is required to be taken or what should have been taken, that should be part of the report. And then any extreme ambient temperature condition, they have mentioned something about in the report, we are happy that. And then engine shutdown, it should be part of the report, they have covered that. Then maintenance issues and any important issues that with airlines are having. We had 1 or 2 MEL conditions are there, minimum maintenance equipment list, 2 points are there, which I will dwell upon that. Then whatever the cockpit exchange are happening, that should be part of the report. Again, it is not explicitly mentioned who asked whom. Then there are ongoing instrumentation direction. They have mentioned there is no ongoing direction directly. So it means they have given a clear status to the engine as well as the equipment. So that's why whenever we do any report, it should be 360-degree perfect in all respect. And then I mentioned there are 2 minimum equipment list items. One is they had taken care, and that was very minor also. But then another item which the airline said is advisory in nature, right? That should, in safety and particularly in aviation, you see, aviation is the mother of safety. Everybody says that you should be as safe as an aircraft. We are the mother of safety. And in a safety matter in aviation, there is nothing routine. It is always mandatory.
Right, sir.
And this happened 7 years back.
Right.
Their MEL say there are some equipment should be happened A, B, C, D. It happened 3 days, within 10 days, within 20, within 120 days is the extreme. Yes. And we are just sitting on that. Yes. Such things we must address in full scope of it, so that people get faith in us, whatever we are doing. That's what my take on that.
Right. Air Marshal Kapoor, Mr. Venkateshwar Rao, I'll just come to you. But Air Marshal Kapoor, I would just want you to help our viewers understand when the Pilot Association questions the compliance in question about the serviceability. Said, I just quote what they've said. The report refers to a serviceability bulletin concerning the fuel control switch gates, which indicate a potential equipment malfunction. And they also demand clarity on whether the recommendations outlined in the bulletin were implemented prior to the flights. If you could just help viewers explain what they're trying to, what point they're trying to make here.
See, I have not flown 787, but needless to say, what I have read and I understood that in 2018, the FAA came with an advisory to say that there have been malfunctions of this fuel control switch. And not only on 787, they have mentioned the similar problems existing on 737 also. And they have asked the airlines and the operators and the regulators to have a look at it. Now, I covered in your channel the morning also that the similar incident, so as to say, when both the engines failed on landing roll was in Jan 2019 in Japan of Nippon Airlines. Fortunately, that incident happened once the aircraft landed, and both the engines got cut off. As the aircraft was on landing roll, it just stopped at a little distance on the runway, and the aircraft was stored back, and then they rectified and checked it. So it is not that this kind of things have not happened earlier. It is just that the report does not speak about this FAA advisory. Was that taken into cognizance by the maintenance people, or did Air India or the AIB team look into this aspect? There is no doubt that both the engines failed, but it has not come out clearly why the engines failed. Why the engines failed has not come out. Another issue, this cockpit of 787 has an inbuilt camera, CCTV, inside the cockpit of the feed, which goes into the flight data recorder. And that, I'm sure, the information and the visuals would be available in case they have salvaged that data. So that would clearly indicate as to what the pilots physically did in the cockpit. And another point I mentioned during your channels, that I feel there was a rule wherein long-haul flights, globally also more than 8 hours international flights, there's a trend of carrying 3 pilots. This is to give rest to the crew by rotation, and also during the critical phases of flight, that is takeoff and landing, additional sets of eyes are available in the cockpit, both for takeoff and landing. And this third pilot is of a great help, to understand the situational awareness if things don't go right.
Right,
and
sir.
So these are a few thoughts which came to my mind.
Captain Y.K. Singh also joins us. Before that, I'll go to Mr. Venkateshwar Rao. Mr. Venkateshwar Rao, ex-General Secretary of Air India, cabin aviation expert. And, sir, in your understanding, what do you think is missing out from the report that we should really wait for?
At the outset, we had the discussion in the morning. Captain Wing Commander Mathur also was there. What is being said in the report is what one pilot asked the other. What was the reaction consequent to that question has not been placed on record. So that, how can that be missing? I have questioned somebody, that person has answered. What is my next reaction? So the next reaction would have been put it on, turn it on. But we don't seem to be getting that. While the acts indicate that the switch went back to its position, the fact remains is when it was done, how it was done, at what was the decision taken, we don't have no idea about that. So they should, even this conversation, I totally agree with Alpha as to what they're saying. Like, this is part of a conversation. We can't pick and choose part of a conversation in a report. It might be a preliminary report. And as Captain Mathur said, we brought it out in the morning. The latest aircrafts have cameras also. So you would come to know as to who's talking to whom, who's asking whom, who's done what action. That would have definitely been there on the DFDR if it has been encrypted or decoded. So all these factors should have been put into that report. And yes, I totally agree that, parts of it are missing. Like, why? Like again, like I said, there is a conversation going on. We don't know who's asked whom. And it cannot be that the DFDR doesn't record from which side that is being spoken. So assuming who was sitting on which side, we could come to some conclusion. But today, what this report has revealed is hidden more than it has revealed. Now, we all are speculating on whether the pilot, the question asked, who turned it off? Like, as Captain Mathur said, nobody in his right frame of mind would try and shut off fuel at takeoff. It just wouldn't happen. And the circular was issued by FAA. Nobody's been looking at it. And I can tell you this, and this is with full authority, Air India and DGCA have been known to cut corners. Like I said earlier also, and I repeat it, to test the switch, just to flick it on and off, is neither time consuming, doesn't involve money, and it's just a simple effort. I can understand if they said change the whole compartment or change the whole switch, cost is involved, maybe somebody's cutting corners. But to test the switch once in 2 months or once in a month, just a flick of the hand.
Right, yes.
Even if that can't be done, because it's only advisory. Why do aviation regulators give advice?
Captain Y.K. Singh, do you agree with Mr. Rao? Mr. Vikas Singh, Captain Vikas Singh, please unmute yourself. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Right, sir. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to point some more points because already my fellow panelists have already discussed, given a lot of points.
Yes, sir. Quickly.
So, number one, that first point is that how it is happening, because something known as a starlight effect. Before going over there, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
First thing is that, the preliminary report, what he says is raise more questions than the answer. Second thing is the preliminary report, all the discussion is going on that is a pilot to be blamed, not to be blamed. See, there is something known as in aviation, also not aviation, in the normal human psychology, there is something known as starlight effect. Since I am a trained aviation incidents person, so I can tell you starlight effect is whenever something happens suddenly, there is 3 to 5 seconds time where human is reactive. Then it starts speaking out, number one. Then the muscle parts butt in. Number 3, why he has said, yaar tune fuel off kiya hai kya? Because that was the starlight effect started kicking in. And once he realized, and then they realized that both the engines are shut off. Because of the both engines have failed, and the procedures to restart the engine, you have to switch off the master warning or toggle switch, whatever the name you can want to give it, and then put it on, because that otherwise the rebooting your motherboard, that is known as IC mode, that the circular was out. Circular has been informative, but it's a very serious circular. It should have been done in phase manner. In aircraft checks is there, A, B, C, D means the checks timings are there. So accordingly, the motherboard should have changed, or they had checked that. It is happened. Answer is no. It is a procedure of in their check A, check B, or check C, or check D. Answer is not known. So the lot of questions come in between after this report. Last.
Sir.
There is something known as in incident, accident, there's something known as a Y syndrome. Means the investigation who is doing it, they will ask themselves first, what has happened? Number one. So everybody knows the crash has taken place, and aircraft we lost the hull. Number 2, then start doing the things, collecting the evidence, why. And this why is not once. It can go to 10, 15, or even more down to the why. Till such time we don't go to root cause. Now this why clause in this preliminary report has never been done. And normally it has not been done. It is done in the full report.
Yes.
If you remember the crash in Ethiopia Airlines,
yes, sir, absolutely.
737, and your there's some more place in the Asia. Then the first report always blame the pilots, because it's very easy to blame the dead man. It is a person is dead and you start blaming without
exactly.
blaming
That has happened in the past. Boeing has a history of that, so we've seen that. But we're very short of time. Captain Vikas Singh, I request you to please stay on with us. We'll come back with those points at the top of the hour at 3 p.m. I thank all our guests for the moment. We'll be right back, viewers, with our live coverage and each and every detail with the analysis and all the reactions that are coming in on this big story. We'll be right back, viewers, in just a few moments from now at 3 p.m.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
reason we've launched the Nationalist Collective is because we believe it is time now for a group of ideologically driven Indians to drive the destiny of our country. For far too long, people who have had interests inimical to national interest have held sway. We need to put nationalism first, nation first. The Nationalist Collective is a very clear and sharp movement, presents the spirit of a new India which stands by what is right, does what is right, and raises its voice for what is right. Remember, this country is safe only if...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome back, viewers. The preliminary report of the investigation into the Air India crash, Dreamliner crash in Ahmedabad on 12th of June has been released, and one of the key findings confirms what had been suspected. Both engines of the plane had shut down mid-air within seconds of the takeoff. The report by the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau into the crash of their Boeing Dreamliner 7878 in which at least 270 people were killed, including 241 of the 242 on board, said the fuel cutoff switches, which control the flow of the fuel to the engines, transitioned from the run to cutoff position, one after another, within just seconds. So this is the crux, if you can understand from the report, that it's a long report, of course, and it's an initial report, remember, viewers, but that is what have been found out right now. I have guests right now on the panel. We have Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor, former Director General, Inspection and Flight Safety, joining us on the broadcast. Captain Y.K. Singh, ex-Air India, ex-Indigo, and ex-Deputy Chief of Go Air. And we have J. Venkateshwar Rao, ex-General Secretary, Air India Cabin Aviation Expert. And in the studios, we have Aviation Expert G.S. Baba. Before that, we will go to this special report that has been filed by our team.
A month after the AI-171 crash, which claimed 241 lives. A preliminary report by the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau throws light on the critical 30 seconds. Those 30 seconds that none had anticipated. The report suggests complete normalcy before takeoff, and the pilot had 24 minutes of communication. But 90 seconds into the flight, the pilots made a distress call to the ATC. Findings say the aircraft lost thrust, the fuel was cut off, and merely moments after the midday call, the AI-171 went down. The AAIB has further outlined the sequence of impact. The aircraft first hit trees and then the incineration by the Army Medical Corps. The distance between the first point and eventual impact at least 293 feet. After hitting the trees, the Boeing aircraft moved up to 650 feet. The debris strewn about at 8 points. The pictures captured in the aftermath indicate a total disintegration. The right engine struck a concrete water tank, while parts of the right wing of the aircraft were found in separate buildings. The left engine separated from the plane and struck the corner of a nearby building, while the two landing gears were found about 300 feet from point of crash, a tragedy that unfolded in seconds. Now laid bare in fragments of data, voice transmissions, and twisted metal. As investigators continue to piece together what led to the devastating loss of AI-171, the question of systemic failure, human error, or mechanical breakdown still linger.
All right, we have YK Singh and Captain YK Singh, and we also have GS Baba. Mr. Baba, I'll just go to you first about just if you could help us understand that what could have happened, because there is this engine failure we are talking about, and then if engine 2 had failed to recover as per the report, even after the relight, so what do we understand from that, sir? If there was no technical fault, what would have happened?
See, everything we have learned now, the chronology of the event is getting clear moment by moment and second by second. If we see the video which is being replayed again and again, that video clearly shows that the aircraft, when it took off, it was struggling for power. And the rat had come almost while he was on the airport itself. It means there was a very tight time slot available at the helms of the affairs of the pilots. Nothing could have been done. We have heard Mr. Rudy, pilot himself, saying that nothing could be done in the time frame which we are saying, and that the report is also telling now. And that shows that there was some problem with the engine immediately at takeoff, and the pilots were struggling to give it a push, and there is a procedure. The moment there is a loss of power, there is a procedure that you reactivate the engines, and that's what the pilots rightly did it. In that process, one engine got some power, second couldn't get it, which is again a technical procedure which they adopted, and in that process that the switch which we found in our own situation, that we found that they have done the right thing. Then the second engine could not get that much power that it could sustain. Had it gone little higher, probably the situation would have been different. There could have been some kind of maneuverability possible. So that clearly shows that now we are getting out of the human failure factors. We are narrowing down towards the machine-based glitches or some configuration in that manner. So that is what the very purpose of preliminary report is, that we should identify what direction we need to go, and we have identified what has happened, how it has happened, we need to delve into. That is the purpose of this report.
Right. Captain YK Singh, you were making a point earlier about Boeing 737 MAX, and we've seen time and again about how there have been cover-ups, and Boeing has gotten away. We've had whistleblower as recent as last year also talking about this particular aircraft as well. So there are, as a layman, if I were to understand that, what's really causing this rot? Because we see time and again more than thousands, lakhs of lives have been lost all across, and Boeing has been center of it all. It has had very bad publicity. It has seen tumultuous times in its management and whatnot. In fact, the 737 MAX was a case in point just a few years back, and the preliminary report had earlier pointed to a pilot's failure as well, and then later on it was something to do with the software itself. So this time you feel that there is scope for a finding that would actually point out to how it was an engine failure that in fact went unchecked.
Yeah, I understood your questions. The last part is unreadable. So do you mind to repeat again the last part, last line?
Sir, basically I just want to understand from you that there are issues that have gone unchecked as far as the aircraft is concerned.
I want to say about it. You remember the famous movie Sulu, Hudson River?
Sorry, sir?
You have seen the movie Sulu, Hudson River in USA?
No, sir, I can't.
Okay. I'll tell you. There was an aircraft 320 which was taken up from the New York airport, and it had a bird hit. The aircraft had crashed in the sea, that is a ditching, and the pilot was totally blamed for not doing the checklist correctly, though it's a memory item. They claim it, though it's not a memory item. Number two, the pilot association of USA, they have raised this concern that no, it is not a pilot issue, it is something else. And finally, they have raised millions of dollars from the pilot association, and they fought the case in the Senate and the court. Now the court has realized that there is something hidden. They had asked the board to take out the engine from the river, which is they had finally they retrieved the engine and they found the engine is totally hollow.
Right.
So nothing was available. But in the cockpit, the RPM was recorded, even though they lost the engine. Then they realized that there is something wrong somewhere. They asked Captain Sulu, now what do you suggest? He says, number one, believe the pilot. Number two, what the checklist they are talking about is a too long checklist. You tell me, hardly I got the time, 3-page checklist, when I'll perform, how to control the aircraft. Because he has done a very good job. He has put the aircraft on the river, and finally they come out with the procedure where 3-page checklist has come with the 4-line checklist, and there's a handy in the cockpit. What I'm trying to tell you, that there is something known as in US and in Europe, they are talking about the fatigue factor of a crew from last 10 years. Now, what is happening to India? The pilot association is fighting the case in the court. Last 11 years, and management don't want to do it. So
Right,
management always try to cut the corner. Because of the Boeing also and Airbus also, they try to cut the corner to reduce the cost. The cost is not a factor. The safety is a more important factor. Now here, again the question arises, because what we discussed again and again, why the motherboard was not be changed or checked. That till such time the report is
Absolutely,
not coming.
sir. The questions, of course, continue. The questions still looming, but of course, that's all the time we have in the discussion as far as this story is concerned. Thank you so much, Captain Y.K. Singh, for your insights, and Mr. G.S. Baba joining us from the studios here on this live and rolling coverage. Viewers, we'll just get you more reports, viewers, on this. It's a first of its kind development, as the AAIB has conducted a full independent analysis of the black boxes from the tragic Ahmedabad plane crash right here in India. For the first time ever, India chose not to send these recorders abroad. Instead, they were analysed at the AAIB's advanced laboratory in New Delhi. And this marks a significant step forward in India's aviation investigative capabilities. We take you inside how this complex investigation was carried out with both global collaboration, global experts, and of course, Indian experts as well.
The moments just after the tragic Air India 171 crash site were chaotic. But amid the debris, two critical pieces of evidence were recovered: the cockpit voice recorder and the flight data recorder, also known as black boxes. These record the final moments of communication aboard an aircraft. What is remarkable, for the first time ever, India chose not to send these recorders abroad for investigation. Instead, they were analysed domestically at the AAIB's advanced lab in New Delhi. The black boxes were flown in separately from Ahmedabad to Delhi on two Air Force aircraft, a safety measure to avoid any further damage. To decode the damaged data, India sourced a special golden chassis, a precision device used to read flight recorders, directly from the NTSB in the United States. The golden chassis arrived on 23rd of June. Within just 48 hours, Indian investigators successfully retrieved 49 hours of flight data. However, not all the equipment survived. The AFD recorder mounted at the back of the plane was found on a rooftop, but it was too damaged to extract any data. This was just the start of a massive multinational investigation. The AAIB immediately informed international agencies, including NTSB USA, AAIB UK, and counterparts in Portugal and Canada. Technical teams from Boeing, GE, FAA, and the UK's AAIB joined the probe. India even invited an international civil aviation organization observer. Though this is not mandatory, it ensured complete transparency. The observer confirmed full satisfaction with the investigation's integrity. Back at the crash site, a 300-meter zone near Ahmedabad airport was cleared to reconstruct the aircraft. Despite heavy fire damage, the team pieced together the structure using burnt components and critical debris. The investigation was divided into 4 expert teams. The operations team, led by senior AIB officers and supported by experienced commercial pilots and engineers. The technical and documentation team, who examined the physical wreckage of the aircraft. The flight recorder analysis team, including experts from HAL, that is Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, handled the black boxes. And a human factors team, including aviation psychologists from DRDO. Every pin, switch and word was analysed, and all of it done independently without foreign influence. The AAIB emphasises that this was an Indian-led investigation with full scientific transparency. As the AAIB releases its preliminary findings, what stands out beyond the data is that India has proven its ability to lead a modern, transparent and independent crash investigation.
All right, we have some breaking news coming in now. What we are getting to know about is an Air India aircraft, VTTNQA320, that has reported ground turn-back event at Riyadh due to fuel vapor smell and engine start. Now, this aircraft was scheduled to operate AI 922 Riyadh to Mumbai. And as per pilot, after engine startup, strong smell of fuel vapor in the cockpit and cabin could be sensed. Both engines were shut down. Aircraft returned to the bay with ATC approval. And engineering inspections are under progress further at Riyadh. So another AI flight now returning to the bay after smell of fuel being reported by the pilot. This is Air India A320. And this is another breaking that we have right now. This is coming in from Riyadh. Air India flight returns to bay. Harsha joins us live on the broadcast for more. Harsha, what more are you picking up on this story?
So, Rakshita, to tell our viewers that this is Airbus 320 and this AI 992 Mumbai bound from Riyadh. It was this morning that this plane took off, and after a few minutes in the air only, there was a fuel smell, vapor smell in the cockpit and cabin when the pilot in command informed the ATC, and the Mayday call was made. And the Mayday call was made because of fuel, because the fuel vapor smell was such a foul smell that there was there was warning signals. That is the reason that the pilot had to shut down the engine, and immediately the plane turned around and went to the isolation bay. It made an emergency landing at the Riyadh International Airport. Right now, the aircraft is on ground, and the pilot has given a detailed report to the Air India, and similarly, the report has been sent to DGCA as well. But there was a fuel issue in this particular Air India A320 AI 992. Till now, the passengers are there only in Riyadh. There has been no substitute arrangement of the other aircraft right now in Riyadh until unless the flight would not go for all the checks and inspection. After then only the aircraft will be allowed to fly for Mumbai. So this issue also, the Mayday call was made. Rakshita, for all our viewers, the fuel issue is such an important issue in the aircraft that anything around the fuel or the engine issue has to be informed to ATC immediately. And in this issue also, a Mayday call was made because pilot didn't want to take any chance mid-air of any adverse situation, and that is the reason immediately flight turned around and then landed back to Riyadh International Airport. Back to you.
Harsha, stay on with us because this sort of a mishap has been reported from a Boeing aircraft. Now, this is another breaking news that we have right now. Dallas-bound Boeing 737 caught fire mid-flight. Boeing 737 made an emergency landing at Denver Airport. Smoke was pouring from an American airline Boeing 737 at Denver Airport after the flight from Colorado Springs to Dallas caught fire mid-air, forcing an emergency landing as terrified passengers fled the burning plane. So, Harsha, we have visuals, in fact, Harsha. And, about Air India flight, of course, there was a smoke that could be, there were fumes of smoke, not seen, but at least there was odor. But here, This is a massive blaze on Boeing 737. Boeing 737 has also been, has been in the headline for the wrong reasons, and once again we see this horrific visual that is coming in. What we understand is that the passengers fled this burning plane. Harsha.
Yes, Rakshita, the passengers fled and the situation was for such a grave situation. I would like to tell all our viewers and Rakshita, the NTSB has done the findings and the cause why it happened. So to tell our viewers that the right engine caught fire shortly after landing. As soon as this American Airlines plane landed, the right engine immediately caught fire, and also it was due to maintenance errors. That means initially when the maintenance were done of this aircraft, there were errors that was not fixed and one part was loose and installed backwards. So imagine the kind of fixing was done in this American Airlines B737 with the Boeing which was done. The fittings were wrong. The maintenance was done wrong. One part was loose and it was installed backwards, and that is the reason why the situation occurred. While landing, the right engine immediately caught fire, and the blaze was so strong it could be seen, and anything major could have happened, but it was averted as the passengers fled. And one more thing in the NTSB findings which has come is that another fitting was improperly fastened, causing a fuel leak. Imagine one is fitted backwards and the another is improperly fastened, which caused a fuel leak. And because of the leakage of the fuel, again there was the blaze, there was the fire. So this is what we are getting to know, that the NTSB has given the entire report.
This could happen in any flight and it has to be investigated, of course. Harsha, thank you so much for joining us with that breaking news that we have right now. In fact, viewers, we shift our focus to some more breaking news. I'm told there's more updates coming in right now on Republic TV. And Patna Airport has received a bomb threat. This is a breaking news we have right now. Patna Airport receiving a bomb threat, and we understand that the investigation is underway on the same Patna Airport. Security has been heightened at Patna Airport after what is said to be a hoax bomb threat. Security has been increased. This bomb threat was issued via email. This is the update we have right now. Bomb threat was received today. I think this was on Friday or today. It's a breaking news that we have right now. You can see the presence of security officials. There's a heightened security at the Jayaprakash Narayan International Airport in Patna. And authorities received a bomb threat via email. And the threat, we understand, turned out to be non-specific and a hoax threat. However, we're still trying to get more updates on that. All right, viewers, now we go back to our coverage on the report that has come in on the crash. The initial report raises questions whether a warning ignored may have played a deadly role. The crash of Air India Flight 171 last month is now linked to a safety bulletin issued 7 years ago. One that was not mandatory, it was advisory, but may have held the key to preventing a disaster.
It was a routine takeoff in Ahmedabad until seconds later, both engines on Air India flight AI-171 suddenly lost power. The Boeing 787 plunged to the ground. Flight data shows the fuel control switches somehow moved to cut off, shutting off fuel to both engines. Investigators believe it was possibly a mechanical flaw warned about in a US safety bulletin issued back in 2018. That bulletin, FAA's Special Airworthiness Information Bulletin or SAIB, flagged a design issue in the switch. It wasn't mandatory, but it recommended replacing a part known to fail. Was this issue looked into by Air India is what the experts are asking now. The crash reveals a deeper flaw: how airlines treat non-mandatory safety advice. A strong safety system should evaluate every risk, even if it is just a recommendation. A chilling reminder that in aviation, there are no small warnings.
Now, viewers, we will tell you what this last 26 minutes, the final 26 minutes looked like, what really happened right before the crash, viewers. So this is 13:13 at 1:13 p.m. The aircraft was requested pushback and startup. This usually happens after the aircraft, the engine has been started, and then there is a pushback. The aircraft has to move a bit behind. 13:13 ATC approved pushback. The air traffic control approved the pushback. Then in a few seconds, ATC approved the startup of the aircraft as well. Then what happens in just a few seconds? 13:19:12 ATC queried if the aircraft required full length of the runway. So according to the size, it was a huge aircraft. It's a Dreamliner, so it was very huge. So they inquired about the length. Then the aircraft confirmed requirement of the aircraft requested a taxi clearance, which was granted by the ATC, again routine. Then the aircraft was transferred from ground to tower control. This was 13:32:03. Aircraft was instructed to line up on the runway 23, again as per procedure, a very usual routine. The aircraft then was cleared to take off from the runway 23, and the wind speed was also suggested, that is mentioned in the report itself. Then what happens? In just a few seconds, Mayday call was made by AI-171. This was the penultimate moment, viewers. This was the moment when there was great distress. Mayday call is made under severe distress, and that 13:39:05 is the time, is the moment when this Mayday call was made by the pilot, and after that was the biggest ever aviation tragedy that the country or the world has witnessed. Viewers, we have multiple reactions coming in. Civil Aviation Minister Ramon Naidu has also reacted to this report in the latest Listen In.
Appreciate the job done by AIB, a very commendable job. It was a very challenging task. In fact, for the first time, safely securing the black box and trying to decode the data and everything being done in India itself in the lab in Delhi for AIB, first of its kind. So I'd like to appreciate all the efforts they have put in to do a very transparent, very mature, professional way the investigation has been done, and also all the international protocols have also been respected and followed. And regarding the report, this is a preliminary report right now, and from the ministry we are analyzing the report, but I think it would be better if we can comment on it once the final report comes in. So we are coordinating with AIB also. Whatever support or resources they need, we'll be providing to them. But AIB will be the primary investigating agency into this, and we are hoping that as soon as possible the final report also comes in so that we can arrive at some conclusion. So right now, like the report has only stated within that there are multiple other things also that need to be looked into before preparing the final report. So we want the final report to come in to look at things. So let us wait till then. I don't think we should jump into any conclusions on this. I truly believe we have the most wonderful workforce in terms of pilots and the crew in the whole world. I have to appreciate all the efforts the pilots and the crew in this country are putting into the aviation. They are the backbone of this civil aviation. They are the primary resource of civil aviation, and we care for the welfare and the well-being of our pilots also. So let's not jump to any conclusions at this stage. Let us wait for the final report.
In the short break, viewers, but we get you the latest update on the preliminary report, as it mentions about no action against Air India or Boeing. And not just that, the probe has found no technical fault apparently. Weather was clear, both pilots were experienced and fit to fly.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी। अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने, सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
As the war scorches and US weapons start arriving again, the Kremlin is sending a message: we're still open to peace. But here's the twist. Is President Zelensky finally being cornered into deciding if he really wants to blink at all? Russia's war on Ukraine.
I think this is one of the best in the country. I know them for long, they are hospital for long. They always give best of the service. And today I have seen, first time I have seen their facilities here. It's one of the best in the country.
When doctor is coming from different country, he is coming to your place and he is getting training here. We need to give him that kind of comfort, that kind of personal touch, that he has to feel like that he is not away from his home.
Mission of the Medicity is that earlier you must be listening, the patients are going to America. Now patients are coming from America, from Europe, from Middle East to get treatment here.
डॉक्टर्स को लेटेस्ट टेक्निक्स के साथ, सॉफ्टवेयर्स और मशीन्स के साथ, रोबोटिक टेक्निक्स के साथ उनको ट्रेंड करना और उसके बाद वो सब डॉक्टर्स सोसाइटी में जाकर के प्रिसाइज ऑपरेशंस कर पाएंगे। तो मैं इस बात के लिए डॉक्टर पीएन अरोड़ा और उनकी पूरी टीम को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूँ।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
The reason we've launched the Nationalist Collective is because we believe it is time now for a group of ideologically driven Indians to drive the destiny of our country. For far too long, people who have had interests inimical to national interest have held sway. We need to put nationalism first, nation first. The Nationalist Collective is a very clear and sharp movement, presents the spirit of a new India which stands by what is right, does what is right, and raises its voice for what is right. Remember, this country is safe only if it is in the hands of nationalists. This country will grow only if nation first becomes.
Very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching live and breaking. I'm Rakshita Mishra with you. The report, the initial report on the Air India crash has been released. We'll get you every aspect and every angle of that. First, a quick look at the headlines. A month after the AI-171 crash, AAIB releases preliminary report, mentions no action against Air India and Boeing.
The report, this is a preliminary report right now, and from the ministry we are analyzing the report, but I think it would be better if we can comment on it once the final report comes in. We are hoping that as soon as possible the final report also comes in so that we can arrive at some conclusion.
Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu issues first response on the crash report, says conclusions not made, must wait for final findings. Full focus on the critical fuel control switch, which report reveals went from run to cut off post the takeoff. Preliminary probe reveals both engines were shut off mid-air. Pilot heard saying, "I did not cut off." The probe finds no technical fault, weather clear, and both pilots were experienced and fit to fly. All right, viewers, we start with the breaking news coming in right now. Now, the latest update we have is that as details are emerging from the preliminary inquiry report on the Air India plane crash, the Airline Pilots Association of India says that the probe was being driven in a direction presuming the guilt of pilots. And we strongly object. They strongly object to this line of thought. The association again requested to be given a role in the probe even in the capacity of observers, so as to provide the requisite transparency. So pilot group has alleged bias towards pilot error. So this is the breaking news we have right now. This is coming in. Airline Pilots Association on crash raising questions. In fact, all right, we have GP Bajpai joining us on the broadcast from the studios. Sir, you know, the Pilots Association, of course, is raising objections. And if we see that even the headlines that are being created in outside the country, especially, they are very much biased towards the pilots. They somewhere are focusing on this limited conversation that has found mention in this report. And the Pilots Association is saying that one should not be jumping to the conclusions, and the association must also participate in the investigation. It calls it shrouded in secrecy. That's how it describes this investigation, sir.
Madam, I partially agree with the Pilot Association that it's a very beginning. We should not zero it down that it's a pilot's error. However, they should be magnanimous enough that it should be a 360-degree open investigation. It could be technical error, it could be pilot error, it could be something else, sabotage. So, since it's a preliminary report, so whatever, and this is based on the evidences recorded by investigating team. They have put in this report whatever evidences they have collected, based on which they have given the report. There are, in the same report, there are certain hints toward the technical failure, like engine switch, and also there are few hints that it could be known or inadvertent human error also could have been the contributing factor for this report. The actual thing will come to know only after detailed investigation is over.
Right, sir. Absolutely. In fact, Captain C.S. Randhawa is also joining us on the broadcast, aviation expert. We'll just go across to him in a short while from now. But Group Captain Bajpai, I want to understand from you that there are a lot of technicalities in this entire investigation that has come to the fore, especially about the fuel cutoff. We will try and understand that from you. But before that, we have Rajiv Pratap Rudy speaking exclusively to Republic TV, former Aviation Minister. Let's take a listen in, viewers.
Joining us is Rajiv Pratap Rudy, sir. The preliminary report of AI 171 plane crash is out. Is there a scope of whatever is mentioned in the report? Is there something beyond which we are not able to read? Is there some sort of human failure which we might be looking at?
There are enough evidence to show the reasons why the crash took place. Now, if one has to decipher all those reasons why the crash took place, I think there is enough evidence, and primarily it points out to the engine flame out, which has been indicated, and there is also an issue where most of us are failing to recall, and those who especially in particular do not fly the Dreamliners. And as I have been told by the senior commander who fly 787, that in case of an engine failure or both engines flame out, there is a memory item. And the memory item says that fuel control switch on off, which happens instantly. And this sends a message through the FedEx to reignite the engines. There is also a fact that both the engines have started coming back to power, at least one has come back, but possibly the action which was initiated at a time which any aircraft across the world, if this dual engine failure happens at this flight level, it would be very difficult to recover, and it would be almost impossible to restart that engine in that span of time. So after the crash, the fuel control levers, which is what is being talked today, were in position, and there is an indication that it has been switched on and off, and that is all those who are discussing today must know that is the critical procedure which is done for emergencies, and that is a memory item to restart the engine. And I think we need to understand the process which was involved, and a basic question would arise at some point of time that how it happened, we have come to know. Why it happened is yet to be answered.
So notices were served to various operators in this case, and no action was taken by those operators. What do you have to say about that?
I don't think anything like this in particular has been operators for this kind of a situation. The FAA, or for that matter the OEMs, they issue the advisory or the directives, which was none in this case. There is only one which the FAA had issued in the year 2018, in which they had talked about the locking feature disengagement of the fuel control switch. But that is not being applied here because that situation has not happened.
So what more is expected in the final reports which will be out?
I'm not an expert, but I say that yes, we know how it happened, what all happened during the crash, what were the efforts made, but we actually still have to look forward why it happened. And that why did the engine stall at the first go is a question which needs to be answered, and I think the investigation is on that.
Now viewers, it's been 1 month since the flight AI-171 crashed, killing 241 people on board. Today, the first official findings are out. This report, the preliminary report by the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau, sheds light on the crucial final moments of the flight, including a distress call that was made just 90 seconds after the takeoff. Now, what exactly happened in those seconds, and how did a routine departure spiral into one of the biggest disasters? Here's a report on that.
A month after the AI-171 crash, which claimed 241 lives. A preliminary report by the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau throws light on the critical 30 seconds. Those 30 seconds that none had anticipated. The report suggests complete normalcy before takeoff, and the pilot had 24 minutes of communication. But 90 seconds into the flight, the pilots made a distress call to the ATC. Findings say the aircraft lost thrust, the fuel was cut off, and merely moments after the midday call, the AI-171 went down. The AAIB has further outlined the sequence of impact. The aircraft first hit trees and then the incineration chimney inside the Army Medical Corps. The distance between the first point and eventual impact at least 293 feet. After hitting the trees, the Boeing aircraft moved up to 650 feet. The debris is strewn about at 8 points. The pictures captured in the aftermath indicate a total disintegration. The right engine struck a concrete water tank, while parts of the right wing of the aircraft were found in separate buildings. The left engine separated from the plane and struck the corner of a nearby building, while the two landing gears were found about 300 feet from point of crash. A tragedy that unfolded in seconds. Now laid bare in fragments of data, voice transmissions, and twisted metal. As investigators continue to piece together what led to the devastating loss of AI-171, the question of systemic failure, human error, or mechanical breakdown still linger.
So there's a lot of talk about the fuel control switch, viewers, about these two words, run and cut off. Let's help you understand how the fuel switch had cut off, as they say. Now, Boeing aircraft fuel control switches are not automatic. It looks something like this, the run and the cut off, and they are not automatic. Now, manual action by pilot required to unlock to move this switch, this particular switch in this photograph, viewers. And it's built in brackets that prevents accidental movement of switches. So there's also little scope of anything happening by chance because it's built in that structure. Pilots must lift the lock before moving the switch to cut off. Before they move it to cut off, they have to lift this switch. And moving the switch from run to cut off, from here to here, run to cut off, requires two-step process. So it's not a very simple process either. There has to be some understanding of what happened and when. Unlocking and moving the switch steps needed to move the switch. So these are the two steps, unlocking and moving the switch. If the switch is moved to cut off, it stops the fuel supply to the engine, which is the suspected cause right now, the cut off. And the pilot had also asked, why did you cut off? That is the conversation. That's a part of the conversation from the cockpit that has been picked up, the cut off. One pilot had asked, why did you cut off? The other said, I did not do it. Now, the question, of course, arises, how did it happen? How did the cut off happen? We explained you the process from run to cut off. And now, in fact, there are many questions that are being raised here. We have Ram Mohan Naidu, the Civil Aviation Minister, who has spoken to the media about this report. He says that one should not jump to the conclusions and wait for the final report. Listen into Mr. Naidu.
Appreciate the job done by AIB, a very commendable job. It was a very challenging task. In fact, for the first time, safely securing the black box and trying to decode the data and everything being done in India itself in the lab in Delhi for AIB, first of its kind. So I'd like to appreciate all the efforts they have put in to do a very transparent, very mature, professional way the investigation has been done, and also all the international protocols have also been respected and followed. And regarding the report, this is a preliminary report right now. And from the ministry, we are analyzing the report. But I think it would be better if we can comment on it once the final report comes in. So we are coordinating with AIB also. Whatever support or resources they need, we'll be providing to them. But AIB will be the primary investigating agency into this. And we are hoping that as soon as possible, the final report also comes in so that we can arrive at some conclusion. So right now, like the report has only stated within that there are multiple other things also that need to be looked into before preparing the final report. So we want the final report to come in to look at things. So let us wait till then. I don't think we should jump into any conclusions on this. I truly believe we have the most wonderful workforce in terms of pilots and the crew in the whole world. I have to appreciate all the efforts the pilots and the crew in this country are putting into the aviation. They are the backbone of this civil aviation. They are the primary resource of civil aviation, and we care for the welfare and the well-being of our pilots also. So let's not jump to any conclusions at this stage. Let us wait for the final report.
Now, Group Captain Vajpayee, I want to understand from you that this procedure that we just explained to our viewers, this moment between run and cut off, and this is a mystery that if the pilot, as he says, did not cut off, what could have really happened, sir?
Ma'am, because of the two clear things which are mentioned in the preliminary report, and I will restrict myself within the domain of preliminary report. One place, one captain asked the another pilot, did you cut off the engine? So this indicates he is categorically asking him, did you? Second is that the last but one line of on page 15, it says, in spite of such a massive crash, in spite of so many legend members in such a detailed investigating team, in case if nothing could be observed pointing flaws on engine, on aircraft. That's why this particular line I will read out from the report. It says, at this stage of investigation, there are no recommendation action to the Boeing and or GE Gen X. What does it indicate? They are ruling out at this juncture of time. So far, they have not observed anything. Otherwise, anybody associated with the aviation will immediately point out for the safety of other passengers, other aircraft. In case if there is any anomaly, everybody in the system should be cautioned.
Right.
So these two things points out that there could be any intended or unintended human error. As you are explaining the fuel switch, it could be erroneously could have been brought back from run to cut-off position.
Right, sir. Group Captain Bajpai, thanks so much for joining us with your insights on that and your reading of this situation, viewers. Now, we was talking about this entire report. It's a first of its kind development that the AAIB has conducted a full independent analysis of the black boxes from the tragic Ahmedabad plane crash right here in India. For the first time ever, India chose not to send these recorders abroad. Instead, they were analyzed at the AAIB's advanced laboratory in New Delhi. This marks a significant step forward in India's aviation investigative capabilities. We take you inside how this complex investigation was carried out with both global collaboration and Indian expertise.
The moments just after the tragic Air India 171 crash site were chaotic. But amid the debris, two critical pieces of evidence were recovered: the cockpit voice recorder and the flight data recorder, also known as black boxes. These record the final moments of communication aboard an aircraft. What is remarkable, for the first time ever, India chose not to send these recorders abroad for investigation. Instead, they were analyzed domestically at the AAIB's advanced lab in New Delhi. The black boxes were flown in separately from Ahmedabad to Delhi on two Air Force aircraft, a safety measure to avoid any further damage. To decode the damaged data, India sourced a special golden chassis, a precision device used to read flight recorders, directly from the NTSB in the United States. The golden chassis arrived on 23rd of June. Within just 48 hours, Indian investigators successfully retrieved 49 hours of flight data. However, not all the equipment survived. The AFD recorder mounted at the back of the plane was found on a rooftop, but it was too damaged to extract any data. This was just the start of a massive multinational investigation. The AAIB immediately informed international agencies, including NTSB USA, AAIB UK, and counterparts in Portugal and Canada. Technical teams from Boeing, GE, FAA, and the UK's AAIB joined the probe. India even invited an international civil aviation organization observer. Though this is not mandatory, it ensured complete transparency. The observer confirmed full satisfaction with the investigation's integrity. Back at the crash site, a 300-meter zone near Ahmedabad airport was cleared to reconstruct the aircraft. Despite heavy fire damage, the team pieced together the structure using burnt components and critical debris. The investigation was divided into 4 expert teams. The operations team, led by senior AAIB officers and supported by experienced commercial pilots and engineers. The technical and documentation team, who examined the physical wreckage of the aircraft. The flight recorder analysis team, including experts from HAL, that is Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, handled the black boxes. And a human factors team, including aviation psychologists from DRDO. Every pin, switch and word was analyzed, and all of it done independently without foreign influence. The AAIB emphasizes that this was an Indian-led investigation with full scientific transparency. As the AAIB releases its preliminary findings, what stands out beyond the data is that India has proven its ability to lead a modern, transparent and independent crash investigation.
All right, time for a short break, viewers, but we'll get you more angles that, of course, raise many questions, the unanswered questions as well, on that crucial report of the Air India crash. And also, no technical error has been found out. The pilots were fit to fly. The weather was just fine for flying. So that's what has been found out, and much more.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
As the war scorches and U.S. weapons start arriving again, the Kremlin is sending a message: we're still open to peace. But here's the twist. Is President Zelensky finally being cornered into deciding if he really wants to blink at all? Russia's war on Ukraine has raged for more than 3 years. But now, Moscow claims it's still...
I think this is one of the best in the country. I know them for long, their hospital for long. They always give best of the service. And today I have seen, first time I have seen their facilities here. It's one of the best in the country.
When doctor is coming from different country, he is coming to your place and he is getting training here. We need to give him that kind of comfort, that kind of personal touch, that he has to feel like that he is not away from his home.
Mission of the Medicity is that earlier you must be listening, the patients are going to America. Now patients are coming from America, from Europe, from Middle East to get treatment here.
डॉक्टर्स को लेटेस्ट टेक्निक्स के साथ, सॉफ्टवेयर्स और मशीन्स के साथ, रोबोटिक टेक्निक्स के साथ उनको ट्रेंड करना, और उसके बाद वो सब डॉक्टर्स सोसाइटी में जाकर के प्रिसाइज ऑपरेशंस कर पाएंगे। तो मैं इस बात के लिए डॉक्टर PN अरोड़ा और उनकी पूरी टीम को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूँ।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
The reason we've launched the Nationalist Collective is because we believe it is time now for a group of ideologically driven Indians to drive the destiny of our country. For far too long, people who have had interests inimical to national interest have held sway. We need to put nationalism first, nation first. The Nationalist Collective is a very clear and sharp movement, presents the spirit of a new India, which...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajuria. A month after the Air India crash took place, now we have the details of what happened, but why it happened is still shrouded in mystery. We'll get you all the details, but first, as always, the headlines. One month after AI-171 crash, AAIB releases the initial report, mentions no action against Air India or Boeing.
Regarding the report, this is a preliminary report right now, and from the ministry we are analyzing the report, but I think it would be better if we can comment on it once the final report comes in. We are hoping that as soon as possible the final report also comes in so that we can arrive at some conclusion.
Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu issues first response on the crash report, says conclusion not made, must wait for the final findings. Full focus on the critical fuel control switch, which report reveals went from run to cut off post takeoff. Initial report reveals both engines were shut off mid-air. Pilot heard saying, "I didn't cut it off." The probe has found no technical fault. Weather was clear. Both pilots were experienced and fit to fly. And top of the hour, we'll get you details coming in from West Bengal. A shocking incident has been reported from the campus of IIM Calcutta, where a woman studying on campus was raped by a student inside the hostel of the business school. The accused has been arrested on the basis of the FIR lodged by that woman. Now, she was asked to come to the boys' hostel under the pretext of counselling, and when she did in the evening, she was called into a room under the guise. The two had known each other through work. So this is another shocking case that has come to the fore from the state of West Bengal. Remember, this comes a week after the another case that shook not just West Bengal but the entire country, and that is related to the rape, the gang rape in the law college. And now another shocking incident coming to the fore from the campus of IIM Calcutta, where a woman studying on campus was raped by a student inside the hostel of the business school. Now, shifting our focus to Madhya Pradesh, a sleeper cell led by Congress councillor Anwar Qadri has been accused of orchestrating a love jihad network there targeting Hindu women for conversion. Now, according to reports, Qadri operatives who operated under false Hindu identities were funded to carry out these activities, and the gang would become only active after receiving funds, with their primary objective being the manipulation and conversion of the Hindu girls. So this is the case that has come to the fore from the state of Madhya Pradesh, where a Congress leader, a councillor from the Indore area, Anwar Qadri, is under the scanner as he is accused of the love jihad network. Now let's listen to what police is saying on this entire love jihad network that has been in fact flagged by the police there. Listen in.
लगभग 15-20 दिन पहले माननीय न्यायालय के द्वारा एक फरारी वारंट जारी कर दिया गया है और लगभग उसकी समयावधि 1 माह रहती है। उसके बाद जो उनकी प्रॉपर्टी है उसके नाम पर वो कुर्की की कार्रवाई सुनिश्चित की जाएगी। शेष हमारी जो वैधानिक कार्रवाई है उसमें से इनाम घोषणा हो गई है। हमारी टीमें सतत लगी हुई हैं और जो अपराधी है वो भाग जरूर सकता है लेकिन बच नहीं सकता है। हमारी पूरी कोशिश है कि जल्दी से जल्दी अपराधी गिरफ्तार किया जाए।
आप बड़ी बात कर रहे हैं, अपराधी भाग सकता है लेकिन बच नहीं सकता, लेकिन पिछले 1 महीने से आप ही की आंखों में धूल झोंक रहा है वो।
नहीं, हमारी सारी टीमें लगी हुई हैं। हमारे पास जितने भी इनपुट मिलते हैं उन इनपुट पे जाकर के और सर्चिंग की कार्रवाइयां चल रही हैं और पूरी कोशिश है कि जल्दी से जल्दी साथ
हाँ सर, 3 आरोपी तो कबूल कर चुके हैं वीडियो में कि अनवर कादरी ने उन्हें 1 लाख रुपए, 2 लाख रुपए, 3 लाख रुपए दिए।
उसी से तो प्राथमिकी दर्ज की गई है और उसके द्वारा जो पीड़ित पक्ष के द्वारा बताया जा रहा है, जो फरियादी पक्ष के द्वारा बताया जा रहा है, उसके सापेक्ष में सारे के सारे साक्ष्य जुटाए जा रहे हैं। बहुत सारे साक्ष्य हमारे पास हैं भी और जल्दी ही गिरफ्तारी सुनिश्चित करने के बाद आरोपी से भी बहुत सारी चीजों की जानकारी ली जाएगी।
Now let me go across to my colleague Satya Vijay, who's been tracking this story very closely. Satya Vijay, आप ये story काफी closely track कर रहे हैं. पिछले 2 दिन से अनवर कादरी पे काफी बड़ा ये आरोप है कि वो लव जिहाद का वहां पे एक पूरी कॉन्स्पिरेसी रच रहे थे. शॉकिंग ये कि कांग्रेस के लीडर है इंदौर रीजन से, ये एब्सकॉन्डिंग थे. क्या ये पकड़े गए हैं अभी?
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल. देखिए, अनवर कादरी पूरी तरह से एक लव जिहाद का गैंग चलाता था, गिरोह चलाता था. उसके गिरोह में इस तरह से जैसे स्लीपर सेल काम करते हैं, उसी तरह से उसके जो गुर्गे हैं वो काम करते थे. जैसे ही इन गुर्गों के पास फंड पहुंचता था, जो लव जिहाद के लिए फंडिंग के जो आरोप अनवर कादरी पर लगे, जो कि कांग्रेस लीडर है, कांग्रेस पार्षद है, वो जैसे ही फंड इन लड़कों तक पहुंचाता था, जो उसके गुर्गे हैं, वो अपने मिशन पर लग जाते थे. मतलब ये कि हिंदू लड़कियों को टारगेट करना शुरू कर देते थे. इस मामले में अभी लगभग 1 महीना होने को है, लेकिन इंदौर पुलिस के हाथ खाली है. इंदौर पुलिस आरोपी तक नहीं पहुंच पाई है. हालांकि इंदौर पुलिस की टीमें दिल्ली, जम्मू कश्मीर और साउथ इंडिया के जो इलाके हैं जहां पर की इनपुट्स मिले कि अनवर कादरी छुपा हो सकता है, उन सब जगहों पर दबिश भी दे रही है. इसके अलावा अनवर कादरी का एक स्थायी वारंट भी निकल गया है, फरारी का वारंट भी निकल गया है, और पुलिस का यह दावा है कि जल्द ही अगर अनवर कादरी गिरफ्तार नहीं हुआ तो इसकी संपत्ति भी कुर्क की जाएगी. लेकिन पुलिस के हाथ अभी खाली है. वहीं हमने इस पूरे मामले में 7 ऐसे लोगों को, ऐसे लड़कों को एक्सपोज किया है जो अनवर कादरी से जुड़े हुए थे, जो कि पहचान छुपाकर, मतलब ये होते थे मुस्लिम लेकिन पहचान छुपाकर, हिंदू अपने आप को बताकर ये हिंदू लड़कियों से दोस्ती करते थे, फिर उनको टारगेट करते थे, उनके साथ बलात्कार, उनका ब्लैकमेलिंग, उनका वीडियो बनाना, उनको धर्मांतरण के लिए उकसाना, इस सभी कामों में लिप्त होते थे. और इन सभी कड़ियों को जोड़कर ही अनवर कादरी की गिरफ्तारी और महत्वपूर्ण हो जाती है, क्योंकि अनवर कादरी का नेटवर्क न सिर्फ भोपाल, मध्य प्रदेश, बल्कि मध्य प्रदेश के बाहर भी है. जो फंडिंग होती है अनवर कादरी को, वो कौन करता है? क्योंकि हिंदू संगठन के लोग कहते हैं कि अनवर कादरी को जो फंडिंग हो रही है वो पीएफआई और सिमी जैसे प्रतिबंधित संगठन के लोग भी कर सकते हैं, और पुलिस ने इस आशंका से इंकार नहीं किया है. इसीलिए इन सभी एविडेंस को, इन सभी जो सुराग पुलिस को मिले हैं, जो सुराग हमें मिले हैं, इन सब पहलुओं का खुलासा कादरी की गिरफ्तारी के बाद ही होगी. लेकिन अफसोस की बात है, दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है कि अभी तक अनवर कादरी जो है वो गिरफ्तार नहीं हो पाया है. सिर्फ उसकी गिरफ्तारी के लिए 3 से 4 टीमें पुलिस की लगी हुई हैं, जो देश के अलग अलग कोने में रेड कर रही हैं, छापेमारी कर रही हैं.
Absolutely. So it's been a month since this incident has come to the fore, and it's shocking that he's still on the run. Thank you so much for all the details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Let us tell you more about Anwar Kadri. He's the center of a major controversy. He's a Congress councillor in Madhya Pradesh. He's accused of funding a love jihad conspiracy, and he's facing charges under the NSA, that is National Security Act, is currently absconding as well. Allegations of paying men to lure Hindu women into relationships and converting them has now sparked the political outrage in Madhya Pradesh, with Indaur's mayor as well demanding his immediate removal from the office. Here's more.
Indore police has charged Congress councillor Anwar Kadri under the stringent National Security Act for allegedly masterminding a love jihad racket. According to police reports, Kadri is accused of funding 2 men, Sahil Sheikh and Altaf Shah, to trap Hindu women into romantic relationships, convert them to Islam, and in some claims, push them into prostitution. The 2 men, arrested in June 13 at Banganga police station, allegedly confessed to receiving Rs 3 lakh from Kadri for these activities. Sahil claimed he was paid Rs 2 lakh, while Altaf received Rs 1 lakh, with promises of further payments upon completing marriages. The statements, recorded on viral videos, have fueled public and political uproar. Republic's team reached Kadri's residence in the Sadar Bazaar area of Indore, where his house was found locked and deserted. Visuals show a padlock on the flat with no trace of Kadri or his family since the case was registered.
कांग्रेस पार्षद अनवर कादरी, जिस पर की लव जिहाद के लिए फंडिंग के आरोप हैं, फिलहाल अगर बात की जाए तो अनवर कादरी जो है फरार है, भगोड़ा है. उसके ऊपर 10,000 का इनाम भी घोषित किया है और उस पर रासुका भी लगाई है. ये जो आप मकान देख रहे हैं, ये जो बिल्डिंग पूरी जो है, ये अनवर कादरी की ही है. और ये आप ताला देख रहे हैं, इस ताले को आप इससे समझ जाइए कि अनवर कादरी अपने परिवार के साथ यहाँ से फरार हो गया. मतलब जब उस पर ये आरोप लगे, लव जिहाद के फंडिंग के आरोप लगे, पुलिस ने केस दर्ज किया, उसके बाद से वो इस घर में ताला डालकर अपने पूरे परिवार के साथ यहाँ से रफू चक्कर हो गया, फरार हो गया. पुलिस लगातार अनवर कादरी को ढूंढ रही है.
Just a short distance from Sadar Bazaar police station, Qadri owns a luxurious 4-story building. This multi-story structure houses offices and flats rented out to several tenants.
यहाँ पर अगर ये पूरी बिल्डिंग देखें आप तो ये अनवर कादरी का ही बिल्डिंग है। अनवर कादरी ने यहाँ पर कई इंस्टीट्यूट और कई लोगों को ऑफिस किराए पर दे रखे थे। एक किराए पर ऑफिस ये सामने आप देख रहे हैं, एक यहाँ पर जिम भी है। इसके अलावा पूरी ऊपर तक की जो बिल्डिंग देख रहे हैं इसमें कई लोगों को अनवर कादरी ने किराए पर मकान दे रखा था। लेकिन जिस फ्लैट में अनवर कादरी रहता है वहां पर ताला डला हुआ है। अनवर कादरी परिवार के साथ फरार है और यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं इस बिल्डिंग से इंदौर के सदर बाजार इलाके में इतना बड़ा एम्पायर खड़ा करना, इतनी बड़ी बिल्डिंग खड़ा करना, समझ सकते हैं कि चूंकि लव जिहाद के लिए अनवर कादरी जो है वो फंडिंग करता है और उसको फंड कहीं और से भी आता है, इसकी आशंका है। और शायद उसी फंड से, उसी काली कमाई से, या कहना चाहिए जो उसे फंड देते हैं उसी से उसने इतना बड़ा एक एम्पायर कह सकते हैं, इतनी बड़ी बिल्डिंग जो है वो खड़ी करी, जिसमें कई लोगों को उसने किराए पर ऑफिस दिए हैं, मकान दिए हैं। किसका बिल्डिंग है, किसका है?
अनवर जी का बिल्डिंग है ये,
अनवर कादरी जी का। हाँ। और आप यहाँ पर किराए से ऑफिस दिए हैं?
जी।
ठीक है। इसके अलावा कुछ आप जानते हैं उन पे क्या आरोप लगे?
नहीं।
ये बिल्डिंग किसकी है?
अनवर कादरी।
और अनवर कादरी के बारे में आप कुछ बता सकते हैं, क्योंकि आपने पढ़ा होगा उन पे आरोप लगे।
वो तो पुलिस कर रही है आज उसकी, जो भी है।
लव जिहाद फंडिंग के आरोप लगे हैं। आपको कभी लगा कि वो ऐसे किसी केस?
ऐसे तो व्यक्ति है नहीं वो, ये तो राजनीति का शिकार बनाया जा रही है उनको।
Meanwhile, Indore Mayor Pushyamitra Bhargav has taken a strong stance against Qadri, labeling the case an international conspiracy and calling for his immediate removal from the councillor post.
ये पार्षद अनवर डकैत का इतिहास ही बहुत खराब है और जिस तरह का उनका इतिहास विकास है, सबसे पहले तो मेरी दृष्टि में उनका पार्षद बने रहना ही निगम और शहर हित में नहीं है। इसलिए कई बार पहले भी रासुका में निरुद्ध हुए, कई अलग अलग तरह के प्रकरण उन पर दर्ज हैं, समाज में भ्रम फैलाने के और देश विरोधी काम करने के। और ये जो लव जिहाद की फंडिंग को लेकर उन पर आरोप लगे हैं, जिस तरह के सबूत अभी प्रथम दृष्टया दिख रहे हैं, तो मैंने कमिश्नर को चिट्ठी लिखी है कि निगम एक्ट की तरह आपको पावर है कि यदि किसी पार्षद का शहर हित में, निगम हित में पार्षद बने रहना उचित नहीं है तो आप उनको हटा सकते हैं।
Qadri, a repeat offender with 19 criminal cases registered against him, including charges of attempted murder, robbery, land grabbing, and violations under the Madhya Pradesh Freedom of Religion Act, is no stranger to controversy. BJP leaders in the state have alleged Qadri's past links to the banned Students' Islamic Movement of India. The party has accused the Congress of harboring anti-national elements, while protests by groups like Karni Sena and Bajrang Dal have intensified. Speculation about external funding, possibly from foreign organizations, has surfaced, but no concrete evidence has been made public. The police are now investigating Qadri's financial transactions and potential connections to a broader network.
Focus to the national capital. We're getting in details of the Delhi High Court hearing in National Herald case. Arguing in the court, ASG Raju said that Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi were in charge and responsible for the conduct of businesses and are deemed to be guilty under PMLA, that is Prevention of Money Laundering Act. ED's counsel further argued that young Indian sought repayment of debt or conversion of debt into equity after Rahul Gandhi becomes director. He also said that all this happened after Rahul Gandhi came into picture. Another, in fact, allegation coming in from the Enforcement Directorate. ASG Raju, who is arguing on behalf of ED, said that Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi were in charge and responsible for the conduct of business. And most importantly, he said that they are deemed to be guilty under the Money Laundering Act. Let me go across to my colleague Shambhi, who joins us live on broadcast with more details. Shambhi, this case is hearing is underway, is what we're learning in Delhi High Court, and now ED has said that both Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi are deemed to be held guilty under PMLA. Before as well, ED had said that this is a clear-cut case of money laundering. Give us more details.
Exactly, yes. The hearing is currently going on in the Rouse Avenue Court, and respondents have just finished their arguments. ASG Raju is arguing, and he made some very strong points about how this is money laundering. because there was a transfer of debt. Now, debt under law is considered a property. So when there is transfer of property, where there is transfer of debt, therefore this qualifies as a valid offence under PMLA. He also argued that for a long time, Dotex and Young India Company, both of them, they did not have any managing director, and only after Rahul Gandhi came into the picture, Young India Company started asking AJL to pay the debt back, that is of 90 crore debt back, which shows that there was no haste in actually getting the loan back, and this was a sham to attain the total assets which were already owned by AJL, because Young India Company said that you don't need to pay me the debt back, instead give me the shares of your company, turn this debt into equity. This is what he has also argued on the maintainability of the case, because this was a very major point made by the respondents, that this case is not maintainable. Why? Because the complaint was filed by a private person, Dr. Subramaniam Swamy, and he is not an authorized figure. So ASG Senior Advocate Raju is currently arguing that how Dr. Subramaniam Swamy is an authorized person under law, and how this actually falls into under the scheduled offences case. This is very important, because today if the court is going to take cognizance of the matter or not, if it does, this case is going to go in full trial mode.
Absolutely. The hearing in Zarnaway, in fact, earlier as well, the Enforcement Directorate has said that this is an open and shut case, and there is a clear case of money laundering. Thank you so much, Ramvi, for all the details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now, shifting our focus to Haryana. In the ongoing investigation into the murder of tennis player Radhika Yadav, Deepak, the prime suspect and her father, has now been sent to 14 days of judicial custody. Despite police questioning, Deepak has maintained that his reason for murder was taunting by the villagers, though this claim has been questioned. So this is as far as the murder of the tennis player in Gurugram is concerned. What we're learning is that her father and the prime and the only accused in this case, Deepak Yadav, that you can see on the screen, he has been sent to 14 days of judicial custody. That means he will be taken to the jail. Deepak has said that he has confessed to the crime, saying that he was taunted by the villagers. Listen in.
गुरुग्राम में राधिका मर्डर केस की जांच कर रही गुरुग्राम पुलिस के हाथ में कुछ अहम सुराग लगे हैं। इन सुराग में राधिका की वो बातचीत अपने कोच से और अपने दोस्तों के साथ है, जिसमें वो अपने पिता के बारे में, फैमिली द्वारा लगाए जा रहे रिस्ट्रिक्शंस के बारे में, और कैसे वो एकेडमी के लिए बच्चों को प्रोत्साहित करती थी, लोगों के लिए सोशल मीडिया पर पोस्ट करती थी कि वो टेनिस एकेडमी ज्वाइन करें, और कहीं ना कहीं ये सभी बातें वो अपने कोच और अपने दोस्त के साथ किया करती थी। ये सभी चैट्स जो राधिका की हैं, वो अब गुरुग्राम पुलिस इन चैट्स को एनालाइज कर रही है और इसी के बेसिस पर आगे की इन्वेस्टिगेशन शुरू की जा रही है। इन चैट्स में राधिका बता रही है कि चीन में जब वो जाएगी ट्रेनिंग करने के लिए, तो वहां पर किस तरीके की परेशानियां उसको हो सकती है, खाने की दिक्कत वहां पर उसको हो सकती है। दुबई उसके लिए काफी फेमिलियर है, ऑस्ट्रेलिया में उसके रिश्तेदार हैं, इस तरीके की बात कर रही है। लेकिन आखिरी में वो बिल्कुल लिख रही है कि उसके फादर रिस्ट्रिक्शंस लगाते हैं, उसके पापा काफी ऐसी फैमिली पाबंदियां हैं जिनके कारण वो बहुत सारी चीजें ऐसी हैं जो नहीं करना चाहती। इन चैट्स में राधिका ये भी कह रही है कि वो अपनी जिंदगी जीना चाहती है, वो अपने घर से कुछ समय के लिए बाहर रहना चाहती है, और इसके पीछे सबसे बड़ी वजह घर द्वारा लगाई जाने वाली पाबंदियां थी। और ये सभी बातें वो अपने दोस्त, अपने जो कोच है उनसे चैट्स के जरिए किया करती थी। एक दूसरी चैट सामने आई जिसमें साफ तौर पर राधिका ये बोल रही है कि उसने अपने फादर को काफी बातें समझाने की कोशिश की, लेकिन वो मानने को तैयार नहीं है। सारी बातें सुनने के बाद राधिका के फादर ये बोलते हैं कि इससे कितना पैसा मिलेगा, तो कहीं ना कहीं पैसों को लेकर, कहीं ना कहीं करियर को लेकर, एकेडमी को लेकर राधिका जो अपने फादर से बात करती थी, वो सभी चैट्स के जरिए वो अपने दोस्त और कोच को बताया करती थी। और जिस तरीके से इन्वेस्टिगेशन में सामने आया कि पिता दीपक ने इतना दबाव बनाया कि राधिका ने कुछ समय पहले ही अपने सारे सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म जो है वो डिलीट कर दिए थे, सारी आईडीज डिलीट कर दी थी, और इन सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म का इस्तेमाल राधिका अपनी एकेडमी को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए करती थी। वो अपने दोस्तों से, अपने भाइयों से ये बोलती थी कि अगर कोई स्टूडेंट उनको मिले तो गुरुग्राम में उसने जो एकेडमी खोली है वो ज्वाइन कराए, तो कहीं ना कहीं अपनी एकेडमी को प्रमोट करने के लिए वो सोशल मीडिया पेज का इस्तेमाल करती थी। इस तरीके के भी चैट जो है वो गुरुग्राम पुलिस के हाथ लगे। लेकिन दीपक किस तरीके से दबाने की कोशिश करता था, रिस्ट्रिक्शंस लगाने की कोशिश करता था, पैसों की बात करता था। ये तमाम बातें अब गुरुग्राम पुलिस के सामने हैं, राधिका की चैट्स के हवाले से सामने है और कहीं ना कहीं इन सभी तथ्यों को खंगालने की कोशिश अब गुरुग्राम पुलिस कर रही है। हालांकि दीपक को कोर्ट में पेश किया गया, गुरुग्राम पुलिस की तरफ से कस्टडी नहीं मांगी गई, जिस कारण आरोपी दीपक को 14 दिन की न्यायिक हिरासत में भेज दिया गया है।
And Republic has also spoken to Radhika Yadav's former coach Ankit. Watch this.
अंकित सर हमारे साथ हैं, राधिका के कोच हैं। अंकित सर, कब आपसे वो ट्रेनिंग लेती थी, कितना टाइम आपने राधिका को ट्रेन किया?
इतना ज़्यादा टाइम मैंने ट्रेन नहीं करा है, बट यहाँ पे मैंने कोविड के टाइम में जब 3-4 महीने यहाँ पे खेलने आती थी, बट मैं जानता ज़रूर उसके और उसके पापा को काफ़ी टाइम से, 10-11 साल की एज से, जब 12 साल से तब से खेल रही है वो। मेरी जान पहचान उनसे हमेशा से रही है। और कब, क्योंकि यहाँ के प्लेयर्स, हमारे प्लेयर्स उसके अगेंस्ट में भी मैचेस खेले हैं, तो एज वो उसके पापा हमेशा उसको ट्रैवल करते थे टूर्नामेंट्स में, प्रैक्टिस में, तो ऐसे मुलाकात हमेशा होती रही है। और फिर वो भी गुड़गांव के, मेरी भी अकेडमी गुड़गांव के, तो दैट्स हाउ वी नो ईच अदर। एंड उसके बाद फिर जो भी ये सारी चीज़ें हुई हैं, इट इज़ रियली सरप्राइजिंग। उनकी जो बॉन्डिंग थी, जो चीज़ें थी, वो बहुत ही ज़्यादा अबव नॉर्मल थी, बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छी थी। जो भी दिखती थी हमें, कभी हमेशा पापा उसके सपोर्ट ही करते थे उसको, अगर कभी ख़राब भी खेले हैं, कुछ भी करे, तो मैंने जो देखा है एटलीस्ट, और जो मैंने सुना है, और मैंने तो कभी नहीं देखा यहाँ सुना कि उन्होंने।
फादर हमेशा दीपक आते थे
हमेशा यहाँ पे, क्या कहीं पे भी जाते थे, वो प्रैक्टिस करने जाती थी, 90% ऑफ द टाइम्स वो ही साथ में ट्रैवल करते थे।
लेकिन यही टेनिस कोर्ट उसकी हत्या की वजह बन गई।
हो सकती है, वो तो पुलिस ही बताएगी असली रीज़न क्या है, बट मैं सुनने में तो यही आया है कि टेनिस के कारण ही हुआ है।
दीपक का व्यवहार कैसा था जब वो राधिका को लेकर आते थे? बातचीत होती थी आपकी? वो एनकरेज करते थे खेलने के लिए, प्रोत्साहित करते थे? किस तरीके का बिहेवियर था?
बिल्कुल करते थे एनकरेज, क्योंकि कोई इतने टाइम से अपने बच्ची को खिला रहा है, इतने उम्र 10-11 की एज से, मैंने तो देखा है उसके पहले कब से खेल रही है वो बात अलग है, और अभी 25 साल की, 14-15 साल से कोई खिला रहा है और खुद रोज़ लेके जा रहा है, तो उसके उस पर्टिकुलर बंदे के अंदर भी कुछ तो होगा कि वो अपनी बेटी को लेके जा रहा है, आ रहा है, इतनी मेहनत कर रहा है, पैसे तो खर्च कर रहे हैं वो, दैट इज़ डिफरेंट, बट टाइम भी पर्सनली लेके जा रहे हैं, तो उनको कुछ तो होगा ही। और प्रोत्साहित तो करते ही थे, जितना मैंने देखा उसमें तो करते ही थे। ऐसा तो कभी कुछ लगा ही नहीं जैसे कि जो चीज़ें ऐसा कभी हो सकती हैं।
आप बता रहे हैं कि 10-12 साल की जब राधिका थी तब से आप उसको जानते हैं, आपके स्टूडेंट्स के साथ वो किस तरीके का उसका बिहेवियर था? प्लेयर तो वो शानदार थी, क्योंकि स्टेट, नेशनल और इंटरनेशनल हर कोई नहीं खेल पाता है। बिहेवियर उसका किस तरीके का था? स्पोर्ट्समैन स्पिरिट जिसको बोलते हैं, वो किस तरीके की थी राधिका में?
बहुत अच्छी थी। एटीट्यूड हो गया, ग्राउंड टू अर्थ, सारी चीज़ें। उसको कोई भी कुछ कहता था, समझाता था, कोई चाहे उसको मैं एज अ कोच बोले या कुछ भी बोले, शी वॉज ऑलवेज हम्बल, ऐसा करके। और ऐसा बहुत ही अच्छा नेचर था उसका, और उसके पापा का भी ऐसा कोई नेचर नॉर्मल था, ऐसा अच्छा था। कोई किसी के साथ, मैंने उनको इवन किसी और पेरेंट के साथ या किसी और कोच के साथ भी कभी ऐसे कुछ लड़ाई हो या कुछ वो भी मैंने ना सुना ना देखा। पर्सनल लाइफ में क्या होता है दैट आई डोंट नो, बट ऑन टेनिस कोर्ट की जो सारी बातें हैं वो मैं बता सकता हूँ आपको। पर जो मुझे दिखी, और मैंने को कभी ये चीज़ दिखी नहीं, जो चीज़ अभी ऐसे हुई है और ये कैसे हो सकती है, वो मैं खुद आश्चर्यचकित हो चुका हूँ।
एक कोच प्लेयर के साथ जितना इन्वॉल्व रहता है, उनकी फैमिली के साथ भी रहता है परफॉर्मेंस को लेकर। कभी ऐसा हुआ कि कुछ आपने बताया हो कि राधिका को ये चीज़ बेहतर करने की ज़रूरत है और उसके पिता काफ़ी एग्रेसिव रहे हो, या कभी डांटा हो कि ऐसे खेलो? स्पोर्ट्स को लेकर उनका बिहेवियर किस तरीके का था?
मेरे सामने तो कभी एग्रेसिव नेचर नहीं था, मैंने भी थोड़ी चीज़ बताई भी, बट ऐसे कि बताया कि इतना ज़्यादा यहाँ खेली नहीं मेरे साथ। बट मैंने कभी जो भी चीज़ आप मुझसे पूछ, एग्रेसिव बिहेवियर या टुवर्ड्स द स्पोर्ट उसके पापा का, मुझे उनका बिहेवियर किसी भी जगह से, चाहे स्पोर्ट्स से रिलेटेड हो या अपनी लड़की के लिए हो, कभी एग्रेसिव या कभी नेगेटिव मैंने नहीं देखा।
Now shifting our focus to the state of Tamil Nadu, the Central Bureau of Investigation has registered a case against police personnel from Shivganga district in connection with the custodial death of Ajit Kumar, a temple guard who was, remember, allegedly he died in the custody of the police. Now what we are learning is that CBI has registered a case against Tamil Nadu police in connection with the custodial death of Ajit Kumar, a 27-year-old private security guard at one of the temples in Shivganga district. This case was originally with the Tamil Nadu police, but then it was handed over by the government to the central agency, and now formally the Central Bureau of Investigation has registered this case. But remember, earlier last week, the Madurai bench of the Madras High Court had confirmed that there was a custodial torture and called it a clear case of illegal detention and custodial violence as well. And after that, now we're seeing that this case has now been formally registered by the Central Bureau of Investigation. Well, we'll try and go across to our reporter there on the ground, but this is as far as the custodial torture case in Tamil Nadu is concerned. CBI has formally registered a case against Tamil Nadu police personnel in connection with this. Remember, so far, 5 police officers have been arrested in this case. DSP has been suspended and the Shiv Ganga district SP has also been placed under compulsory wait as far as this case is concerned. But now CBI will be probing this case and more angles will be coming out. The High Court had, remember, last month had also pulled up the Tamil Nadu police, saying that this is a clear case of illegal detention and custodial violence. The court had directed the CBI to appoint its investigation team within a week and submit a final report by August 20th. So, in fact, CBI has almost more than a month to probe this case. Let me go across to my colleague Sarda, who joins us live on the broadcast with more details. Sarda, tell us about this case, because we're learning that the Central Bureau of Investigation has formally filed this case, registered this case. Under which under which sections has this case been registered?
Well, the CBI probe came in after the state demanded, including the AIDMK and BJP, the opposition, stating that the DMK did not take up the case properly and the law and order in the situation was not right, is what it claimed. And CBI taking over the case after the judicial probe last week. Now, it's come to notice that apart from the 5 officers that were arrested, the CBI is now dug deeper into this particular case and have made sure that they also filed a case against the Tamil Nadu police, especially the police inspector that was taking care of the Shiv Ganga district, and also including the DC who was in charge of the particular case, and also how an ADGP was involved in this particular case, and stating that the assistant commissioner of the district did not look into the case even after the complaint was made big on the custodial death. So the CBI now, in this probe after CBCID failed, it has now stated, CBI has now stated that they will be taking it forward along with the judicial inquiry.
Absolutely, and CBI has to submit a report to the court by August 20th is what we're learning. Thank you so much, Sarah, for all the details. We'll keep coming back to for more on this. Now let's tell you the top national stories of the day in under 1 minute.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
The 10th batch of devotees have departed from the base camp to Pahalgam to make their way to holy cave of Sri Amarnath Ji. There are 2 main routes for the Amarnath Yatra, the traditional Pahalgam route and the shorter Baltal route. Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta has distributed checks to people who lost their shops in a fire at Delhi Hart in INA. A massive fire had broken out at the popular Delhi Hart market located in INA area of the national capital on April 30th. And now the checks have been given to all those shopkeepers. PM Modi will distribute more than 51,000 appointment letters to newly appointed youth in various government departments and organizations. The distribution of appointment letters will be done today.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
As the war scorches and U.S. weapons start arriving again, the Kremlin is sending a message: we're still open to peace. But here's the twist. Is President Zelensky finally being cornered into deciding if he really wants to blink at all? Russia's war on Ukraine has raged for more than 3 years. But now, Moscow claims it's still waiting for Ukraine to restart peace talks, a third round of direct negotiations.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
The reason we've launched the Nationalist Collective is because we believe it is time now for a group of ideologically driven Indians to drive the destiny of our country. For far too long, people who have had interests inimical to national interest have held sway. We need to put nationalism first, nation first. The Nationalist Collective is a very clear and sharp movement, presents the spirit of a new India which stands by what is right, does what is right, and raises its voice for what is right. Remember, this country is safe only if it is in
One month after AI-17 crash, AAIB releases preliminary report, mentions no action against Air India and Boeing. The preliminary probe reveals both engines were shut off mid-air. Pilot heard saying, "I did not cut off." The probe finds no technical fault, weather clear, both pilots experienced and were fit to fly. Student alleges rape at IIM Calcutta. Hostel, one detained as police launch a probe. And in the National Herald case, Additional Solicitor General S.V. Raju argues that Sonia and Rahul Gandhi deemed guilty under the PMLA, Prevention of Money Laundering Act. Gurugram killer father Deepak Yadav sent to judicial custody for 2 weeks. A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching live and breaking. I'm Rakshita Mishra with you. We start with breaking news coming in right now. The Patna airport has received a bomb threat, and the security of the airport has been increased thereafter. Visuals coming in from the airport right now, and this is the breaking development. Security has been increased around Patna airport. We do not know yet the source of this threat, who has sent this threat. It's a matter of investigation, of course. These are the latest visuals from the Patna airport, where there has been a bomb threat reported. Security heightened after this bomb threat. Security increased as the threat was received via email, and security beefed up in the area. Airport director apparently had received this email. What we understand, the airport director received this email of a bomb, and this happened last night. What do you understand? And in a first of its kind development, the AAIB has conducted a full independent analysis of the black boxes from the tragic Ahmedabad plane crash right here in India. For the first time ever, India chose not to send these recorders abroad. Instead, they were analysed at the AAIB's Advanced Lab in New Delhi. This marking a significant step towards India's investigative capabilities, aviation investigative capabilities. We take you inside how this complex investigation was carried out with both global collaboration and Indian expertise.
On 12th of June, Air India flight AI-171 crashed in Ahmedabad that claimed 260 lives. 19 people on the ground lost their lives as the plane tore through buildings near the BJ Medical College. A preliminary report from India's Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau was released today, which offers some critical insights into what went wrong when the Boeing 7878 registered VTA and B crashed just moments after takeoff from Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel International Airport. And here's what we know. The aircraft took off normally around 1:39 in the afternoon. It built the required speed of 180 knots, lifted off the ground and began climbing. But just 3 seconds later, both the engines suddenly lost power. The flight data shows that the fuel control switches on both the engines were moved from run to cut off in a span of just 1 second. Now, in other words, both engines were shut down mid-air just seconds after takeoff. On the cockpit voice recorder, one pilot is heard asking, "Why did you cut off?" The other responded, "I didn't." There was clear confusion. With no engine thrust, the plane started losing height. The emergency backup, that is the ram air turbine, was deployed already. That only happens when all main power is lost. The pilots thereafter tried to restart the engines. Within about 14 seconds, the pilots acted swiftly, restoring the fuel switches to the run position. The aircraft's systems attempted to relight the engines with rising exhaust temperatures, indicating the process had begun. Engine number 1 showed signs of recovery, but engine number 2 struggled, failing to regain full power. By then, the plane had already lost too much altitude. At about 1:39 and 51 seconds, the aircraft slammed into multiple buildings, destroying 5 of them and scattering debris across the BJ Medical campus. So what went wrong? The aircraft had passed its recently safety checks. The engines were newly installed just about weeks before the crash. There were no signs of bird heads, no cargo issues, no fuel contamination. But there was one advisory bulletin that was issued by the US authorities back in 2018, warning about a potential issue with the fuel control switches on Boeing jets. The switches on this very aircraft model were never inspected because the advisory wasn't even mandatory. It's still unclear whether this had anything to do with the accident, and investigators are not drawing conclusions yet. Now, this, remember, is a preliminary report. It doesn't assign blame, and it isn't final. But it does confirm one thing. Both engines were shut down in the air within seconds of the takeoff, and the crew tried but couldn't recover. More analysis is underway, more answers will come, but for now, this report begins to explain what happened in those final tragic seconds over Ahmedabad.
All right, viewers, we shift our focus to some breaking news coming in. A total of 23 Maoists, including a Maoist with a reward of 1 crore 18 lakh rupees, has surrendered. So another big win for our forces and our agencies. Surrender was done by the Maoists active in other areas, along with 8 hardcore Maoists active in the PLGA battalion. Among the surrendered Maoists, DVCM-01. All right, so there are many of these, and 12 party members have also surrendered. So these are the, these are the visuals coming in. And Chhattisgarh, another win against Red Terror. The crackdown against Red Terror, of course, continues. And in Sukma, 23 Maoists have surrendered. There you have them standing right there. They have surrendered. And this is just the latest round of the developments. My colleague Bharat is joining us right now on the broadcast. Bharat, हमें बताएं कि किस तरीके से इस पूरे ऑपरेशन को अंजाम दिया गया है कि 23 माओवादियों ने सरेंडर किया है आज.
देखिए, बिल्कुल मैं आपको बताऊंगा कि छोटे मोटे नक्सली नहीं है, बड़े कैडर के नक्सली हैं जिन्होंने आत्मसमर्पण किया। इनकी अगर इनामी राशि की अगर बात की जाए तो 1,18,00,000 रुपए के इनामी नक्सली बताए जा रहे हैं, जिस तरीके से जानकारी बाहर निकल के आ रही है। ऐसे में समझना होगा कि पीएलजी बटालियन जो काफी मजबूत कैडर मानी जाती है नक्सलियों की, ऐसे में उनके कैडर के बड़े बड़े नक्सली अगर आत्मसमर्पण कर रहे हैं तो कहीं ना कहीं जो माओवादियों की रीढ़ है वो कहीं ना कमजोर होते हुए नजर आ रही है। मैं आपको बता दूं कि आज जिस तरीके से सुकमा से एक बड़ी खबर निकल के आ रही है, छत्तीसगढ़ के बस्तर संभाग के 3 जिले ऐसे हैं जो नक्सलियों के कोर इलाके कहे जाते हैं। सुकमा, नारायणपुर और बीजापुर, ये तीनों जिला में लगातार जो ऑपरेशन है वो चलाए जा रहे हैं। एंटी नक्सल ऑपरेशन चलाया जा रहा है। जिस तरीके से देश के गृह मंत्री अमित शाह ने डेडलाइन तय किया है 31 मार्च 2026 तक माओवाद को समाप्त कर देंगे, जिसके तर्ज पे लगातार ऑपरेशन चल रहे हैं। आंधी आए, तूफान आए, बारिश का समय हो, कैसे भी विकट परिस्थितियां हो, लगातार जो माओवादी हैं उनके खिलाफ जवान जो है वो मोर्चा खोल रखे हैं। यह भी एक वजह माना जा रहा है कि बड़े बड़े नक्सली भी अब आत्मसमर्पण करने के लिए मजबूर हो रहे हैं। आज जिस तरीके से बड़ी खबर बाहर निकल के आ रही है, सुकमा के जो एसपी हैं किरण चौहान, उनके समक्ष जो नक्सली हैं बड़ी तादाद में आत्मसमर्पण किया है। जिनको सरकार की जो योजना है उनके तहत जो लाभ उनको दी जानी चाहिए उसको लेके भी व्यवस्थित तरीके से उनको प्रोत्साहन राशि भी दी गई है। बहरहाल इस पूरे मामले को लेके जिस तरीके से इन्होंने आत्मसमर्पण किया है, जिसको लेके छत्तीसगढ़ के मुख्यमंत्री विष्णुदेव साय ने भी ट्वीट करके एक तरीके से बड़ी सफलता इसको देखने को मिल रही है और उन्होंने तारीफ की है देश के जो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के नेतृत्व में जिस तरीके से गृह मंत्री की अनुशंसा में जिस तरीके से नक्सलवाद के खिलाफ जो ऑपरेशन चलाए जा रहे हैं उसका एक परिणाम है, सकारात्मक परिणाम है कि जो माओवादी भी हैं वो आत्मसमर्पण करने को मजबूर हो रहे हैं। जी
भारत, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया मेरे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। So that was those were the details coming in on the latest win for our forces against Red Terror. We have some more breaking news coming in. Changur Baba, who has been caught by the UP ATS for running a 100 crore rupee conversion racket, has even more deadly intentions for illegal conversions. Changur Baba had formed a nexus with some Christian missionaries active in 7 sensitive districts adjacent to Nepal, and he used to collect the details of weaker sections by paying money to their volunteers and then convert the identified families by influencing them financially. So the ATS probe continues and more revelations are being made in this conversion racket that was going on, and my colleague Raghavendra has filed this report right now on this story. Listen in.
उत्तर प्रदेश की राजधानी लखनऊ में लगभग 1 दर्जन से अधिक लोगों ने जो धर्मांतरण कर लिया था उनकी घर वापसी हुई है और घर वापसी बिल्कुल विधिवत सनातनी तौर तरीके से हुआ है, पूजा पाठ के माध्यम से हुआ है। आप देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर किस तरह से भगवा झंडा यहाँ पर फहर रहा है और यहाँ तमाम साधु संत भी इकट्ठा हुए हैं और हिंदूवादी नेता भी यहाँ पर इकट्ठा हुए हैं। हम इनसे ही जानना चाहेंगे क्या है सर पूरा मामला।
देखिए, उत्तर प्रदेश के बलरामपुर जनपद में ये एक यूपी में गजबा ये हिंद का चेहरा है छांगुर पीर मोहम्मद। उसका नाम छांगुर पीर मतलब एक साधारण काम करता था। आज 100 करोड़ की उसकी कोठी है और सबसे इसका जो सहयोगी है मोहम्मद खान अब्दुल महमूद जी, इनके नेतृत्व में हजारों करोड़ विदेशी फंड आया है, जिसमें 900 करोड़ का तो मेरे पास अभी हिसाब है जो अकाउंट में आया है। इसके अलावा कितने पैसे आए हैं धर्मांतरण के नाम पर, आतंकी संगठन चलाने के नाम पर, यहाँ तक कि कमलेश तिवारी जो हिंदूवादी नेता थे उनकी हत्या की जांच किया जाए तो इसके तार इसमें जुड़े हुए हैं। चंदन गुप्ता की हत्या किया जाए तो उनके तार जुड़े हुए हैं। इसका बहुत बड़ा नेटवर्क है। इसका बलरामपुर में कई मुकदमे हैं, उतरौला थाने में, इसका आजमगढ़ में मुकदमे हैं, कई थाने में, देवगांव में तो है ही। लखनऊ के गोमती नगर में भी इसके खिलाफ मुकदमा एसटीएफ ने किया है और 8 महीना हो गया, अभी तक कोई जांच आगे नहीं बढ़ी। और जांच अगर कायदे से होगी तो कम से कम 10,000 हिंदुओं को ये धर्म परिवर्तन करा चुका है, क्योंकि गरीब लोग जो होते हैं वो 1,50,000 में बिक जाते हैं। कहता है कि हिंदू धर्म में है क्या, ये लो 1 लाख रुपया और धर्म परिवर्तन करो, सऊदीया में तुम्हें नौकरी लगवाते हैं। 16 करोड़ रुपया इसने लिखा पड़ी एफिडेविट में है हमारे पास, जो आतंकी संगठन के लिए पूना में दिया है।
And now, viewers, in a first of its kind development, the AAIB has conducted a full and independent analysis of the black boxes from the tragic Ahmedabad plane crash right here in India. And for the first time ever, India chose not to send these recorders abroad. Instead, they were analysed at AAIB's advanced lab in New Delhi.
The moments just after the tragic Air India 171 crash site were chaotic. But amid the debris, two critical pieces of evidence were recovered: the cockpit voice recorder and the flight data recorder, also known as black boxes. These record the final moments of communication aboard an aircraft. What is remarkable, for the first time ever, India chose not to send these recorders abroad for investigation. Instead, they were analysed domestically at the AAIB's Advanced Lab in New Delhi. The black boxes were flown in separately from Ahmedabad to Delhi on two Air Force aircraft, a safety measure to avoid any further damage. To decode the damaged data, India sourced a special golden chassis, a precision device used to read flight recorders, directly from the NTSB in the United States. The golden chassis arrived on 23rd of June. Within just 48 hours, Indian investigators successfully retrieved 49 hours of flight data. However, not all the equipment survived. The AFT recorder mounted at the back of the plane was found on a rooftop, but it was too damaged to extract any data. This was just the start of a massive multinational investigation. The AAIB immediately informed international agencies, including NTSB USA, AAIB UK, and counterparts in Portugal and Canada. Technical teams from Boeing, GE, FAA, and the UK's AAIB joined the probe. India even invited an international civil aviation organization observer. Though this is not mandatory, it ensured complete transparency. The observer confirmed full satisfaction with the investigation's integrity. Back at the crash site, a 300-meter zone near Ahmedabad airport was cleared to reconstruct the aircraft. Despite heavy fire damage, the team pieced together the structure using burnt components and critical debris. The investigation was divided into 4 expert teams. The operations team, led by senior AAIB officers and supported by experienced commercial pilots and engineers. The technical and documentation team, who examined the physical wreckage of the aircraft. The flight recorder analysis team, including experts from HAL, that is Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, handled the black boxes. And a human factors team, including aviation psychologists from DRDO. Every pin, switch and word was analysed, and all of it done independently without foreign influence. The AAIB emphasises that this was an Indian-led investigation with full scientific transparency. As the AAIB releases its preliminary findings, what stands out beyond the data is that India has proven its ability to lead a modern, transparent and independent crash investigation.
Now, viewers, this initial report on the Ahmedabad plane crash has raised a question whether a warning was ignored that could have played this deadly role. The crash of this Air India flight last month is now being linked to a safety bulletin that was issued 7 years ago, one that was not mandatory in nature. It was advisory, but may have held the key to preventing the disaster.
It was a routine takeoff in Ahmedabad until seconds later, both engines on Air India flight AI-171 suddenly lost power. The Boeing 787 plunged to the ground. Flight data shows the fuel control switches somehow moved to cut off, shutting off fuel to both engines. Investigators believe it was possibly a mechanical flaw warned about in a US safety bulletin issued back in 2018. That bulletin, FAA's Special Airworthiness Information Bulletin or SAIB, flagged a design issue in the switch. It wasn't mandatory, but it recommended replacing a part known to fail. Was this issue looked into by Air India is what the experts are asking now. The crash reveals a deeper flaw: how airlines treat non-mandatory safety advice. A strong safety system should evaluate every risk, even if it is just a recommendation. A chilling reminder that in aviation, there are no small warnings.
And viewers, it's been 1 month since the flight AI-171 crashed, killing 241 people on board. Today, the first official findings are out, and this report by the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau sheds light on the crucial final moments of the flight. That includes a distress call made just 90 seconds after the takeoff. What exactly happened in those seconds, and how did a routine departure spiral into a deadly disaster? Here's more.
A month after the AI-171 crash, which claimed 241 lives. A preliminary report by the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau throws light on the critical 30 seconds. Those 30 seconds that none had anticipated. The report suggests complete normalcy before takeoff, and the pilot had 24 minutes of communication. But 90 seconds into the flight, the pilots made a distress call to the ATC. Findings say the aircraft lost thrust, the fuel was cut off, and merely moments after the midday call, the AI-171 went down. The AAIB has further outlined the sequence of impact. The aircraft first hit trees and then the incineration chimney inside the Army Medical Corps. The distance between the first point and eventual impact at least 293 feet. After hitting the trees, the Boeing aircraft moved up to 650 feet. The debris strewn about at 8 points. The pictures captured in the aftermath indicate a total disintegration. The right engine struck a concrete water tank, while parts of the right wing of the aircraft were found in separate buildings. The left engine separated from the plane and struck the corner of a nearby building, while the two landing gears were found about 300 feet from point of crash. A tragedy that unfolded in seconds, now laid bare in fragments of data, voice transmissions, and twisted metal. As investigators continue to piece together what led to the devastating loss of AI-171, the question of systemic failure, human error, or mechanical breakdown still linger.
Time for a short break, viewers, but we'll get you the latest on the Gurugram horror, where the killer father Deepak Yadav has been sent to judicial custody for 2 weeks. And another shocker coming in from a university in Kolkata. Once again, a rape shocker coming in. We'll get you more updates on that.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
As the war scorches and U.S. weapons start arriving again, the Kremlin is sending a message: we're still open to peace. But here's the twist. Is President Zelensky finally being cornered into deciding if he really wants to blink at all? Russia's war on Ukraine has raged for more than 3 years. But now, Moscow claims it's still waiting for Ukraine to restart peace talks, a third round of direct negotiations, a possible deal, and it's Ukraine that needs to make the first move, says the Kremlin.
Дождаться все-таки каких-то сигналов из Киева, от представителей киевского режима о
Welcome back, viewers. With the preliminary report on the AI 171 crash out, Republic has spoken to former Civil Aviation Minister Rajiv Pratap Rudy. He says that one must wait for the final report findings to draw a definitive conclusion.
Joining us is Rajiv Pratap Rudy, sir. The preliminary report of AI 171 plane crash is out. Is there a scope of whatever is mentioned in the report? Is there something beyond which we are not able to read? Is there some sort of human failure which we might be looking at?
There are enough evidence to show the reasons why the crash took place. Now, if one has to decipher all those reasons why the crash took place, I think there is enough evidence, and primarily it points out to the engine flame out, which has been indicated. And there is also an issue where most of us are failing to recall, and those who especially in particular do not fly the Dreamliners. And as I have been told by the senior commander who fly 787, that in case of an engine failure or both engines flame out, there is a memory item. And the memory item says that fuel control switch on off, which happens instantly. And this sends a message through the FedEx to reignite the engines. There is also a fact that both the engines have started coming back to power. At least one has come back. But possibly the action which was initiated at a time which any aircraft across the world, if this dual engine failure happens at this flight level, it would be very difficult to recover, and it would be almost impossible to restart that engine in that span of time. So after the crash, the fuel control levers, which is what is being talked today, were in position, and there is an indication that it has been switched on and off, and that is all those who are discussing today must know that is the critical procedure which is done for emergencies, and that is a memory item to restart the engine. And I think we need to understand the process which was involved, and a basic question would arise at some point of time that how it happened, we have come to know. Why it happened is yet to be answered.
So notices were served to various operators in this case, and no action was taken by those operators. What do you have to say about that?
I don't think anything like this in particular has been operators for this kind of a situation. The FAA, or for that matter the OEMs, they issue the advisory or the directives, which was none in this case. There is only one which the FAA had issued in the year 2018, in which they had talked about the locking feature disengagement of the fuel control switch. But that is not being applied here because that situation has not happened.
So what more expected in the final reports which will be out?
I'm not an expert, but I'll say that yes, we know how it happened, what all happened during the crash, what were the efforts made, but we actually still have to look forward why it happened. And that why did the engine stall at the first go is a question which needs to be answered, and I think the investigation is on that.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
reason we've launched the Nationalist Collective is because we believe it is time now for a group of ideologically driven Indians to drive the destiny of our country. For far too long, people who have had interests inimical to national interest have held sway. We need to put nationalism first, nation first. The Nationalist Collective is a very clear and sharp movement, presents the spirit of a new India which stands by what is right, does what is right, and raises its voice for what is right. Remember, this country is safe only if it is in the hands of nationalists. This country will grow only if nation first becomes our principal motto, where the only ism that matters is nationalism. Join the Nationalist Collective. It is going to...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
It's 5 p.m. and you're watching live and breaking with me, Shavinson. The top story tonight is the probe report. The probe report into the Air India crash that took place on 12th of June, leaving 260 people dead. Do we really know what led to the crash? Who exactly is responsible for the death of 260 people? Does this report, 15-page report, really answer all those questions? We're going to get you all the details and an exclusive interview really coming up in a short while from now. But up first, let me take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour. 1 month after the AI-171 crash, AAIB releases preliminary report, mentions no action against Air India and Boeing. Preliminary probe reveals both engines were shut off mid-air. Pilot heard saying, "I didn't cut off." The probe found no technical fault. Weather was clear and both pilots were experienced and fit to fly. Student alleges rape at IIM Calcutta hostel. One detained as police launches probe. In the National Herald case, ASG SV Raju argued that Sonia and Rahul Gandhi are deemed guilty under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. Gurugram killer father Deepak Yadav sent to judicial custody for 2 weeks. "30 days exact from the time the crash took place and the preliminary report is out. The charter is very clear that it is mandated that within 30 days a report has to be published, and it has now been made public. A little after midnight, around 1:30 this morning, is when this report that I'm holding was released, made public. The world now knows what led to the crash. But that's a preliminary report. There is no conclusive evidence. Having said that, the final report is going to take some time. So what do we really know from this particular report that I'm holding? I'm going to take you through the key findings, the 10 key findings, the 4-track investigation that has been carried out, and what are the unanswered questions? How exactly is the government really responding to this? All of this and much more. But first, let me take you through the first big key findings, the pictures that have been put in this particular report. What do we really make of it? And number one, as far as this case is concerned, let's take you through the details that we have right now. The first big takeaway from this particular report, the key findings. Mayday call was transmitted before the impact. Engines shut down shortly after takeoff. There was fuel cutoff. Pilot questioned that cutoff. RAT was also deployed. That's again an emergency power backup that was deployed immediately after the liftoff. Engines attempted relight sequence. Only one engine partially recovered. Thrust levers remained in the takeoff position. Flight was within the weight limit. Fuel samples were found satisfactory. There was no significant bird activity that was observed. Mayday call was transmitted before impact. Takeoff and liftoff were absolutely normal. Now I'm going to elaborate each of these points that I've spoken about, starting with the engine problem or the fact that the engine completely failed. So what really happened? A total of roughly about 39 seconds of video that we had accessed. This was the video put at the perimeter of the airport, at the Ahmedabad airport, which basically shows the very moment when the aircraft actually took off. And those very moments, the conversation that took place between the pilot and the ATC. What is important to point out here is this, that immediately after the lift off, what essentially happened was this, that the RAT was already deployed. The reason being that was the very moment perhaps the pilots essentially noticed that there wasn't enough thrust. And that is the reason why they could not get the kind of liftoff that they wanted. And that's when the pilot essentially realized that one of the engine was not operating, which means that there was not enough fuel supply that was going to the engine, which essentially resulted in a situation that the pilot thereafter looked at the fuel engine control, the fuel control system. And it turned out that it was moved from run to cutoff. That's when the conversation takes place with the other pilot. And then it was discovered that he says he did not cut off. So what really happened, that remains an unanswered aspect to this entire aspect. Then after this, what happens? Before I go to the other breaking news coming in, let me just complete this as to what is mentioned in this particular report. The moment that discovery actually takes place of the fact that it went from run to cutoff is when you had one of the pilots asking the other pilot denies that there wasn't any cutoff, and by that very moment the descent actually begins. So there was an attempt that was clearly made by the pilots there to revive, to ensure that the engines get enough power, but that did not happen, leading to within 32 seconds. That was the time that this particular aircraft was airborne, and immediately thereafter it crashed. That's what we know. Now, what are the unanswered questions? We'll also be joined by our experts in the studio helping us understand each of it. I'm going to go back to this wall and try and explain to you those very seconds, the 32 seconds and some details that we have. But before that, let me now take you to the big breaking news coming in. This is an exclusive conversation that we've had with the Minister of State for Civil Aviation, Muralidhar Mahol, who's clarified that no sabotage angle has been identified in the recent air accident under investigation, adding that the current findings are based solely on a preliminary report by the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau. Ladies and gentlemen, let me also put this out. There is an attempt being made by a section to constantly blame the pilot. Let me underscore this, that it is too early to come to any sort of conclusions. What role did the pilots really play? We do not know, because we have only two statements that have been found from the cockpit recording, and that shows only two statements, pilot 1 and pilot 2. We do not know whether it was the co-pilot who had identified it, who exactly it was. Not all of that is not known. The only thing that is coming clear right now, at least an official version really coming in from the government, is that they do not believe that there is any sabotage angle. That sabotage angle has been ruled out by the government itself. Let's now listen in to what Muralidhar Mahol, his first response, the only Indian news network getting the first response from the Civil Aviation Ministry of India. This is what Muralidhar Mahol had to say.
नहीं, उसमें रिपोर्ट तो सबके सामने है। रिपोर्ट में जो लिखा है वो तो सबके सामने है, और मुझे लगता है कि उसमें ऐसा लिखा ही है कि ये प्राइमरी रिपोर्ट है। एआईबी ने कहा है कि प्राइमरी रिपोर्ट है, जो ब्लैक बॉक्स मिला था उसको डिकोड कर दिया, डिकोड के बाद उसको उसकी सब उसमें से इंफॉर्मेशन जो डेटा भी निकाल लिया है, उसके आधार पे जो कुछ वहाँ पे पायलट में संवाद हुआ वो भी उन्होंने दिया है और बाकी कुछ दिया है तो डिटेल्स है। लेकिन अभी कुछ निष्कर्ष हम नहीं लगा सकते क्योंकि ये फाइनल रिपोर्ट नहीं है। फाइनल रिपोर्ट आने के बाद पता चलेगा।
सर फॉल्ट कहाँ पे मिला है?
नहीं वही तो उसमें है ना, रिपोर्ट में है, लेकिन ये फाइनल रिपोर्ट नहीं है।
कब तक आएगा रिपोर्ट सर?
1 महीने के अंदर पहला रिपोर्ट आया तो मुझे लगता है कि जल्दी आएगा। नहीं उसमें रिपोर्ट तो सबके सामने है, रिपोर्ट में जो लिखा है वो तो सबके सामने है और मुझे लगता है कि उसमें ऐसा लिखा ही है कि ये प्राइमरी रिपोर्ट है। एआईबी ने कहा है कि प्राइमरी रिपोर्ट है, जो ब्लैक बॉक्स मिला था उसको डिकोड कर दिया, डिकोड के बाद उसको उसकी सब उसमें से इंफॉर्मेशन जो डेटा भी निकाल लिया है, उसके आधार पे जो कुछ वहाँ पे पायलट में संवाद हुआ वो भी उन्होंने दिया है और बाकी कुछ दिया है तो डिटेल्स है। लेकिन अभी कुछ निष्कर्ष हम नहीं लगा सकते क्योंकि ये फाइनल रिपोर्ट नहीं है। फाइनल रिपोर्ट आने के बाद पता चलेगा।
सर फॉल्ट कहाँ पे मिला है?
नहीं वही तो उसमें है ना, रिपोर्ट में है, लेकिन ये फाइनल रिपोर्ट नहीं है।
कब तक आएगा रिपोर्ट सर?
1 महीने के अंदर पहला रिपोर्ट आया तो मुझे लगता है कि जल्दी आएगा।
Well, that was the first response coming in from Muralidhar Mahol, who is the MOS Civil Aviation, making it very clear that this is just a preliminary report. The final report may take another month or so. There is no timeline to it. Now, let me take you back through the videos that we've had. And this video has also been examined in this particular report. So what does the report really talk about? Let me quickly go back here and tell you that in the report, this is what they say. That the aircraft, as you can see, is on the tarmac, takes off, and this is where it recorded a maximum airspeed of about 180 knots. This is about 808 UTC is where it tries to take off. Immediately thereafter, now this is what in the report they're making a mention. Engine 1 and engine 2 fuel cutoff switches transition from run to cutoff, and that is the reason why you see this is the very moment, perhaps, Mr. G.S. Bawa, that you've had the pilot having that conversation. Within a gap of 1 second, the engine 1 and engine 2 began to decrease from their takeoff values as the fuel supply to the engines thereafter started cutting off. So that is where you see this entire drop is actually taking place. In the cockpit, voice recording takes place, and there you see the descent leading to that crash. It was just about 32 seconds that it was airborne, and not being able to revive the engines is a clear indication from at least two images. One, the fact that the rat has already been deployed. Can we have that image of the rat being deployed? The extended position of the rat is a clear indication. The moment it takes off, the liftoff happens. Now, just after this liftoff, can we please go to that the other image of the rat being extended position? That extended position of the rat happens here itself. I'm going to put that picture in a while from now. G.S. Bawa is joining us in the studio right now. G.S. Bawa, you are absolutely 100% sure of the fact that there is an engine failure. At least this is what the report makes it very clear, that there is an engine failure. I want you to help us understand a little more details of it. That was it possible that the reason why the pilots may have actually made the transition, the fuel transition, is because they've realized that the engine had failed, they need to revive it. And people are still asking, what was the need for it?
You have very rightly flagged that there was a time slot of 32 seconds only.
Right.
And we heard in the morning this statement from Mr. Rudy that the cause of accident is going nearer to the shutdown of the engine. And if we see the flight path of the aircraft, that clearly indicates that the rat was virtually open in the boundary of the aircraft itself.
Hold on, because while you're explaining this, I want to come back to this video. Now, this, ladies and gentlemen, all this while we've had the other angle of the takeoff. For the first time in this report, this is a picture that we've taken out from the report, and it shows us the front angle of the aircraft. This is for the first time, what you're seeing on the screens is the frontal shot of the aircraft itself. Now, what does it show? It's a very, very significant aspect. What you see here, this tiny object that basically comes out of the aircraft, it is known as the rat, which is the air turbine. To simplify it, it's more like an emergency power backup. Now that has been in an extended position, and Mr. Bawa, if I can bring you in, why do you really do this? Why would you bring the RAT at this point in time? And just that is within few seconds of the liftoff, the RAT is deployed.
You see, it means this RAT comes automatically. Everything is so automated in this flight. The moment the flight senses that there is no power, the engines have shut down, there is an automatic procedure, the RAT came out. That is what the function. Okay. And then in the report also we find there is a mention of that the RAT was visible and it came out automatically. That's the procedure.
Okay. So now let's take you through that very moment from the time that the aircraft actually was at the tarmac, the conversations that it had with the tower control. So it starts around 1:13 in the afternoon when the aircraft is requesting for a pushback and a startup, which means this is the first moment where everything is packed, the passengers are seated. Now you've had the conversation between the pilot having the conversation with the passengers, informing the passengers that they are ready, and the ATC then after gives them the approval for a pushback. This is around 1:13. Now 2 seconds later, ATC gives the approval for a startup. Now let's move on. 13:19, 1:19, ATC queried if the aircraft required full length of the runway. Now this is again a protocol because this is a Dreamliner. Does it need the full length of the runway? If I'm not wrong, Mr. Bawa, the aircraft about 13:19 is giving the confirmation that requirement of a full length of runway of 23, 13:19. 13:25, the aircraft requested taxi clearance, which was granted by the ATC, so it basically means it's leaving the Bay Area, and thereafter the aircraft was transferred from the ground to tower control. The tower control thereafter gives the clearances as far as the wind speed, etc. The aircraft was thereafter instructed to line up on runway 23. That's where you would have the idle engines. The aircraft was cleared for takeoff from runway 23. Now this is important because this gives you a sense as to whether at all there has been any adverse weather condition or not. This makes it very clear that there were no adverse wind conditions and it was appropriate for the aircraft to fly. And all of that is being mentioned in the report. Now, this is a clear jump to the moment when the flight actually crashes. So that's the time, 32 seconds that we've been talking about. That's the 32 seconds. And finally, around 1:39, when was the last message coming in from the cockpit of the Mayday. That's thrice you have had the pilot saying this, and then the crash actually takes place. So all of it, remember the task that the pilots had, 32 seconds, making all that they could to save the lives of the passengers. That's all that we know right now. In fact, the attempt that is being made by a section with regards to the role of the pilot. And it is unfortunate that even before the full report is out, there is a section which is making an attempt to malign the pilots. Now that is the reason why you have for the Pilot Association putting up a statement right now. Now, first, this is the conversation. Why did you cut off? I did not do it. Now, the reason why you have a lot of chatter now going on as far as the role of the pilot is concerned, because some have now asked this question, what happened next? Of course, we do not know because large amount of the data is yet to be examined as yet. You have the black box. There are two components of the black box which is being retrieved. One of it I'm given to understand, which is from the tail, has been completely damaged. Mr. Bawa, I want you to come in while we also quickly clear this out, the statement that has been coming in. Why exactly this attempt being made to malign the pilots right now? We do not even know. So for all that we can, at least prima facie, if you go by the report, it clearly shows that all attempts are now being made by the pilot to revive the engine.
I tell you one thing very clearly. First of all, this who asked and who replied, it is not clear in the report, and it is a very valuable information that who was flying at that point of time, number one. Number two, if we study the air crash accident reporting, it is very common that every accident, first they lead towards the human error. I must say, having gone through the interviews of prominent flyers as well as the preliminary report, it is now going very clear towards the direction towards software failure or aircraft failure. It is not heading towards the human error. That is the one reason now people are trying to malign the human, to bring in the human factor. We must see. History is there. Every time they took...
That's the reason why there is a statement. Let's now take you to the breaking news coming in. The Airlines Pilot Association has put out a statement as details emerged from a preliminary inquiry report on the 12th of June Air India plane crash in Ahmedabad. The Airline Pilots Association of India has said that the probe was being driven in a direction presuming the guilt of pilots, and we strongly object to the line of thought. The association again requested to be given a role in the probe, even in the capacity of observer, so as to provide the requisite transparency. So it appears that since the Pilot Association had been left off, they are not part of this entire investigation, and hence you have this response really coming in saying that there is a thought process presuming that the pilots were at fault. Parvez Damania is also joining me on this broadcast. Mr. Damania, thank you very much for joining us. It is unfortunate that even before a full-fledged report is out, there is a section, even some veteran pilots now making a statement that perhaps the pilots were at fault, but nothing from this basically indicates. Only it raises more questions about the role of the manufacturer, the role of the engine manufacturer, the role of the airline. Rather than questioning the airline, rather than questioning the manufacturer, rather than questioning the engine manufacturer, we are now busy looking at what role did the pilots play. But as I understand from this report, all that the pilots could have done in 32 seconds, they have done so.
First and foremost, I do not believe that any sane pilot, if you see the report, the details and the profile of the pilot is completely given. Their experience and all the details are published. The report publishes every aspect of what happened and the conditions of the aircraft, the training of the pilots, the process which the flight took off, even to the extent that when the aircraft landed at Ahmedabad, there was an issue with the aircraft, which the pilots pointed out, which the engineers corrected. Now, that means when the pilots took over the aircraft at Ahmedabad, everything was in condition, all the checks were in place, there was no issue at all. The report also points to the experience and the certification of the pilot. The commander was endorsed on 310, 787 and 777. The co-pilot would endorse on the 320 and 787. Now, I do not understand why a pilot, now we do not know which pilot asked and which pilot answered, but the pilot asked the co-pilot, why did you shut off the fuel control switch? No sane pilot, trained pilot would touch that switch. The switch is used only in two conditions. Once when the plane lands and stops, to cut off the fuel, so the engine stop. And second, when there is an extreme emergency in the air, where engines have caught fire or an extreme emergency has occurred, by shutting off the fuel, you could save the passengers for safety concern. Another thing, let's be very, very clear how the switch works. The switch is not your bathroom switch. While you're walking, you touched it and it went off. The lever has to be pulled up, pressed and put into position. The best part is there are two different switches. So the pilot not only put one switch off, after some time put the second switch off. Then the other pilot asks, why did you do it? And he says he did not do it. That means, according to me, it's very, very clear that the pilots did not do or touch, put switches off. Now, the report doesn't say, the black box report should say, did this switch turned off was done, physical turn off was done, or was it electronically done?
Mr. Damania, can I just, you made a very, very significant point. You said electronically, so is there a possibility that something else could have led to this cutoff if there is no physical intervention?
I'm just going to go to this page of your report itself, where it is pointed that airworthiness bulletin was passed on December 17, 2018, which very clearly said that regarding the potential disengagement of the fuel control switch feature, means a bulletin was passed that there was an issue regarding the disengagement of this switch. So it was an issue. I don't know how seriously it was taken.
Can I just add to that, Mr. Damania? Can I